Chapter 1. A Narrow Escape from Death. Bang! With a loud clang, a rusty iron door creaked open, its echo swallowed by the surrounding ancient architecture, reverberating into the air. After a few breathless moments, a young man with his head drooping was dragged out from behind the iron door by two guards, who roughly seized his arms. This young man's head hung low, and he seemed devoid of breath, his arms so emaciated they were little more than bone. The tattered clothes stained with blood revealed the torment he had endured. With a thud, the frail man was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust before falling silent. "This brat should be dead, right?" A stocky guard stared at the lifeless form on the ground and asked. The other guard grunted in reply, "He's probably dead. Serves him right for being disrespectful to Miss Jian. Now look, not only has the Ning estate been destroyed, but he's also liberated from his suffering. He had it coming. Watch your words, Lao Hui. Let's just drag him out and deal with it," the stocky guard quickly cautioned. At this, the guard called Lao Hui instinctively shrank his neck back and bent down to pull the body up, preparing to drag it away. Just then, a soft voice called out, "Excuse me, brothers, I would like to take my husband away." The two guards turned and spotted a woman clad in rough, coarse fabric standing to the side. Despite her humble attire, there was an air of grace about her, though her face was marred beyond recognition, partially obscured by disheveled hair that rendered her difficult to look at twice. Recognizing who she was, the guards realized that she was one of the last two survivors of the Ning family. The entire Ning family had been exterminated, leaving only the old steward, Ning Gao, and the woman before them. Ning Gao, who had been out of the country when the house was raided, had managed to escape, while this woman, Luofei, was the wife of the frail man cast aside, just released from prison. She had avoided capture by staying at the Dueling Academy. The truth was that Luofei was not closely linked to the Ning family. Her marriage into the Ning household was due to the long-standing friendship between the Ning and Ji families. She had been betrothed to Ning Cheng since childhood, but her family had inexplicably fallen into decline, leaving her as the sole survivor scarred and broken. Nonetheless, Ning Cheng's grandfather, Ning Hongchong, had taken her into their home, planning for the two to wed once Ning Cheng reached maturity. Unfortunately, Ning Cheng lacked talent, failing even to cultivate his qi for many years. Moreover, he often abused Luofei, who remained submissive and never opposed him. Upon returning to learn of the Ning family's destruction, she hurried to the prison, hoping to see if Ning Cheng could be freed, only to find that he had already passed away. Seeing the guards' expressions, Luofei quickly produced a handful of silver coins and offered them. "Brothers, my husband has gone." "Aye. All right, just take him away." "It's disgraceful to leave him here," said the stocky guard impatiently, taking the coins. They had been planning to dispose of Ning Cheng's body anyway, and the added coins were something they certainly wouldn't refuse. Luofei hurriedly picked up Ning Cheng's body and quickly vanished from the prison entrance. "That Luofei, if she weren't disfigured, she'd really be a beauty," remarked one guard, tossing a coin in his hand as he assessed her retreating figure. "Enough chatter. Luofei is from the Dueling Academy. Even if she's unattractive, she's still not someone we can provoke." The stocky guard patted his companion on the shoulder, pulling him back through the iron door. With another loud clang, the door slammed shut once again. Ning Cheng awoke to a captivating fragrance. As he opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon a delicate white neck. Then he realized he was being carried by a woman, and the alluring scent wafted from her. "Wait a minute, I remember being rejected by Tian Yuan, feeling utterly disheartened, and then wandering off, ending up on an overpass." Suddenly, a streak of yellow light had struck him, and then nothing. Is it possible that he was still alive? What was happening? As the realization struck him, a flood of information surged into his mind. He had been reborn. What startled Ning Cheng was that he had taken over a body that also went by the name Ning Cheng. He was astonished because his original name was indeed Ning Cheng. He had frequently endured a recurring nightmare where he found himself in an inexplicable place, imprisoned, suffering until his demise. Although only a dream, it had prompted him to change his name to Ning Xiaocheng. Yet here he was, somehow back in the body of Ning Cheng, truly within the environment from his nightmares. As he contemplated this, he wanted to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, but the woman carrying him glanced back without saying a word. "I'm sorry. I lack the strength to walk," he murmured apologetically, feeling a bit uncomfortable with a woman carrying him. The Ning family is no more. You should feel fortunate to be alive, she replied calmly, as if even if Ning Cheng had died, she would maintain her composed demeanor. Ning Cheng fell silent, having already pieced together fragments of information. He was indeed back to being Ning Cheng, the sole heir of the Ning family in Songqing. He would be Ning Cheng, then might as well embrace it, since it was his birth name. The Ning family was a middle-class noble family within Songqing, but they were few in number. Ning Cheng's parents had disappeared into the Mango Sea for spiritual materials when he was very young and had never returned. Thus, he had been raised by his grandfather, Ning Hongchong, in the capital city of Cangle. Despite the grandeur of the Ning residence, its inhabitants were sparse. Consequently, Ning Cheng had become the family's sole successor, while Ning Hongchong had never taken an active interest in his life. Ning Cheng's misdeeds around the capital were often borne by his grandfather. Although Ning Hongchong was a respected elder in Songqing, he paled in comparison to the grand nobility. Eventually, Ning Cheng found himself embroiled in a scandal far beyond his capacity to bear. He had dared to offend Jian Sujia, the prized jewel of the Jian family. Not only was the Jian family formidable against the Ning family, but even Jian's fiancé, Qiao Yingguang, was someone the Nings could not provoke. With a sigh, Ning Cheng lamented the consequences of his actions. The result was his imprisonment, costing Ning Hongchong his connections and fortune in a desperate bid to secure his release. Instead, Ning Cheng hadn't been saved and had inadvertently led to the downfall of the entire Ning family. He learned this tragic fate from the guards during his previous life. As Ning Cheng unraveled these events in his mind, he breathed another sigh. This world is ruled by might. The stronger one is, the more valid their claims. He also realized who was carrying him. The scarred woman was his fiancée, Ji Luofei, sort of child bride in the traditional sense. The Ji family, outsiders in Songqing, had helped arrange the marriage between Ji Luofei and Ning Cheng due to the friendship between their grandfathers. Unfortunately, the Ji family had inexplicably fallen on hard times, leaving only Ji Luofei disfigured. Nevertheless, Ning Cheng's grandfather had brought her into the Ning household, intending to wed them once Ning Cheng matured. While Ning Hongchong was lenient with Ning Cheng regarding many matters, he remained adamant about Ning Cheng marrying Ji Luofei. The previous Ning Cheng had been deeply unsatisfied with her disfigurement, often resorting to violence. Yet Ji Luofei endured it all quietly, never speaking out against him. Unlike Ning Cheng, Ji Luofei possessed talent and was capable of cultivation. With the Ning family support, she had entered the Songqing Academy and had already become a practitioner at the third level of Qi gathering. In Songqing, anyone capable of cultivation was referred to as a practitioner. Achieving the fourth level would elevate her status immensely. At that moment, Ji Luofei carried him into a dimly lit stone hut. Though low, the space was reasonably spacious and included a small courtyard with a deep well. How did the Ning family meet its demise? Ning Cheng suddenly asked, needing clarity on events that directly affected him. Although he suspected that the Jian and Xiao families were responsible, he needed to verify the details. You only have yourself to blame. Why ask me? Ji Luofei replied curtly as she set Ning Cheng down. Upon speaking, she poured a cup of water and offered it to Ning Cheng before continuing. They'll go boil some water for you to wash up. Some things are better left forgotten. Knowing too much won't benefit you. Ning Cheng watched as Ji Luofei exited to boil water, refraining from pressing further. He understood her intent. The more he knew, the faster he would endanger his life. Even if he remained ignorant, survival in this place was uncertain. Whether Ji Luofei had added something to that cup of water, he found that drinking it stirred some strength back into his body. Sitting on an old wooden bed, Ning Cheng's thoughts wandered sometimes to his current predicament, sometimes to his sister Ning Ruolin. He could not fathom why Tian Yuan had treated him so coldly based on what he knew about her. She did not strike him as that kind of superficial girl. Chapter 2. An uncertain future. The water is ready. Let me assist you with your bath. As Ning Cheng organized his affairs to a semblance of order, Ji Luofei emerged once more to speak. Although Ning Cheng had been in a romantic relationship with Tianmu Wan for 2 to 3 years, their interactions had been limited to merely holding hands. Beyond that, he had never taken any further steps. Now, with Ji Luofei offering to help him bathe, he felt a sudden awkwardness. He was certain that the previous Ning Cheng would never have allowed Ji Luofei to assist him in such a manner, not due to any shared sentiment, but rather because of Ji Luofei's striking appearance. I can manage on my own, Ning Cheng quickly replied. Noticing the puzzled look in Ji Luofei's eyes, he hastily rose from the couch, awkwardly supporting himself against the bed's edge as he declared, "See, I can already move by myself." Though he had endured torment in prison for some time, after a sip of water, Ning Cheng could manage to move about with difficulty. Upon witnessing Ning Cheng's shaky progress toward the bath, Ji Luofei grew increasingly perplexed. In her mind, Ning Cheng was someone who would never refuse the assistance of others. For him, the only consequence of inadequate service was a beating. He would never utter the words, "I can do it myself." Could it be that Ning Cheng had gained a deeper understanding of life's harsh realities after the destruction of his family? Nevertheless, these thoughts were soon set aside by Ji Luofei, who chose to focus on preparing some rice porridge instead of worrying about Ning Cheng bathing alone. Despite years of cultivation, Ning Cheng had failed to gather energy, a situation attributed not only to his unwillingness to endure hardship, but also to his abysmal talent. With the Ning family now in ruins, Ji Luofei could foresee Ning Cheng's grim fate, even if he had survived imprisonment. Although she was Ning Cheng's nominal wife, they had not yet completed their marriage, and she had already reached the 3rd level of energy gathering. Once she advanced to the 4th level, the Academy would prioritize her training. Even if she chose not to abandon Ning Cheng, the Academy would not permit their union. As a practitioner at the 4th level of energy gathering, remaining with Ning Cheng, given his current circumstances, would not be aiding him but rather hastening his demise. Ji Luofei held no aversion to the idea of distancing herself from Ning Cheng. After all, his treatment of her had been rather harsh, oscillating between beatings and insults, and he had never regarded her with any respect. The reason she had saved him and tended to him was out of a sense of obligation to the Ning family in Ji Luofei's eyes. Ning Cheng's inability to cultivate and his dismal statement that without her intervention, he would be left to await his demise. She understood that she would not continue to marry Ning Cheng, nor would she wed another. Her offer to help him bathe stemmed from her status as his fiancée and the fact that she was currently the only one capable of assisting him. Since Ning Cheng was now able to move, she felt no compulsion to insist on her aid. What she could do was create a comfortable living environment for him before she advanced to the 4th level of energy gathering. Given her cultivation aptitude, even if her appearance were marred, she would eventually leave the Zhongqin kingdom, and Ning Cheng would merely be a transient figure in her life. After bathing, Ning Cheng felt somewhat drained but improved compared to before. When he emerged, Ji Luofei had already brought forth the prepared rice porridge. After consuming a portion, Ning Cheng finally regained some color and strength. "Take this. I must head to the academy. You can manage your own meals now that you can move." Observing that Ning Cheng had eaten a bit and appeared stable apart from his lingering weakness, Ji Luofei produced a pouch of silver coins and handed it to him. Ning Cheng did not accept the coins, understanding Ji Luofei's intentions. She had been cultivating at the Zhongqin 2nd Star Academy and was a commendable disciple there. However, he was also a student of that academy, and he immediately responded, "If you're going to the academy, naturally, I must go as well." Ji Luofei looked at him in surprise. Ning Cheng had only ever attended the academy under his grandfather's coercion. Now that the Ning family had fallen, he was no longer bound by such constraints. Why would he wish to go to the academy? Moreover, considering his lack of aptitude, what could he possibly learn there? Spotting the expression on Ji Luofei's face, Ning Cheng realized he had spoken too hastily. He merely thought that without strength, his survival in this place would be short-lived. Thus, when Ji Luofei mentioned going to the academy, he instinctively desired to accompany her, forgetting that he had previously never wished to attend, and that his lack of talent rendered such attendance futile. I fear my grandfather's admonishment. I just recalled that he is no longer here." Ning Cheng said wistfully, his thoughts drifting to the heartless Tianmu Wan. Such sorrow was not something he needed to feign. It flowed from him naturally. Upon hearing Ning Cheng mention his grandfather, Ji Luofei's eyes reddened as well. Had it not been for Ning Cheng's grandfather, she would have long ceased to exist. Now, with Ning Cheng bringing up his grandfather again, Ji Luofei felt a pang of emotion. She pressed the pouch of silver coins into Ning Cheng's hand, saying, "You need to focus on recuperating. I will try to find time to visit you. Once you are in better health, if you still wish to attend the academy, I will take you there." With that, Ji Luofei turned and exited the stone hut, swiftly disappearing from view. Ning Cheng glanced at the modest pouch of silver coins and then at the low, dark stone dwelling, understanding that Ji Luofei's circumstances were not particularly favorable. If he were to live in this place, he could not rely on her. The Ning Cheng of now was not the carefree Ning Cheng of before. He could sense the harshness of survival here. In a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, it was not merely that one could not survive without power or could only exist beneath others' dominance. Even a family as formidable as the Ning family had been obliterated overnight. He understood that once Luofei advanced to the 4th level of energy gathering, she would leave him. It mattered not whether they were married or not. A practitioner at the 4th level was a valued asset in the Tsangqin kingdom, and it would be utterly unacceptable for a useless individual to remain at her side. Unless he too cultivated to the 4th level, which was improbable given his lack of aptitude, despite having access to the Ning family's cultivation techniques. He had failed to gather energy over the years, let alone reach the 4th level. Unable to cultivate, he resolved to find a way to survive, silently vowing to himself while letting out a sigh. It was a pity he could not cultivate. Had he been able, perhaps one day he could reach the foundation establishment stage and find a way back to Earth. Though Ning Cheng could not cultivate, he was not ignorant of the various realms of cultivation. He knew there were 9 major realms and 81 minor realms. However, the highest realm he could comprehend was the foundation establishment stage. Having learned of a master in that realm from the memories he possessed, the only cultivation realms he was familiar with were the first 3: energy gathering, true condensation, and foundation establishment. Energy gathering involved condensing true energy within the meridians, and it was categorized into 9 levels based on the quantity of true energy one could gather. Luofei was currently at the 3rd level of energy gathering, and the 4th level represented a significant threshold. While many practitioners at the 3rd level could be found at the Tsangqin 2nd Star Academy, those at the 4th level were considerably fewer. Once a practitioner's true energy reached a certain threshold, they would advance to the true condensation realm, at which point true energy would begin to transform into true essence. The true condensation realm also comprised 9 levels. The more profound the true essence, the more refined the cultivation. Both the Dean and Vice Dean of the Tsangqin 2nd Star Academy were practitioners of the true condensation realm, wielding immense power within the Tsangqin kingdom. As for the foundation establishment realm, it was currently absent from the Tsangqin kingdom. Originating from Earth, Ning Cheng had heard various legends of cultivation. Moreover, he knew that some individuals on Earth could cultivate inner energy. So he was not surprised that cultivation was possible in the Yixing continent. Of course, this was still within the limits of his understanding. The subsequent stages of cultivation would far exceed his imagination. Ning Cheng was acutely aware of his poor aptitude and inability to cultivate. Coupled with his current physical condition, even if he could recall some of the Ning family's cultivation techniques, he had no intention of attempting to cultivate. To survive in this place, the foremost priority was to restore his health. After Luofei returned to the academy, there was no further news. Ning Cheng remained indoors, spending his time either resting in the stone hut or exercising in the front yard. Days later, though he appeared somewhat frail, he had gradually begun to regain his vitality. At the very least, the sensation of weakness had dissipated. Ning Cheng felt ready to venture outside. He needed to familiarize himself with the environment of the capital of the Tsangqin kingdom, to discern what he could do to survive here. Chapter 3. Cangle City. The capital of the Tsangqin kingdom, Cangle City, was bustling with activity. Ning Cheng held many memories of Cangle City, yet this marked his first genuine foray into its depths. The impression Cangle City left on him was one of vibrant prosperity intertwined with a sense of weariness, akin to an elderly figure slowly departing from the vigor of life. Moving with a certain unsteadiness. The streets of Cangle City were a labyrinth of thoroughfares, with each spacious avenue branching out into numerous narrow lanes, weaving together like an intricate spider's web. Flanking these streets were a plethora of shops, many of which sold items Ning Cheng had never even heard of, let alone seen. The most common establishments traded in various materials derived from ferocious beasts, low-grade spiritual herbs, and an assortment of weapons. More upscale shops offered magical artifacts and elixirs. Furthermore, hotels, ordinary clothing stores, and brothels were in abundant supply. The architecture within Cangle City was diverse, featuring not only lofted buildings but also Western-style castle structures. This eclectic mix rendered the entire city a curious amalgamation of styles. Ning Cheng stood at the entrance of a shop selling ordinary weapons. Glancing around, he noticed a rather commonplace longsword priced at a single gold coin. However, the entirety of his assets, bestowed upon him by Luofei, amounted to no more than 50 silver coins. given that 100 silver coins could be exchanged for a single gold coin. It was evident that his wealth could only afford him half of that unremarkable Longsword. As for the shops that peddled magical artifacts and elixirs, Ning Cheng refrained from entering. He understood that they rarely accepted gold coins. Instead, they demanded chi stones. A single chi stone could be traded for 100 gold coins, and even if the Ning family were still prosperous, chi stones would be considered a luxury for them. Among the throngs of people on the bustling street, hunters adorned with various weapons meandered, their presence marked by a faint scent of blood, a testament to their years spent in the throes of battle. Despite their fearsome appearance, such individuals were highly sought after in Cangle City, for they were generous and seldom haggled over prices. Living a precarious existence, most of these hunters indulged in the pleasures of life, spending their hard-earned gold coins in lavish hotels and the city's brothels. Just as Ning Cheng was marveling at the vibrant life around him, a sharp cry pierced the air from the far end of the street. A young man clad in white, riding a white unicorn, came hurtling down the road like a streak of lightning. The crowd instinctively parted, while some unfortunate souls were knocked aside by the galloping unicorn. In a mere moment, this white apparition was upon Ning Cheng. Reacting swiftly, he noticed a small boy, frozen in fear in the middle of the street, oblivious to the impending danger. As the crowd retreated, Ning Cheng swiftly grasped the boy and pulled him to safety at the edge of the street. Just as he managed to clear the path, the white unicorn thundered past him, the rush of wind stinging his eyes. Relieved to see the boy unharmed, Ning Cheng exhaled, pondering the nature of the beast that had run amok in the streets. Suddenly, the unicorn came to a halt, turning around to face him. Daring to ruin my fun? Seeking death, the young man on the unicorn's back exclaimed, lashing out with a whip aimed at Ning Cheng. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to realize that he could not escape the force of the strike. The whip carried an invisible power that restrained him, leaving him no time to dodge. A weight settled in Ning Cheng's heart, and before he could contemplate his next move, a force lifted him off the ground. In the blink of an eye, the whip sliced through the air before him, even tugging at his garments. Understanding that someone had intervened on his behalf, Ning Cheng quickly grasped the situation. The unicorn's master had intentionally caused chaos on the street, reveling in the thrill of collision. By saving the boy, he had seemingly deprived the man of his amusement. As this realization dawned upon him, his heart sank further. This was no longer Earth. Such seemingly irrational behavior unfolded brazenly before him. By saving a child, he had unwittingly offended a man who sought pleasure in chaos. Upon noticing that Ning Cheng had been rescued, the white-clad man's anger flared anew. However, the moment he recognized who had come to Ning Cheng's aid, his ire subsided, replaced by a courteous demeanor. "Ah, it's Su Jie. This is merely a lowly commoner." As he spoke, the man dismounted from the unicorn. "Xian Yuan Kuei, I have no amicable relations with you, and whether I choose to aid commoners is none of your concern." A crisp, icy voice interjected. A strikingly graceful young woman in a pink dress stood before Ning Cheng. It was then that he realized she was the one who had saved him. However, he refrained from expressing his gratitude, for he recognized her as Jian Su Jie, an adversary of the Ning family, a name synonymous with their downfall. Gazing upon her beautiful yet frosty visage, Ning Cheng could not recall if he had ever wronged her. But he distinctly remembered the previous Ning Cheng held a deep infatuation for her. Yet, given his noble background, he would have been acutely aware of the vast chasm between them. Any affection would have remained unexpressed, never crossing into impropriety. Moreover, with Jian Su Jie's evident prowess, even the most oblivious would know better than to presume they were of equal standing. After being rebuffed by Jian Su Jie, Xian Yuan Kuei's expression turned awkward. "Wait, you are Ning Cheng? You're still alive?" "Jian Shiji, this scoundrel," Xian Yuan Kuei faltered, hesitant to continue addressing her in such familiarity. However, Jian Su Jie interrupted once more. "You need not concern yourself. Your only claim to fame is riding your tamed chi stone howler through the bustling streets." With that, she shot Ning Cheng a frosty glance. "If I were you, I would hide in a corner like a turtle, rather than shamelessly stroll about." Ning Cheng smirked internally, ignoring her taunt as he turned to leave. "Unappreciative wretch," Xian Yuan Kuei muttered, displeased that Ning Cheng had disregarded Jian Su Jie, who was typically treated with deference. Jian Su Jie, noticing Ning Cheng's indifference towards her, frowned slightly but chose not to engage further with Xian Yuan Kuei, pivoting to depart in another direction. Ning Cheng, feeling the weight of despair settle upon him, realized that in this place, without the means to cultivate strength, his chances of survival were slim. His heart was no longer in wandering the marketplace. He needed to focus on his cultivation, even if it meant seeking alternate methods or considering escape from the Tsangqin kingdom altogether. "Father, it was he who saved me," a tender voice piped up nearby. Ning Cheng turned to see the small boy he had rescued, now being held by a middle-aged man whose face bore the marks of hardship. The man, clearly the boy's father, seemed startled upon seeing Ning Cheng, quickly bowing in apology. "Young Master Ning, I deeply apologize. My child acted thoughtlessly and collided with you. I shall take him away at once." Without waiting for Ning Cheng's response, the man hurriedly retreated with the boy, disappearing into the crowd. Ning Cheng touched his gaunt face, shaking his head. He did not recognize the middle-aged man but sensed the palpable fear he harbored towards him, the young Master Ning. Such trivial matters weighed little on Ning Cheng's mind, for his foremost priority was to return to his cultivation. If he could not cultivate, he would need to devise another plan. Either flee the Tsangqin kingdom or find another means. First update delivered. Requests for support through collections and votes are appreciated. Chapter 4. The Secrets Within. Upon returning to the stone chamber, Ning Cheng's first task was to recall the cultivation techniques he had previously learned. His former self had little affinity for cultivation, and with his lackluster aptitude, progress had been slow, leading to a growing disinterest. Now, recalling the Ning family's ancestral cultivation methods felt somewhat arduous. Fortunately, Ning Cheng's grandfather, Ning Hongchong, though indulgent, had ensured that the fundamental tenets of the family's techniques were etched into his memory. After much effort, he finally recalled the first layer of the Ning family's cultivation mantra, along with certain acupoints and the flow of meridians. Following the mantra he had managed to remember, Ning Cheng cautiously sought to sense the sparse spiritual energy around him, aiming to cultivate a feeling of qi within his meridians. He prepared himself for an extended period without any sensation of qi. Fully aware of his limitations, had he possessed a more favorable aptitude, he would not have remained uninitiated in qi gathering until this day as he began to gather spiritual energy. A resounding hum reverberated through his meridians, a sound he could distinctly hear, accompanied by a surge of intense pain that coursed through his entire being. In the next moment, a rich and gentle power enveloped him, threatening to tear him apart. In that instant, he felt that any misstep could result in the complete rupture of his meridians, rendering him a cripple. In his alarm, Ning Cheng dared not relax for even a moment, focusing his mind to guide the sudden influx of qi, channeling it through his meridians according to the cultivation mantra he had committed to memory. With careful guidance, the impending explosion within his body gradually subsided. As time passed, Ning Cheng found himself immersed in a state where a warm essence coursed through his meridians, akin to gentle streams of warm water gradually enveloping his entire being. He vaguely sensed certain blockages within his meridians that naturally cleared, allowing impurities within him to be expelled by this flowing warmth. A comforting warmth surged within Ning Cheng's body, and in that state where even consciousness seemed obscured, he felt an inexplicable difference between his cultivation and what others had described in his recollections. Cultivation entailed absorbing external spiritual energy and transforming it into one's own true energy through the body's meridians. Yet, at this moment, he felt as though he had not drawn in a single ounce of spiritual energy from the outside world. Instead, there existed within him a pure essence that filled his meridians as he cultivated. This essence, like warm water, instinctively expelled the impurities from his body and effortlessly cleared the obstructions in his meridians. Circulating within them, it was unclear how long he had been in this state when Ning Cheng felt a sudden jolt throughout his entire body, prompting him to open his eyes wide. The world around him became startlingly clear, causing him to forget the essence that had been circulating within him moments before. An overwhelming sense of relief washed over him. Even a fool would recognize that he had unknowingly succeeded in gathering energy and had become a practitioner at the first level of energy gathering. Was cultivation truly this simple? No, that couldn't be right. If it were so easy, he wouldn't have struggled for years without achieving energy gathering, and the entire Tsangqin kingdom wouldn't have so many unable to do the same. Ning Cheng calculated the time he had spent cultivating and was certain it hadn't exceeded a day. Yet, In this brief span, he had managed to reach the first level of energy gathering, a feat that would undoubtedly be met with disbelief if shared. What could possibly explain this? At that moment, he had forgotten the peculiar odor of the impurities expelled from his body and instead sat in contemplation. He was not a fool. He understood well how to protect himself. Even before his rebirth, Ning Cheng had known he was different, possessing an exceptional memory and comprehension abilities far beyond others. It was precisely this frighteningly extraordinary talent that made him wary of drawing attention to himself. He simply wished to lead an ordinary life, and once his sister graduated from university, he would seek a simple existence. He was acutely aware of what his abilities represented. Revealing even a fraction of them would place him in the spotlight. Henceforth, he might never achieve the ordinary life he longed for. This was why Ning Cheng preferred to work at construction sites rather than exploit his talents for profit. He knew that once he began to reveal his abilities, it would be difficult to restrain himself, ultimately attracting unwanted attention. Had it not been for his encounter with Tian Mu Wan, he would have had no desire to continue his education. What he least expected was to be reborn in such a place after a heartbreak. Ning Cheng was certain that his cultivation was unlike anyone else's. While others absorbed spiritual energy from the outside world, he possessed a pure essence within his own body that enabled him to gather energy swiftly, elevating him to the first level. His long-standing caution urged him to understand the nature of this phenomenon. It felt as if there was a spring within him, providing this pure essence that significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, even rendering his qualifications irrelevant. Unfortunately, Ning Cheng was woefully uninformed about the path of cultivation, with his only knowledge stemming from the memories of his past life, making his understanding quite pitiable. His previous incarnation was certainly not one of exceptional talent. Had he been gifted? He wouldn't have waited until now to gather energy. Yet, the ease with which he cultivated suggested that something extraordinary had occurred during his rebirth. Ning Cheng recalled the beam of yellow light that had shot down from the sky. Perhaps his rapid cultivation speed was related to that very light. Setting aside these perplexing thoughts, he stepped outside to cleanse himself. After washing with well water, he noticed that some of the scars on his body had remarkably faded, and his skin appeared considerably fairer. Although he had not yet gathered energy, he was a student of Changqing's second star academy and hailed from the Ning family, which meant he was not entirely ignorant of cultivation. He understood that practitioners healed their wounds quickly, yet none had healed as rapidly as his. The scars that had been vivid yesterday had faded significantly today after reaching the first level of energy gathering, which was rather unusual. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached, footsteps clearly directed towards the courtyard where he resided. Ning Cheng's heart raced. He had been living there for several days, and no one had come by. Now, someone was approaching, evidently with intentions aimed at him. He had no time to ponder further and hurriedly slipped back into the house, quickly donning a clean set of clothes. Just as he finished dressing, Luofei pushed the door open, her demeanor anxious. "Why are you back?" Upon seeing Luofei, Ning Cheng felt a slight relief. Ever since offending Xian Yuan Kuei, he had been on edge. Seeing that Ning Cheng was unharmed, Luofei also felt a sense of relief, speaking in a neutral tone. "I heard you offended Xian Yuan Kuei." Ning Cheng anticipated that Luofei would scold him, so he interjected before she could finish. "He provoked me first. Even if it happened again, I would still intervene to save someone." It was unconscionable for him to witness a young boy trampled by a unicorn when he had the ability to save him. For Ning Cheng, allowing that boy to perish before his eyes would be an unbearable burden. Contrary to Ning Cheng's expectations, Luofei did not reprimand him. Instead, her tone softened as she said, "Xian Yuan Kuei holds a significant position in Changqing Kingdom. Staying here is surely a dead end for you." "Oh." At this point, Luofei paused, staring intently at Ning Cheng for a long moment before finally exclaiming, "You've successfully gathered energy? The odor in this room, is it from the impurities in your body?" Only then did Ning Cheng realize that Luofei had sensed the odor upon entering. She simply hadn't mentioned it in his presence. Now, upon witnessing his success in energy gathering, she brought it up. "Yes, I felt a surge of inspiration upon returning, and after practicing, I unexpectedly succeeded in gathering energy. Truly a stroke of luck," Ning Cheng replied with an awkward smile. Luofei, hearing his words, offered no response but scrutinized him closely for a while. Just as Ning Cheng was about to inquire about her thoughts, he suddenly felt a tightening in his chest as the implication of Luofei's gaze dawned upon him. Just days prior, she had been with him, and given the state of his body, it would have been challenging for him to recover so swiftly. How could he have suddenly reached the first level of energy gathering? Clearly, there was a secret about him that Luofei had discerned. If she could see through it, others certainly would as well. Having just emerged from confinement, anyone would be aware of his situation. Although Ning Cheng himself was uncertain about the nature of his secret, others might not share his ignorance. It was entirely possible that someone might even dissect him to uncover the truth. Luofei, I have indeed reached the first level of energy gathering and wish to visit the academy. Ning Cheng quickly clarified his situation. For him, the only path to safety lay within Songqin's second star academy. Remaining outside could lead to his demise at any moment. Luofei, who had been pondering the secret surrounding Ning Cheng, now shifted her focus entirely upon hearing his words. The fact that he addressed her as Luofei instead of his usual nickname was notable. Could it be that adversity truly fosters rapid growth? She quickly realized that this was not the time for such musings. I returned specifically to ensure you could temporarily go to the academy. Remaining outside alone would certainly put you in danger. However, since you are no longer a student of the academy, you cannot attend classes. Old Mu in the academy's cultivation chamber is quite kind and has helped me greatly. I have discussed your situation with him, and you could assist him as a handyman, which would be considered your connection to the academy. I have no objections, Ning Cheng readily agreed. For now, his priority was simply to preserve his life. He understood that he possessed a secret, and he believed that with his cultivation speed, he would soon gain the ability to protect himself. Luofei nodded. Go help out in the cultivation chamber. At the very least, you should be recognized as someone who has gathered energy. I brought a gathering stone with me this time, intending to assist you in gathering energy, but since you have already succeeded, that is even better. We will remain here for a few days before heading to the academy. Ning Cheng, with his keen intellect, quickly grasped Luofei's intentions. She recognized that his success in gathering energy was extraordinary, hence her desire to linger a few more days. Once others learned of his achievement, it would be convenient for her to deflect attention onto herself. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he noticed that Luofei's complexion appeared somewhat off, her face subtly paling. Are you all right? Ning Cheng asked, and at that moment, Luofei stumbled slightly. He hurried to support her. Her body felt delicate and fragrant. Yet there lingered a faint trace of blood. Before Ning Cheng could inquire further, Luofei gently pushed him away, stating, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a moment. I'll come out to speak with you shortly. With that, she retreated into the adjacent room. Ning Cheng glanced at his palm, where he noticed a faint trace of blood. In an instant, he understood. Luofei had sustained an injury. His hand was just resting on Luofei's back, indicating her injury was there. After glancing around Luofei's room, Ning Cheng hesitated but did not step inside. Luofei had reached the third tier of qi gathering, and her cultivation far exceeded his, suggesting that the Songqin's second star academy was not a particularly safe place. Luofei was drawn out by the enticing aroma of the food, and she had changed into a different set of clothes. After resting for a while, Ning Cheng noticed that her complexion had improved from the previous pallor. Did you make this? Luofei asked in astonishment as she looked at the 4 dishes and a soup laid out on the small wooden table. In her memory, when had Ning Cheng ever cooked? Moreover, the food was so visually appealing. Ning Cheng smiled. Of course, I made it. Come and eat. Luofei was evidently not a person of many words, although she was surprised that Ning Cheng could cook. She did not inquire further. Whether it was the deliciousness of the food or her genuine hunger, she devoured several bowls of rice, still feeling as if she could eat more. After finishing the meal, Ning Cheng quickly stood up to clear the dishes. Wait, Luofei called out to him. I'll take care of this later. You have never done this before. Realizing the flaw in her statement, Luofei quickly corrected herself. You should sit down first. I have something to discuss with you. Once Ning Cheng was seated, Luofei took out 2 ancient, extremely thin scrolls and handed them to him, saying, These were left by your grandfather. He instructed me to give them to you later. Now that you have successfully gathered qi, it is time to pass them on to you. Ning Cheng accepted the 2 thin scrolls in silence, fully aware of their significance. His grandfather had doted on him but also understood his true nature. These scrolls must contain the family's treasured cultivation techniques, which Ji Luofei was entrusted to deliver. The reason Ji Luofei gave him the scrolls was not merely due to his qi-gathering achievement, but because he was no longer the same Ning Cheng as before. Seeing Ning Cheng stow the scrolls away, Ji Luofei sighed in relief, seemingly grateful to have completed a significant task. She then presented him with a wooden box, saying, "Inside is a qi-gathering stone. Take it for your cultivation." Ning Cheng, no longer a novice, recognized the value of the qi-gathering stone. One such stone was worth 100 gold coins, and even at that surface price, it was nearly impossible to acquire one. Even the Ning family possessed very few. Given that Ji Luofei was offering him a qi-gathering stone, he immediately refused, saying, "Luofei, I've already gathered qi. You are at the 3rd tier now and need the qi-gathering stone yourself. There's no need to give it to me." Ji Luofei forcefully pressed the wooden box into Ning Cheng's hands. "Just take it. You know I'm at the 3rd tier. With my aptitude, I will likely leave the Chongqing 2nd Star Academy soon, and from then on, you will have to rely on yourself." Upon hearing Ji Luofei's words, Ning Cheng ceased to resist the wooden box. He accepted it with a sigh, saying, "Luofei, I was not very understanding in the past, and I ask for your forgiveness for any distress I caused you. You know my limitations. You will eventually leave Chongqing, and we may never meet again. Fortunately, although we were betrothed in childhood, we have yet to marry. Once you reach the 4th tier of qi gathering, we will become two people from different worlds, and we can consider the previous engagement null, for you have endured much during your time in the Ning family. Had it not been for the Ning residents being reduced to ashes, Ning Cheng might have even returned the engagement to Ji Luofei." Ji Luofei stared blankly at Ning Cheng, completely unprepared for such words from him. Yet, she understood the truth in his statement. Once she left Chongqing, the chance to meet Ning Cheng again would vanish. "My life was saved by Grandfather Ning. Without him, Ji Luofei would not exist. What you say may be true. After I leave Chongqing, we shall have no further meetings. Moreover, I am now disfigured, making our marriage impractical, but I also understand the principle of loyalty. The engagement was established between Grandfather Ning and my grandfather. Without their consent, I will not release it. I can only wish you well once I depart, as I truly cannot stay by your side for a lifetime." After saying this, Ji Luofei stood up, carrying several bowls into the low kitchen. She knew Ning Cheng was right. Once she left Chongqing, their paths would no longer cross. With her aptitude, forcing herself to stay and care for Ning Cheng would only hasten his demise. Now that Ning Cheng had reached the 1st tier of qi gathering, regardless of the circumstances of his advancement, it brought her some comfort. Ning Cheng was exceedingly intelligent. How could he not grasp Ji Luofei's intent? He understood that she intended to leave Chongqing and that they might never meet again. His proposal to annul the engagement was merely to relieve her of any burdens. After all, Ji Luofei had saved his life, and the only assistance he could offer her was this. Now that Ji Luofei had refused, he did not wish to press the matter further. Returning to his room, Ning Cheng immediately took out the qi-gathering stone. Though he had memories of such stones, he had never seen one before. Now that Ji Luofei had returned the stone to him, he was eager to discover what made it so extraordinarily valuable. 100 gold coins could purchase a qi-gathering stone, and even then, it was not guaranteed. The price was indeed steep. The moment Ning Cheng retrieved the qi-gathering stone, Ji Luofei sensed it. She glanced at Ning Cheng's room, a slight smile gracing her lips. Although Ning Cheng had shed his previous frivolous demeanor, he still retained a touch of childishness, claiming he did not need the qi-gathering stone. Yet he immediately took it out. Ji Luofei sensed the qi-gathering stone, while Ning Cheng was unaware that when he saw a rather ordinary dark yellow stone, disappointment washed over him. The stone seemed to contain a significant amount of spiritual energy. Yet Ning Cheng felt that this energy could not compare to what he sensed during his cultivation. After putting the qi-gathering stone away, he took out the 2 scrolls. One scroll detailed the history of the Ning family, while the other contained their cultivation techniques. Upon finishing the first scroll, Ning Cheng gained a much clearer and detailed understanding of his world. The Chongqing Kingdom was merely a small vassal state in the Pingzhou region, which itself was just a corner of the Yixing continent. The Yixing continent comprised 9 major landmasses, with Pingzhou being the most spiritually deficient, primarily inhabited by mortal nations, classifying it as a lower-tier continent. The Yixing continent was rife with complex factions, and since the Ning family had only ever produced one cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm, they did not possess extensive knowledge of the entire continent. From the scroll, Ning Cheng could only discern that the main powers in the lower-tier continent were true nations, vassal states, academies, families. In some sections, the academies and true nations were the strongest factions the Ning family had learned about, with each true nation hosting numerous vassal states. Vassal states were also classified by strength, with 3 stars being the highest. 1-star vassal states were essentially mortal nations, with perhaps a few ordinary martial practitioners. The Zhongqin Kingdom was merely a 1-star vassal state. Were it not for the presence of a 2-star academy, it would be equivalent to a mortal nation. Conversely, academies were different. Within the lower-tier continent, the highest-ranking academies were only 5-star institutions. In this context, a 3-star academy was akin to a 3-star vassal state. If a true nation possessed a 5-star academy, that academy would essentially dominate the true nation. The thin scroll from the Ning family also contained a note stating that there were rumored to be 9-star academies in the Yixing continent, but the Ning family had never produced any formidable experts, making it impossible for them to verify the truth of this claim. Upon closing the scroll, Ning Cheng let out a slow sigh. He still did not fully comprehend the vastness of the Yixing continent. Yet from the scroll, he could surmise its immense scale. Even the Zhongqin Kingdom was likely just a speck of dust within the grand expanse of the Yixing continent. Although the Ning family had produced one foundation establishment realm cultivator, they remained trapped in the lower-tier continent, showcasing how naive his previous thoughts were about returning to Earth upon reaching that realm. The Ning family's ability to establish themselves in the Zhongqin Kingdom stemmed from generations of loyalty to the kingdom's rulers. Even so, when the Ning family was ultimately destroyed in the capital, the king of the Zhongqin Kingdom had said not a single word. Even if Ning Cheng had come from Earth, he felt an intense displeasure. The king of the Zhongqin Kingdom was inherently cold-hearted, unworthy of such loyalty. The second scroll was as Ning Cheng had anticipated, detailing the Ning family's cultivation techniques. The first line read, "This is a top-tier mortal-level technique." Upon reading this, Ning Cheng felt a wave of disappointment. Even at its pinnacle, it was still merely a mortal-level technique. The scroll provided a detailed account of the 9 tiers of qi gathering, along with annotations. Glancing at the beginning, he found that it resembled the first-tier technique he recalled. Following the method outlined in the latter part, he attempted to circulate his qi, and a stream of energy akin to warm water suddenly surged from his dantian. Startled, Ning Cheng nearly halted his cultivation, when suddenly a new meridian energy circulation pathway appeared in his mind. This new pathway was evidently different from what was described in the Ning family's technique. And Ning Cheng sensed that if he guided his qi according to this newly emerged method, the results would likely be superior. Here is the first update of the day. Please support and add to your favorites. Mobile users, please browse WAP for a more refined reading experience. Chapter 6. Concealment Technique. Ning Cheng was taken aback by his own thoughts and forcefully stopped his cultivation. He was merely a cultivator at the first tier of qi gathering, and his understanding of cultivation could be described as primitive at best. To suggest that someone with only a rudimentary understanding of the first level of qi gathering could uncover a method of cultivation superior to that of the Ning family's ancestral techniques is something he himself finds hard to believe. The Ning family's cultivation methods, even if they are merely of the mortal grade, have been refined over countless ages by the experiences of innumerable practitioners. What basis does he have to identify the flaws in such a method, let alone rectify them? Despite his intense desire to experiment further, Ning Cheng managed to suppress that impulse. He understood that once he embarked on cultivation, it could become an unending endeavor. Even if he refrained from modifying the technique, it was entirely possible that he could advance to the second level of qi gathering in one breath. Having struggled to articulate the first level of qi gathering, he found himself at a loss when contemplating the second. He was in urgent need of enhancing his cultivation, but first, he must identify a suitable rationale or method. Furthermore, the notion that he could independently discover a more appropriate pathway for his true qi meridians was, in itself, a rather peculiar matter. Until he comprehended this, he dared not proceed. Yet, within Ning Cheng's heart, excitement continued to swell. Even without altering the technique, he no longer worried about his inadequate talent hindering his progress. It felt as though an immensely powerful source of cultivation resided within him. If this situation persisted, to what heights might he ascend? Would it be the realm of true condensation or the foundation establishment realm? Not continuing his practice, Ning Cheng turned his attention to the scroll of techniques in his hand. This was a manual for mortal-level cultivation, detailing everything from the 1st to the 9th levels of qi gathering, along with annotations from the ancestors of the Ning family regarding the techniques. To his surprise, he discovered that the scroll also contained some rudimentary spells at its conclusion. Besides the fireball technique and the wind blade technique, there was also a wind control technique. Originally, Ning Cheng's inherent nature inclined him to be most intrigued by the wind control technique, which promised the ability to traverse several zhang, even a dozen zhang, in midair after reaching the 3rd level of qi gathering. Had he not glimpsed the concealment technique, he would have certainly attempted to explore the wind control technique. The description of the concealment technique, however, struck Ning Cheng as precisely what he needed at this moment. The concealment technique offered the ability for cultivators to obscure their cultivation realm. This revelation filled Ning Cheng with exuberance. He harbored a secret within himself, and regardless of its nature, the fact remained that he was cultivating rapidly. If he could cultivate swiftly and also conceal his realm, what could he possibly fear? However, Ning Cheng's joy was short-lived, as disappointment soon crept in once more. The concealment technique was merely a spell within a mortal-level technique. Even if he mastered it to perfection, it could only obscure 3 minor levels at best. Even if he succeeded, it would likely only deceive those at the qi gathering stage. To fool a true condensation practitioner was, without a doubt, impossible. Although true condensation practitioners were scarce in the Zhangqin kingdom, they certainly existed. He recalled that the president and vice president of the Zhangqin Academy were both true condensation cultivators. Despite knowing that the concealment technique in this scroll was not particularly formidable, Ning Cheng resolved to learn it first and foremost. Already at the 1st level of qi gathering, he possessed an extraordinary memory and comprehension ability. Even though it was his first encounter with spells, he grasped the cultivation method completely within the span of an hour. When Ning Cheng began to cultivate the concealment technique, a gentle stream of energy surged from his dantian, and new pathways for the concealment technique appeared in his mind. This prompted Ning Cheng to continue without further hesitation. He briefly contemplated before practicing the concealment technique according to the newly emerged incantation in his mind. He sensed that the incantation manifesting in his mind was superior to the version he had previously studied. Perhaps it was a newly revised version of the concealment technique, modified from its original foundation. Ning Cheng could not fathom the reason behind this phenomenon, but he vaguely sensed a connection to the yellow light that had previously struck him. He decided to proceed with this modified version of the concealment technique, ready to halt immediately if he detected anything amiss. Nevertheless, after commencing his practice, Ning Cheng encountered no discrepancies. The true qi flowed smoothly through his meridians along the new pathways, without the slightest hint of sluggishness. Before long, he found himself completely engrossed in the cultivation of the spell. When Ning Cheng regained consciousness, he discovered that he had achieved initial mastery of the spell he had been practicing. He attempted to use the concealment technique to obscure his own qi fluctuations, and, to his astonishment, succeeded with remarkable ease, concealing the energy fluctuations without a trace of delay. What a marvelous thing! Ning Cheng exclaimed instinctively, unsure whether he was referring to the concealment technique or the ability that was correcting his cultivation method. Just as he uttered these words, he heard Luofei's voice from outside. Since you have finished your cultivation, come out for breakfast. Upon hearing Luofei's voice, Ning Cheng realized that he had unwittingly spent the entire night in his room, and it was now the following morning. Time truly seemed inconsequential during cultivation, as he had hardly felt its passage, yet an entire night had gone by. What have you encountered in your cultivation? Luofei stood up in astonishment upon seeing Ning Cheng emerge, as she could no longer sense any fluctuations of true qi emanating from him. This meant that she could not discern Ning Cheng's cultivation level. To be precise, it appeared that he had lost his cultivation altogether. Only then did Ning Cheng realize that this was likely due to his use of the concealment technique, and he quickly responded, I feel that my realm is still somewhat unstable. Sometimes I can sense the true qi, and other times I cannot. Even though Luofei was his fiancée, Ning Cheng refrained from revealing his secret. He understood that if he had not altered the cultivation method of the concealment technique, he would never have managed to achieve success in a single night. This secret, which allowed for the correction of cultivation methods, was far too terrifying. If he were a seasoned expert, it might be different, but he was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. Luofei, being of low cultivation herself, did not comprehend the situation well. She furrowed her brow and, after a moment, said, although you have reached the 1st level of qi gathering, your cultivation has likely not yet stabilized. You should use that qi-gathering stone in the coming days, and it should suffice. Now, let us eat. Ning Cheng then noticed that the meal on the small wooden table had already been prepared, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Both of them harbored their own thoughts, and breakfast was consumed in silence. After finishing the meal, Ning Cheng returned to his room to continue his cultivation. And Luofei did not pry further. Days swiftly passed, during which Ning Cheng devoted himself entirely to the concealment technique, only briefly familiarizing himself with the fireball and wind blade techniques without engaging in any serious practice. He was aware that practicing such spells within the confines of his room was not suitable. One day, Luofei observed that Ning Cheng's cultivation seemed to have stabilized at the first level of qi gathering and said to him, "Your first level of qi gathering should be stable now. Let us head to the academy today." "All right," Ning Cheng replied without hesitation. Even if Luofei had not mentioned it, he had intended to remind her. Over the past few days, he had sensed that some individuals had been lurking around the small stone house. Had Luofei not been present, he feared he might have been taken away long ago. The Concealment Academy held a preeminent position in the Concealment Kingdom, even surpassing the status of the kingdom itself. This was largely due to the fact that the Academy's vice president, Yong Changyin, was a member of the royal family. In Ning Cheng's memory, the Concealment Academy was vast. Having not frequented it previously and harboring some disdain towards it, his recollection was rather vague. However, upon accompanying Luofei to the academy, he began to understand why it was regarded as the foremost power within the Concealment Kingdom. The architecture of the Concealment Academy bore resemblance to that of Western castles, sprawling over an immense area, with clusters of trees and magical arenas exuding an air of grandeur from afar. Ning Cheng was more familiar with the royal city of Concealment, and he was certain that it paled in comparison to this Academy. Standing at the entrance of the academy, Ning Cheng could distinctly feel that the spiritual energy here was significantly denser than in other places. Before the academy's grand entrance lay a vast square, measuring several hundred zhong, at the center of which stood an enormous arena. Noticing Ning Cheng's gaze fixed upon the colossal arena, Luofei spoke in a subdued tone. That is the duel stage. When cultivators within the academy have grievances or disputes, they may resolve them through life or death duels there. Previously, there was no duel stage, as academies of 3 stars and above typically possess such facilities. In an effort to vie for 3-star status, the Concealment Academy established this duel stage. Afterward, Luofei turned to Ning Cheng and cautioned, "In the future, while you assist in the cultivation room, try to remain out of sight and avoid making enemies or provoking trouble. Once you step onto the duel stage, it will be quite challenging to extricate yourself." Ning Cheng, puzzled, inquired, "If someone challenges me to a duel, can I simply refuse?" "No," Luofei replied succinctly, and without waiting for Ning Cheng to ask further, she entered the academy's gates. As Ning Cheng stepped into the academy alongside Luofei, a clear voice echoed in his ears. Concealment Academy will select 10 disciples to participate in the selection for the 5-star Academy of Huazhou. Luofei appeared to have not heard it, but Ning Cheng nearly stumbled in shock. This was undoubtedly an announcement, and he was certain he had not misheard. "What are you standing there for?" Luofei turned back to ask upon noticing Ning Cheng's dazed expression. "Is this an announcement?" Ning Cheng murmured, rooted in place, as he felt he had been transported back to a familiar environment. If not for being on Earth, where would such an announcement come from? This was a wondrous place, a realm for cultivation and the execution of various spells. Yet, if given the choice, Ning Cheng would prefer to return to Earth, where at least he had his sister and a loved one. The second chapter is presented. The author humbly requests your support through recommendations and collections. Chapter 7. Ning Cheng's work. Of course. The broadcast Luofei remarked with a hint of exasperation upon noticing Ning Cheng standing there, murmuring to himself. The broadcasting formation at Concealment's 2-star Academy had only recently been introduced. As the Academy sought to apply for membership among the 3-star academies, in addition to enhancing its strength, the Academy also needed to upgrade its facilities. The dueling platform outside the Academy was established for this very reason, and the broadcasting formation was set up at a considerable cost, with a formation master from Huazhou being invited to construct it. Not only that, but the Academy also had sound spheres for sale. The sound spheres of Concealment's 2-star Academy could broadcast events across most of Pingzhou. with their sound transmission constructed through various sound transmission formations. Where did this bumpkin come from? He doesn't even know about sound domain formations. A long-haired boy sneered as he passed by Ning Cheng and Luofei, having overheard their conversation. Ning Cheng quickly realized that the broadcast here was indeed not transmitted through electrical currents, but rather through some other means. Just as he was about to retort to the mockery, Luofei tugged at his hand and said, "Ignore him. Let us go. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the ugly G." The boy, having recognized Luofei, continued to mock her without restraint. Luofei's expression remained calm, showing no sign of being affected, as if the mockery didn't pertain to her at all. Ning Cheng suppressed his inner fury, being pulled away by Luofei. He understood that with his current cultivation, if a conflict arose, he would likely be eliminated in an instant. Luofei is truly useless, unable to even handle such an eyesore. After Luofei and Ning Cheng left, the boy continued to sneer behind them. His intention was glaringly clear: to provoke Luofei. Ning Cheng could sense Luofei was struggling to contain her anger. And at that moment, he almost turned back to confront the mocker. His name is Chu Chunjun, at the third layer of Qi gathering, and his cultivation is even slightly higher than mine, Luofei explained in a subdued tone. Ning Cheng remained silent, knowing that with his insufficient strength, any words he spoke would be futile. Luofei's statement served as a reminder. If he were stronger, Chu Chunjun would not dare to speak so arrogantly before him. He pondered over who Gu Fei was. From Chu Chunjun's words, it seemed Luofei had had some prior encounter with Gu Fei. He wondered if Luofei's previous injuries were related to that incident. Songqin's second star academy was vast, and Ning Cheng understood that Luofei brought him here for his own safety. He assumed she would lead him to a secluded area for shelter. But to his surprise, Luofei brought him before an ancient, robust tower-like structure. The tower appeared remarkably imposing, and there were quite a number of people entering and exiting. While it was referred to as a tower, it was merely similar in shape. More accurately, it was a building resembling a tower, as its top was flat. In the center of this tower-like structure, several large characters were inscribed. Songqin Cultivation Tower. "Follow me inside, and refrain from speaking recklessly," Luofei instructed Ning Cheng before stepping inside. This tower-like building, already immense from the outside, revealed itself to be several times larger once Ning Cheng entered the ground floor. Luofei led Ning Cheng to the third floor, where they approached a black stone door in the corner. Old Mu resides here. This is the Academy's cultivation room, all managed by Old Mu. When you meet him, you must show respect, as Luofei continued to advise Ning Cheng. The black stone door swung open. A frail old man, with sparse hair and a face lined with wrinkles, stood at the entrance, his eyes barely able to open. "Since you're here, come in," he said, his voice surprisingly loud and clear. Had Ning Cheng heard that voice first, he would have certainly believed it belonged to a young man in his 20s or 30s. "Old Mu, this is Ning Cheng." Luofei entered the stone door first and respectfully bowed to the old man. Ning Cheng followed, bowing as he said, "Ning Cheng pays his respects to Old Mu. Qi gathering first layer. Well, you might just manage to assist," Old Mu said, casting a dull gaze over Ning Cheng. Luofei hastily added, "Although Ning Cheng lacks a primary spirit root, he possesses 3 secondary mixed spirit roots." "What color?" Old Mu inquired again. Luofei, somewhat anxious, replied, "Dull yellow." Ning Cheng was not well versed in spirit roots. He only knew they represented one's aptitude, and his was quite poor, so he assumed his spirit roots could not be much better. Just moments ago, it was Old Mu who had inquired about Ning Cheng's spirit roots, yet upon Luofei's response, Old Mu merely snorted, "You're here to clean the cultivation rooms. Your spirit root's quality has no bearing on that. Now, you can leave. There's nothing for you here." "Yes, the junior shall take his leave." Upon hearing Old Mu's words, Luofei quickly bowed her head and exited, not uttering another word to Ning Cheng. However, Ning Cheng sensed something amiss. Luofei had previously stated that Old Mu treated her well, and it was Old Mu's goodwill that allowed her to bring him here as a helper. Yet, given Luofei's demeanor towards Old Mu, it seemed she was not highly regarded by him. If that were the case, why would Old Mu extend any assistance to him? Once Luofei departed, the seemingly lifeless Old Mu coldly addressed Ning Cheng. "The 7th floor of the cultivation tower happens to be unoccupied for cleaning. You will be responsible for it." Ning Cheng was bewildered. What did it mean to be responsible for the 7th floor? The old man merely stated that he was in charge of the 7th floor and offered no further explanation. Who knew what he was supposed to do? Furthermore, where did he reside? This is for you. Go to the 7th floor. Don't disturb me for any reason, Old Mu said, tossing a wooden plaque and a thin piece of paper to Ning Cheng. As soon as Ning Cheng caught the wooden plaque and the paper, he felt an immense force push him, and he involuntarily found himself ejected from the room. The next moment, the black stone door closed behind him. It seems Old Mu is not one to converse easily. He doesn't appear to be a good person either. Ning Cheng thought to himself, though he dared not press further to inquire about Old Mu. The paper bore simple instructions. Before dawn each day, he must clean the unused cultivation rooms on the 7th floor. Any anomalies must be reported promptly. The wooden plaque served as a key to open the doors of the cultivation rooms. As long as a room was unoccupied, he could use the plaque to access it. Failure to comply with the regulations would result in severe penalties. Ning Cheng scrutinized the straightforward instructions, feeling utterly perplexed. Regulations? There was hardly any mention of what those regulations were. Moreover, what constituted an anomaly? Who was he supposed to report to? How was he to clean? All of these questions left him in the dark. The only thing he understood was that this cultivation tower had 7 floors and that he was to work on the 7th floor. With no knowledge of where he would eat or sleep, Ning Cheng longed to ask Luofei for clarification, but he had no idea where she might be. Songqin's 2nd Star Academy was so expansive that even if he were to wander around, it would hardly be a quick endeavor. Ning Cheng had assumed that after Luofei brought him to Old Mu, she would wait outside for him, but after exiting Old Mu's stone chamber, he found no sign of her. He refrained from searching for Luofei, fully aware that the less he exposed himself here, the better. Luofei's awareness of his offense against Xian Yuan Kuei indicated that Xian Yuan Kuei held a significant position within Songqin's 2nd Star Academy. Or perhaps that Jin Sujia, who had rescued him, also held considerable standing here. Otherwise, the matter would not have reached Luofei's ears. Ning Cheng ascended to the 7th floor of the cultivation tower, discovering it to be much smaller than he had anticipated. Although the cultivation tower was not a true tower, it was constructed in a tower-like fashion. With only 7 floors in total, the upper levels were naturally smaller, which was to be expected. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Ning Cheng counted a total of 18 cultivation rooms. He quickly grasped that as long as the red light at the entrance of a cultivation room was lit, it indicated that someone was inside. If the light was extinguished, then the room was unoccupied. The 7th floor evidently had very few practitioners. Only 3 cultivation rooms had their red lights illuminated, while the rest were dark. Ning Cheng attempted to insert the wooden plaque into the slot at the entrance of an empty cultivation room, and the stone door slid open automatically. He then beheld the interior of the room, which was also quite spacious, divided into 2 sections. The outer area resembled a small playground, while the inner room bore signs of various spells being practiced, with debris scattered about and traces of fire damage. The inner section seemed to serve as a resting area, containing a wooden bed. After exiting that cultivation room, Ning Cheng explored the remaining rooms. These cultivation rooms were largely similar. Some had puddles of water on the floor, others bore various burn marks, and a few were littered with dead plant vines. After a brief survey, Ning Cheng understood what his task entailed. He was to clean the vacant cultivation rooms daily. To put it plainly, he was now a janitor. After making his rounds, Ning Cheng found his own living quarters in a corner of the 7th floor, a small stone room only a few square meters in size. Like Old Mu, he resided in a small stone house, but his was even smaller than Old Mu's by a significant margin. Inside the small room, there was only a bed and a few cleaning tools, a large broom, a metal shovel, and a dustpan, which collectively took up 1/10 of the room's space. Ning Cheng found himself breathing a sigh of relief. At least he had secured a place to reside. Although it was within the bustling confines of the cultivation tower, it was relatively secluded. The only pressing question on his mind was where he could dine and wash up. He hesitated to approach Mulao, not daring to confront that grim visage. Instead, he made his way to a small stone room on the 6th floor, where another individual was tasked with cleaning the cultivation chambers. Upon knocking on the stone door, he was greeted by a tall, gaunt man even thinner than himself. Noticing the man's palpable impatience, Ning Cheng quickly inquired, "I am new here and am responsible for cleaning the cultivation rooms on the 7th floor. Might I ask where the dining area is located? Who told you that those who clean the cultivation rooms are entitled to meals?" the lanky man retorted disdainfully before slamming the stone door shut with a loud thud. Chapter 8. Gathering Qi. Second layer. Ning Cheng was taken aback by the unpleasant demeanor of the individual he had questioned, prompting him to consider descending to the 5th floor for answers. The 6th floor was considerably larger than the 7th, with the occasional sight of individuals entering and exiting the cultivation rooms, unlike the 7th floor, where no one seemed to appear. Wait a moment, someone called out at the staircase. Are you calling for me? Ning Cheng turned to see an older student, who appeared to have just exited the cultivation room. The student had a much darker complexion than Ning Cheng and wore a smile that suggested no ill intentions. Ning Cheng was aware that any student engaged in cultivation held a status far superior to his own as a mere laborer. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had no intention of asking such individuals for assistance or engaging in lengthy conversations. The Academy of Chongqing, students who gained admission typically hailed from distinguished backgrounds, and Ning Cheng could not afford to cross any of them. I overheard your inquiry. You must be the one cleaning the cultivation rooms, the student stated directly. Ning Cheng promptly replied, yes, it's my first day, and I'm unsure where the dining area is, so I came to ask. Not only do you seem unaware of the dining arrangements, but it appears you are also unfamiliar with the rules here. Remember, laborers are not permitted to use the grand staircase. If you are encountered by certain students or enforcers, you could face dire consequences, the student warned. Ning Cheng was taken aback. He had just descended from the 7th floor using the grand staircase. Moreover, Luofei had not informed him of this rule. Had this student not intervened, he might have found himself in grave peril. Thank you for the warning, my friend. I would have been in danger otherwise, Ning Cheng expressed with gratitude. The student smiled and replied, it's nothing. I was once responsible for cleaning the cultivation rooms myself. After 7 years, I finally reached the 2nd layer of gathering Qi, and the Academy recognized my potential. Granting me formal admission as a disciple, I am now at the 4th layer of gathering Qi. If you apply yourself diligently, you may one day find yourself in a similar position. Remember, in the future, you must enter and exit the cultivation tower through the side doors. With that, the student gestured towards a discreet side entrance. That is the side door. Each floor has one at once inside. You can access the back of the cultivation tower directly. There is a dining area behind the cultivation tower, but remember, you must earn your own meal money. Do not seek out Mulao. Doing so could lead to your demise. I wish you luck. After imparting this advice, the student did not disclose his name and descended the staircase without further ado. Ning Cheng understood that the individual had no intention of forming an acquaintance. However, the guidance he received felt like a lifeline, and Ning Cheng felt immense gratitude towards him. Hearing footsteps approaching the grand staircase, Ning Cheng hastily made his way to the small side door, opened it, and slipped inside. The passage behind the door was exceedingly dark, resembling an emergency exit in a high-rise building. As he descended the narrow stairway, he soon found himself at the rear of the cultivation tower. The area behind the tower was still part of the academy, but far less frequented. Featuring a narrow, winding path lined with towering trees, through the gaps in the foliage, Ning Cheng could still observe numerous students bustling about. Some students purposefully ventured down this path, hurrying along its length. After walking for approximately 15 minutes, Ning Cheng spotted a small door adjacent to a stone house. Inside the stone house, a middle-aged man appeared indifferent to the students coming and going, suggesting he was merely a gatekeeper. Upon exiting the small door, Ning Cheng was immediately struck by the vibrant scene before him. It was akin to a bustling marketplace teeming with life. Various shops, food stalls, and vendors filled the area, though the overall quality was rather modest compared to the main thoroughfares of Cangle City. The sheer liveliness and multitude of people made Ning Cheng question whether Luofei was even aware of this place. At the very least, it did not feature in his previous memories. A large signpost stood prominently, directing visitors to various locations. Surprisingly, the first indication was not for a merchant's establishment or a shop for magical artifacts and elixirs, but rather for a dueling arena. Ning Cheng's curiosity piqued at this unfamiliar term. He decided to follow the arrow towards the dueling arena, and after a brief walk, he arrived at a massive circular structure. He paused, observing two individuals stationed at the entrance, evidently collecting fees. Though he still possessed some silver coins, which he intended to reserve for his living expenses, Ning Cheng was reluctant to squander his funds on this enigmatic dueling arena. Just as he contemplated turning away, a group of individuals emerged from the circular building, their conversation capturing his attention. "Those barbarian duels lack any excitement. I lost some silver coins today, and didn't he even witness anything thrilling," one remarked. The fight between the ugly girl Ji and Gu Fei was truly captivating. "I never expected Gu Fei to be outmatched by her," another added. "Ji Luofei may be unattractive, but she understands the importance of cultivation. Defeating Gu Fei earned her a gathering chi stone. Just imagine, one gathering chi stone. However, she seems to have sustained significant injuries. Once Gu Fei's brother Gu Yiming returns, she might find herself in deep trouble. Even if Gu Yiming doesn't come back, Gu Fei won't let this go lightly. Ugly is not necessarily a fair assessment. She merely suffered disfigurement. Otherwise, who in the academy possesses a physique superior to hers? Even Jian Sujia falls short." Silence. "Do you wish to court death by mentioning senior sister Jian?" As the group of individuals gradually distanced themselves, Ning Cheng clenched his fists, veins bulging. He refrained from entering the dueling arena, but he could easily envision the gruesome battles that awaited within, akin to underground prize fighting. He could hardly fathom that Ji Luofei had painstakingly acquired her gathering chi stone from this place, leaving her with severe aftereffects. This included Gu Fei's brother, Gu Yiming, and according to these individuals, Gu Fei herself harbored a vendetta against Ji Luofei. With little desire to linger, Ning Cheng hastily procured some provisions and returned to the 7th floor of the cultivation tower. He needed to accelerate his cultivation pace and reach the 4th layer of gathering chi as swiftly as possible. In this realm, strength equated to dignity. The 7th floor of the cultivation tower saw few students engaged in practice. After cleaning a few cultivation rooms, Ning Cheng secluded himself within a small stone chamber to commence his training. For students cultivating within the rooms, sealing the doors would amplify the spiritual energy within. Unfortunately, Ning Cheng did not enjoy such privileges. His small stone chamber remained unchanged regardless of whether it was sealed. As Ning Cheng began to gather his chi, a new flow of true energy manifested in his mind. With the concealment technique in mind, he discarded the cultivation methods laid out in the Ning family's thin scrolls without hesitation, opting instead to follow the training method that emerged in his consciousness. The thinness of the external spiritual energy held no bearing on him. As he commenced his practice, his dantian provided a purer and more concentrated source of spiritual energy than before, continuously cleansing and unblocking his meridians. Drawing from his prior experience, Ning Cheng remained calm and discovered that utilizing the newly revealed cultivation method proved far more effective than the Ning family's techniques. The speed of true energy flowing through his meridians surged exponentially. When Ning Cheng finally regained consciousness, he realized he had ascended to the 2nd layer of gathering chi, as a substantial amount of filth seeped from his body. Feeling the potent flow of true energy coursing through him, he was assured of his advancement to the 2nd layer. Upon reflecting on the passage of time, he was astonished to find that he had cultivated for 2 consecutive days and nights. Aside from feeling hunger, he was only aware of the pulsating sensation of true energy within him. Ning Cheng dared not continue his training, recognizing that he had neglected the cleaning of the cultivation rooms for 2 days. Fortunately, he knew that few individuals practiced on the 7th floor, and Mu Lao was unlikely to intervene. Instead of immediately attending to the cleaning, he resolved to refine a new spell, the dust removal technique. Moving forward, he intended to use this spell to eliminate any dirt after each training session, rather than venturing downstairs to find water for washing. On the dawn of the 3rd day, Ning Cheng finally utilized the dust removal technique to cleanse himself before heading to clean the cultivation rooms. As anticipated, the 7th floor's cultivation rooms were not heavily occupied. Even after 3 days of neglect, several clean cultivation rooms remained available. In the days that followed, Ning Cheng secluded himself on the 7th floor for cultivation, seizing opportunities to practice various spells while cleaning the cultivation room. The only regret he harbored was the absence of any spiritual energy support during his practice in the cultivation chamber. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 10 days had slipped by without a single visit from Ji Luofei. Ning Cheng seldom ventured outside, devoting all his focus to his training. However, upon advancing to the 3rd layer of chi gathering, a sense of panic began to set in. After reaching this level, he found himself unable to sense the mysterious source of spiritual energy within his body. Ning Cheng understood all too well that without the support of that enigmatic source, he would be unable to progress from the 3rd to the 4th layer of chi gathering, no matter how long he cultivated in the following days. Despite his repeated efforts, He could no longer tap into that pure and abundant source of spiritual energy. His cultivation stagnated, though he had managed to successfully master a few simple spells. When he first ascended to the third layer, guided by modifications to his cultivation technique, he even managed to transform the fireball technique into the fireblade technique. Yet, this achievement did little to assuage his anxiety. Without the mysterious source of spiritual energy, he feared he would remain forever at the third layer of Qi gathering. Determined to seek out Ji Luofei, he resolved to leave the stone chamber, uninterested in how Mu Lao might react. Just as he was tidying up and had yet to open the door, he heard a loud bang as the door to his small stone room was kicked open. At the entrance stood a male and a female cultivator. Ning Cheng, now at the third layer of Qi gathering, quickly discerned that the male was at the fourth layer, while the female was at the third layer as well. The male cultivator was tall and handsome, though his elongated eyes rendered his impressive stature somewhat superfluous. "Are you the janitor responsible for cleaning the cultivation room?" The female cultivator cast a glance at Ning Cheng. Noting his mere first layer of Qi gathering, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Ning Cheng had already intended to depart from this place. He had no interest in the whims of Mu Lao. Yet, he had not anticipated that his departure would be interrupted by an unceremonious entrance. "What gives you the right to kick down my door?" Ning Cheng retorted, ignoring the female cultivator's question. The male cultivator, with his narrow eyes, stepped forward menacingly. "What is this? You're unhappy that I kicked your door. Today, not only will I kick your door, but I will also slap your face. What will you do about it?" Before he could finish his threat, his hand was raised in preparation to strike. "What a grand display of arrogance," came a chilling voice, freezing the male cultivator's hand midair. Ning Cheng, who had braced himself for a confrontation, was taken aback by the unexpected interjection. He turned to see a woman emerging from the cultivation room, her voice as frosty as her demeanor. If judged solely on appearance, she matched Jian Sujier in beauty. But it was her cultivation level that astonished Ning Cheng. She was at the sixth layer of Qi gathering. Zhuang Shiji, the male cultivator, recognized her immediately, hastily clasping his fists in respect. The female cultivator beside him also stepped forward to pay her respects. Zhuang Shiji let out a cold huff and turned to leave, but as she did, she caught sight of Ning Cheng. She paused, furrowing her brow as she approached and inquired, "You are Ning Cheng? Ji Luofei's fiancé?" Ning Cheng, maintaining his composure, clasped his fists and replied, "Indeed, I am Ning Cheng. It is an honor to meet you, Zhuang Shiji." Seeing that Zhuang Shiji knew Ning Cheng, the male cultivator, Lu Pangyun, hastily continued, "Zhuang Shiji, I left my sound crystal in the cultivation room. I returned shortly after leaving, but I couldn't find it. The only one who could have accessed the cultivation room on the 7th floor. Aside from me, is this janitor." Before Lu Pangyun could finish, Zhuang Shiji interrupted him. "Lu Pangyun, you are aware of Ning Cheng's identity, are you not? The Meteor Star 5-Star Academy is about to recruit 10 disciples from the Tsangqin 2-Star Academy, and the selection process is imminent. Ji Yiming will undoubtedly return." Ji Fei thought Ji Luofei would be an easy target, only to find himself injured by her. When Gu Yiming returns, Ji Luofei will not escape retribution. Thus, you came here to teach Ning Cheng a lesson and then drag him away to humiliate Ji Luofei. Lu Pingyun's expression shifted between shades of pale and green as he processed her words. Finally, he declared, "Zhuang Shiji, both you and Gu Shixiang are individuals I deeply respect. Ji Shixiang has returned, and Gu Fei has been severely injured by Ji Luofei. He will not let this matter rest. So, you wish to tell me not to meddle in your affairs and allow you to take Ning Cheng away?" Zhuang Shiji replied coolly. The male cultivator clasped his fists and fell silent, clearly acknowledging the truth of her words. "Leave, and do not let me see you in the Dawn Forest or the Mango Sea. Otherwise, I will kill you." Her words were icy, causing both cultivators to change color. They seemed taken aback that Zhuang Shiji would not even spare Gu Yiming's face. However, they dared not linger and quickly retreated down the stairs, tails between their legs. "Take care of yourself," Zhuang Shiji said to Ning Cheng with an expressionless gaze after the two had departed. Ning Cheng felt a twinge of frustration. Having been rescued by 2 women in succession left him feeling somewhat awkward. Both Jian Sujia and Zhuang Shiji had reiterated the same message, "Take care of yourself." As Zhuang Shiji turned to leave, Ning Cheng hurriedly called out, "Thank you for your assistance, Zhuang Shiji. I would like to inquire further about what transpired between Luofei and Guofei. Zhuang Shiji turned back to scrutinize him, her words cutting. You are not worthy of Ji Luofei. With that, she ignored him and walked away. A sense of worry crept into Ning Cheng's heart as he recalled that Ji Luofei had not sought him out in over 10 days. He quickened his pace to catch up with her, earnestly asking, Zhuang Shiji, please tell me how Luofei was injured by Guofei. I would be eternally grateful. Zhuang Shiji halted, casting a glance at Ning Cheng before divulging, Ji Luofei fought 10 consecutive battles in the duel arena and won a Qi gathering stone. After witnessing her exhaustion from the 10 duels, and seeing she had no companions, Guofei took the initiative to challenge her, wagering a Qi gathering stone. Under the pressure of the duel arena, Ji Luofei had no choice but to accept an additional match. As a result of her depleted energy, she was gravely injured by Guofei. However, Guofei underestimated Ji Luofei and ended up sustaining even greater injuries. She paused for a moment, then regarded Ning Cheng once more. If I am not mistaken, that Qi gathering stone Ji Luofei acquired should have been used by you, allowing you to advance to the first layer of Qi gathering. Ning Cheng did not refute this statement. Indeed, Ji Luofei had given him her Qi gathering stone, but he had not yet utilized it, keeping it close at hand. His advancement to the first layer of Qi gathering was unrelated to her stone. Zhuang Shiji, you mentioned that Gu Yiming is Guofei's brother. When he returns, will he seek revenge against Luofei? Ning Cheng pressed further. Zhuang Shiji still did not directly respond to his inquiry, instead stating, after defeating Guofei, Ji Luofei won another Qi gathering stone, yet she did not deliver a fatal blow to Guofei. She was already severely injured and had no companions, and the duel arena's steward forced Ji Luofei to leave one of her 2 Qi gathering stones behind. Why? Ning Cheng's voice rose unexpectedly. Zhuang Shiji replied calmly, because Ji Luofei had completed her 10 matches and the event was concluded. Ji Yufei's challenge constituted an unexpected duel, and the steward of the duel arena required a venue fee. A venue fee for a duel amounts to a Qi gathering stone? And it was the duel arena that compelled Luofei to participate in an additional match? Ning Cheng felt a surge of indignation igniting within him. This was utterly intolerable. He could vividly imagine Ji Luofei's helplessness at that moment. Zhuang Shiji's tone remained flat as she continued. Once Gu Yiming returns, he will undoubtedly seek an excuse to kill Ji Luofei. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to leave here sooner rather than later. With that, Zhuang Shiji quickened her pace and swiftly vanished from the staircase. Ning Cheng stifled his inner fury, opting not to exit through the side door this time. He was on the verge of leaving the Congqin 2-star Academy, and he resolved not to care about offending anyone. When Ning Cheng had accompanied Ji Luofei to the 3rd floor of the cultivation tower, it had been bustling with people. Yet, upon his return to the 3rd floor today, he found only a sparse few individuals, all of whom were hastily descending the stairs. Why aren't you staying on the 7th floor to clean the cultivation room? What brings you down here? Just as Ning Cheng contemplated descending to the 2nd floor, Mu Lao's voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Startled, Ning Cheng realized that Mu Lao's stone chamber door had been closed moments ago. How had it opened so suddenly? Ning Cheng quickly gathered himself, halting and bowing respectfully as he replied, I merely wished to see what was happening. In truth, he was unaware of the events that had transpired, yet with everyone leaving the cultivation tower, it seemed something significant must have occurred. You have quite the nerve, Mu Lao remarked coldly before saying nothing further. Retreating into his stone chamber, which he then closed behind him, Ning Cheng was drenched in a cold sweat, uncertain whether Mu Lao's comment was a rebuke for his absence from duty or his descent down the stairs. Regardless, Mu Lao had only uttered a single remark and had not pursued further reprimand, leaving Ning Cheng feeling both alarmed and perplexed. Fortunately, the thought of his imminent departure from this place provided him with some solace. After he stepped outside, he sought out Ji Luofei before departing from the premises. Upon exiting the cultivation tower, Ning Cheng realized that there was indeed a lively scene to behold. Numerous students from Congqin Academy were flocking to the same location. Ning Cheng grasped the arm of a fellow student, who was also at the 1st level of Qi gathering, and inquired, May I ask, where is everyone headed? The boy, looking perplexed, responded, Aren't you from Congqin Academy? Of course I am. But I just emerged from seclusion, so I am not well informed, Ning Cheng asserted confidently. The boy scrutinized him skeptically. It was hard to believe that someone at the 1st level of Qi gathering claimed to have been in seclusion. Nonetheless, he replied, The Starfall 5-Star Academy from Huazhou is here to select 10 disciples from our academy. Today marks the commencement of the selection competition. Can you imagine the excitement? Isn't the competition exceedingly fierce then? Ning Cheng recalled hearing about this matter when he and Luofei entered the Chongqing 2nd Star Academy, as it had been announced over the loudspeaker, and just recently, senior sister Zhuang had mentioned it as well. Fierce is an understatement. Our Chongqing 2nd Star Academy is brimming with talent, with countless prodigious disciples. The Starfall 5-Star Academy is only selecting 10. Wouldn't that make it intense? Brothers Zhouingguang, sisters Jin Sujia, Ho Chuan, Zhuang Tinya. There are easily more than 10 names that come to mind, interjected another student at the first level of Qi gathering. Ning Cheng, appearing as one of the academy's students, shook his head and sighed, alas, if the Starfall 5-Star Academy could recruit a few more from our academy, that would be splendid. The first student, still incredulous, gazed at Ning Cheng and said, do you not know how these 10 slots come about? In the past, students from our Chongqing 2nd Star Academy who wished to attend the Starfall 5-Star Academy had to go on their own, and typically only 1 or 2 were chosen. The reason the Starfall 5-Star Academy is actively selecting this time is due to our Pingzhou's foremost expert, Lian Haoyan, achieving great merit in the 3-continent war, which has granted us such an opportunity. Indeed, Senior Lian Haoyan possesses extraordinary prowess. It is said he has already reached the Xiandan realm. After his accomplishments, his first request was for the Starfall 5-Star Academy to recruit 10 students from all the 2nd Star and above academies in Pingzhou. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly unlikely for our Chongqing Academy to secure 10 spots, let alone have instructors from the Starfall 5-Star Academy come personally to select candidates. The subsequent student at the first level of Qi gathering chimed in. The first update is presented. I kindly ask my fellow readers to support the new book with collections and recommendation votes. Chapter 10. The 10 slots. When Ning Cheng followed the throng of students to the Chongqing 2nd Star Academy's plaza, he found it teeming with tens of thousands of people, with more students arriving continuously. At the center of the plaza stood an enormous golden arena, behind which was a row of chairs. Ning Cheng estimated that there were at least over 100 individuals seated behind the arena. He mused that, much like on Earth, those seated behind the arena were likely to be some sort of dignitaries. Perhaps even the king of Chongqing was present, although he could hardly recall what the king looked like. Standing in a corner, Ning Cheng did not recognize anyone on the stage, nor was he privy to the specifics of the selection process. For the moment, he could only remain concealed in that corner, listening to the discussions around him. Did you see that? The one in the gray robe sitting in the center of the front row, along with the 2 seniors beside him, are from the Starfall 5-Star Academy. I've heard they are all experts at the Foundation establishment stage. I have heard the students from the 5-Star Academy are remarkable. The fact that their instructors are willing to come here to await students speaks volumes about how much those higher-tier academies covet talented individuals. What do you know? If it weren't for our Pingzhou's senior Lian Haoyan, how could the eminent figures from the Starfall Academy possibly come here to await students? They might not even be aware that we have a Chongqing 2nd Star Academy. Silence. President Yin Yuankai is about to speak. It was said that President Yin had reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi consolidation and was just a step away from advancing to the Foundation establishment stage. Ning Cheng continued to listen attentively to the discussions, particularly focusing on the 3 instructors from the Starfall 5-Star Academy. The middle figure was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, somewhat plump in stature, and wore a faint smile. To his left sat a man with a stern demeanor, revealing no expression whatsoever. To his right was a woman of considerable grace, adorned in a lilac gown with gold embroidery, her hair styled in a twist, exuding an air of tranquility. However, Ning Cheng detected an underlying hostility emanating from her. Strangely, he found the woman bore a slight resemblance to Luofei. The thought of Luofei stirred some concern within him. He had come here to see whether she would participate in the selection. Otherwise, in such a vast academy, he would genuinely struggle to locate her. When President Yin Yuankai took the stage to address the crowd, the plaza, filled with tens of thousands, fell into an immediate silence. Ning Cheng recognized the name Yin Yuankai but had never encountered him before. This marked his first glimpse of the president of the Chongqing 2nd Star Academy. Dressed in a brown long robe, he appeared quite spirited, though his age was evident, with streaks of gray in his hair. Esteemed elites of Chongqing 2nd Star Academy, as you all know, I am here to announce some good news today. Indeed, The Starfall 5-Star Academy from Huazhou has come to our academy to select 10 students. Those chosen will continue their cultivation of more advanced techniques and spells at the Starfall Academy. Each student who gains admission to the Starfall 5-Star Academy will have boundless prospects ahead of them. I'm grateful to the esteemed figures of the Starfall 5-Star Academy for arriving 3 days in advance, allowing our academy's students to harbor eager anticipation for this moment. President Yan's words were soon drowned out by waves of enthusiastic applause, and Ning Cheng joined in with a few claps. Having grasped the situation, logically, if the Starfall 5-Star Academy was here for recruitment, the Chongqing's 2nd-Star Academy would have long arranged for students and teachers to be present. It was inconceivable that they would still be dragging their feet at this point. It turned out that the visitors had arrived unexpectedly, and in order to avoid making them wait, the Chongqing Academy hastily organized the selection event. Once the applause subsided, President Yin continued, "Now, let us invite Senior Wen Qili from the Starfall 5-Star Academy to share a few key points regarding the selection competition." The slightly plump man in gray stood up, made his way to the center of the vast arena, and with a beaming smile, addressed the gathered students, saying, "You are the most gifted cultivators in Chongqing Nation. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here." However, the standards at the Starfall 5-Star Academy are 100-fold higher than what is expected here. Now, representing the Starfall 5-Star Academy, I will outline a few simple conditions for recruitment. First, candidates must not be too old. Older individuals need not apply. Second, those without a primary spirit root or with a muddled primary spirit root will not be considered. Third, if I find you displeasing, you shall not be considered. After delivering these few statements, Wen Qili returned to his seat without further elaboration. The students of Chongqing's 2nd-Star Academy began to murmur among themselves, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. In the Chongqing's 2nd-Star Academy, even if a teacher found a student displeasing, they would never express it so bluntly. Yet here, the instructor had stated outright that those he found displeasing need not apply. Even if one possessed extraordinary qualifications, a mere word of disfavor from him would bar entry to the Starfall 5-Star Academy. President Yin Yuankai, as the head of Chongqing's 2nd-Star Academy, did not dare to counter Wen Qili's remarks. Once Wen Qili had settled back down, he quickly stood up again to announce, "Now, I will declare the selection rules. The Academy will choose 10 core students. Each student may accept 3 challenges. Those who step onto the stage must be under 20 years of age, possess a primary spirit root, and be at least at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Those who prevail will remain standing here." Upon hearing these conditions, many students began to debate amongst themselves. Even with exceptional spirit roots, very few managed to reach the 3rd level of Qi gathering before the age of 20. This criterion effectively eliminated 99.99% of the students. Ning Cheng, with a keen mind, quickly understood the implications. Clearly, the representatives from the Starfall 5-Star Academy were impatient to proceed. For them, selecting students from the Chongqing's 2nd-Star Academy was a necessary task, and who would want to waste time waiting for each individual to compete? Even a few days would hardly suffice. President Yin Yuankai, seemingly unfazed by the chatter below, continued to announce, "The 10 core students are Qiu Yingguang, Gu Yiming, Jin Sujia, Zhuang Tianya, Yongying Rui, Ho Chuan, Yi Shaoxi, Zhong Yi, Yong Ruoli, and Dan Xiangling." The announcement of these 10 names elicited no surprise among the crowd. These students had long been recognized as the most formidable within the Chongqing's 2nd-Star Academy. The only point of contention was Yong Ruoli, who was at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. However, as the princess of Chongqing Nation, it was believed that no one would dare compete with her for a slot. Should someone win and take her place, it would be one thing. However, should they lose, that individual would find it impossible to survive within Chongqing Nation. The only commoner among the 10 was Ho Chuan, who had come from a humble background and lost his parents at a young age. Now standing alone in Chongqing Academy, yet, Ho Chuan possessed remarkable talent, having reached the 5th level of Qi gathering at just 18, unmatched except by Qiu Yingguang from the Qiu family. Due to the hasty nature of this selection event, the 10 individuals summoned quickly ascended the stage without much preparation, standing behind it, poised to accept the challenge. When Qili from the Meteor Star 5 Academy nodded slightly, evidently satisfied with the efficiency displayed by the principal of Chongqing Academy. "The challenge begins now." Yin Yuankai from Chongqing Academy, fully aware of Wen Qili's intentions, understood that he wished to leave this dreary place as soon as possible. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary chatter. Lu Pengyun wishes to challenge Zhong Yi. Just as Yin Yuankai stepped down from the platform, a tall young man leaped onto it. Ning Cheng recognized him as Lu Pongyun, who had previously sought to provoke him, also at the 4th level of Qi Gathering. The opponent he aimed to challenge, Zhong Yi, was likewise at the 4th level of Qi Gathering, yet Zhong Yi appeared significantly younger. Despite his modest stature, his selection as a core student suggested that he was not as simple as he seemed. Wait, just as Zhong Yi was about to step forward to accept the challenge, when Killy of the Meteor Star 5 Academy interjected once more. With a wave of his hand, a towering crystal pillar materialized in one corner of the stage. You should first test your spiritual root. Lu Pongyun, clearly taken aback by the requirement for a spiritual root test, nevertheless approached the crystal pillar, placing his hand on the designated spot and channeling a portion of his true energy. A beam of yellow light, as thick as a thumb, surged upward along the crystal pillar, halting at a height of 3 feet. Alongside this yellow beam were 2 thinner, murky yellow lights, each measuring less than 2 feet. Removing his hand, Lu Pongyun wore a somewhat smug expression. He possessed a primary spiritual root, and notably, it was not murky yellow, but rather a pure shade of yellow. However, before he could revel in his achievement, a tremendous force struck him, and in an instant, he was sent hurtling off the stage, crashing heavily onto the hard ground below. A mere 3-foot yellow spiritual root dares to enter the Meteor Star Academy? This is the first time. Next time? Who would dare waste time with such a root? It won't simply be a slap, came when Kill Yi's icy voice, devoid of the earlier mirth. Some who had yet to ascend the stage were momentarily silenced by his stern demeanor. And for a time, no one dared to step forward. Ning Cheng, too, was taken aback. However, unlike the others, he was astonished by when Kill Yi's casual conjuration of a towering testing instrument. He had merely seen when Kill Yi pat his waist, which struck him as incredibly remarkable. Could this be the legendary space of Shumi, capable of accommodating immense objects? Not everyone was subdued by when Kill Yi's presence. After a brief silence, another young man vaulted onto the stage, proclaiming, Jiang Tu challenges Yong Rueli. All, including Ning Cheng, were captivated by Jiang Tu, who not only dared to challenge after when Kill Yi's admonition, but chose to confront Yong Rueli, a princess of the royal family. Though she possessed the lowest cultivation, who would dare challenge the princess of Chongqing? Even a victory would not guarantee safety. Losing could result in utter ruin, jeopardizing not just one's life, but potentially the entire family. Stop looking. Come with me quickly. A soft hand grasped Ning Cheng's, accompanied by a low, urgent whisper. Luofei. As Ning Cheng pondered Jiang Tu's audacity in challenging Yong Rueli, he found that Ji Luofei had already located him. Yet, he noticed her hand trembled slightly, indicating that something unsettling had transpired. The Academy is currently selecting students. We have a chance to escape Chongqing. If we delay any longer, the Academy will likely learn of my involvement in the deaths of Xian Yuan Kue and Yongli Man. Ji Luofei whispered urgently in a tone only Ning Cheng could hear. The revelation that she had killed Xian Yuan Kue and Yongli Man startled Ning Cheng, but upon recognizing the names, he quickly grasped the implications. He was uncertain whether Ji Luofei's motives for killing these individuals were multifaceted, but he was certain her actions were connected to him. During his first outing in Chongqing, he had nearly perished at Xian Yuan Kue's hands. Ji Luofei's act of vengeance on his behalf was unmistakable. As for Yongli Man, although Ning Cheng did not know her personally, he understood her surname surely tied her to the royal family of Chongqing. Even if Ji Luofei's actions regarding Xian Yuan Kue were to become public knowledge, it would spell doom for her. Acknowledging the peril of capture, she evidently feared that if she were to leave, the wrath of Chongqing and the Xian family would be unleashed upon him. Thank you. Luofei, Ning Cheng expressed his gratitude, realizing the depth of her sacrifice. While he could not claim to harbor romantic feelings for Ji Luofei, her willingness to return and warn him of the impending danger was a gesture he deeply appreciated. He refrained from uttering a simple, thank you, as he believed Ji Luofei would comprehend his sentiments. Ji Luofei's previous grasp of Ning Cheng's hand had evoked little feeling, even when she carried him home. She felt no particular emotion. Ning Cheng's revival on her back was not extraordinary to her. Whether he lived or died, she would have brought him away from the gates of imprisonment. Go her. It was merely a matter of repayment, repaying a debt owed not to Ning Cheng but to his grandfather, Ning. Her previous act of escorting Ning Cheng to the cultivation tower was merely a part of this debt. Even as she prepared to leave Chongqing, her concern for Ning Cheng stemmed solely from a sense of obligation, devoid of any deeper emotions. However, the heartfelt words that escaped Ning Cheng's lips in that moment caused Luofei's heart to flutter. She keenly sensed his gratitude. Ning Cheng had changed. The earlier version of him would have taken her sacrifice for granted, never expressing such words of appreciation. Now, however, he had completely transformed her perception of him. As Luofei felt the warmth of his grip, she even noticed a flush rise to her cheeks. While Luofei's heart raced, Ning Cheng remained composed, reassuring her, "Do not be anxious, follow me and do as I say." Observing Ning Cheng move through the crowd with nonchalance, Luofei felt an overwhelming sense of trust. Despite her higher cultivation level, she sensed his protective presence. When the Ning family was destroyed, she was still young, taken in by them. Tio put it charitably. She was a distant relative. Less charitably, she was merely a child bride without status, akin to a servant. Although grandfather Ning did not mistreat her, the rest of the family regarded her as little more than a lowly maid. Even Ning Cheng only saw her as a servant, often regarding her with disdain. As the head of the Ning family, Ning Hongchang could not attend to Luofei constantly. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had relied solely on herself, with no one to depend upon at times. She even went hungry and had to heed the orders of other servants in the Ning residence. It was only when she was older and sent to Chongqing's second star academy by grandfather Ning that her days of hunger began to alleviate. Though Ning Cheng was a year younger, his simple words made him seem towering and reliable in her eyes. Only those who have never known support can truly appreciate the value of such words. At that moment, Ning Cheng's image shifted profoundly in her heart. Ning Cheng, however, did not ponder these complexities. While he understood that Luofei was more familiar with Chongqing Academy, he knew that in terms of survival skills and handling urgent situations, Luofei was far inferior to him. As they navigated through the crowd, Luofei realized they had reached the outskirts. Spotting Ning Cheng weaving through a row of towering trees, she assumed he intended to exit through a small door leading to the fighting arena. Just as she was about to caution him that the entrance was likely sealed due to the selection event, a group of 7 or 8 guards rushed out, abruptly blocking their path. Upon seeing Ning Cheng and Luofei approaching the small door, the guards halted, some even moving closer. A sense of dread washed over Luofei. She feared her secret had been exposed. Prompting the guards to arrive, resolute, she decided that even if it meant her demise, she would ensure Ning Cheng's escape. Before Luofei could utter a word, Ning Cheng suddenly lowered his voice again, asking, "What is the name of the academy's vice principal?" "Yong Changyan," Luofei instinctively replied. Ning Cheng abruptly raised his voice, exclaiming, "It just so happens that I have to run errands for him. Alas, it is a pity that we are too close to the arena. What a shame." Upon expressing his regret, Ning Cheng feigned surprise, simultaneously quickening his pace toward the guards. The guards, initially poised to question Ning Cheng and Luofei, froze in place as they witnessed the duo approaching them. "Wait a moment. Brothers in arms," Ning Cheng called out loudly, even though the guards had clearly stopped. "What do you want?" The captain of the guards, a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, noticed Ning Cheng calling out to him, but momentarily forgot his intent to inquire about Ning Cheng's destination. Ning Cheng produced a dark wooden token and handed it to the captain, saying, "It is truly fortuitous to see you all here. My fellow soldiers have been of immense assistance to me. I am a disciple of Master Mu, and Dean Yong has requested my master to send someone to assemble a team of guards to await at the entrance of the training tower. However, my master has sent just the 2 of us. Given that it is a critical moment for the Meteor Star Academy in selecting disciples, currently engaged in the challenge matches, I truly wish to remain. I did not expect you to arrive just in time. Let us hasten to the entrance of the training tower. Wait, I shall retrieve Dean Yong's official decree for you. You can present it directly to him later." "That is not feasible. We are tasked with going to the West Phone Gate and the South Wind Gate, and cannot assist you." The captain interrupted Ning Cheng upon inspecting the wooden token in his hand. His tone resolute. After finishing his statement, he returned the token to Ning Cheng. The token bore the inscription Training Tower, and he discerned it was indeed authentic. After returning the token, the captain, accompanied by several soldiers, quickened their pace, entirely disregarding Ning Cheng's anxious gestures as he held the decree aloft. Ning Cheng hurriedly followed behind, calling out in desperation, "But I possess the Dean's decree. Does that not grant me the same authority to issue commands? Perhaps you could wait at the entrance of the training tower for a moment." Speaking these words, Ning Cheng felt a sense of relief. He feared the guard might recognize the token as merely one used for cleaning duties at the training tower. "You have a decree. And so do we. If we were to be as lax and arbitrary as you Academy students, the guard of Tsongqing would simply recruit any random individuals. I suggest you head off on your own and abandon any thoughts of clever tricks," the captain remarked disdainfully as he walked on. He held a low opinion of Ning Cheng, viewing him as someone utterly lacking in military discipline. As their conversation concluded, they arrived at the bustling market entrance, just as Luofei had anticipated. 2 guards stood at this smaller gate, though they were not the same middle-aged guard as before. Noticing the 2 guards, Ning Cheng, with a hint of irritation on his face, declared, "Open the gate. I wish to exit." As Ning Cheng conversed with the previous captain, the 2 guards had already overheard their exchange and were aware of Ning Cheng's intentions. Seeing his displeased expression, the guards understood that he wished to watch the challenge matches, and it was unsurprising that he felt vexed at being summoned elsewhere. One of the guards was about to speak when Ning Cheng suddenly, with a brightened expression, interjected, "Brothers, are you not stationed here? The duty of 2 guards is no different from that of a single guard. How about one of you stays here while the other assists me by going to apologies? But we are under strict orders to guard this post and cannot leave," the other guard replied firmly. Ning Cheng's expression darkened once more, but this time, it only lasted a fleeting moment before he resumed a pleasant demeanor, saying, "As you are stationed here, it is surely your duty to prevent anyone from entering." "Correct?" "Indeed," the responding guard answered succinctly. "Then, if we request that you open the gate, you surely would refuse, correct? For instance, I previously requested you to open the gate, and you declined, did you not?" Ning Cheng continued to inquire, his expression reminiscent of a cunning wolf guiding unsuspecting sheep. The guard, who had just been about to affirm Ning Cheng's statement, suddenly felt a chill as he noticed Ning Cheng's mischievous smile. This student clearly intended to shirk responsibility by blaming them for not opening the gate, exhibiting a boldness that was rare among students. Nevertheless, given the background of Tsongqing Academy students, the guard found such audacity to be somewhat expected. "Very well. You have acted correctly, sister. Let us return," Ning Cheng said, pulling Luofei as he turned to leave. "Wait, let me see your token," the guard called out. Having understood Ning Cheng's cunning, he merely sought to save face. Knowing that Ning Cheng possessed a token, which had already been inspected by the earlier captain, Ning Cheng stood firm. "Why should I show you my token? I previously asked you to open the gate, and you refused. That is your duty, and I do not hold it against you. Why should you demand to see my token? If every soldier were to demand to see my token, I might as well wear it on my chest. Come, sister." Upon hearing Ning Cheng's final words, the expression on the guard's face darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he relented and opened the gate, stating, "The gate is open. If you wish to leave, you may, but should you choose to remain, I shall shut it again." Should Ning Cheng dare to take a step back, he would promptly close the gate. After all, he had complied with Ning Cheng's request to open the gate. If Ning Cheng chose not to exit, he could not be held responsible for any ensuing consequences. With no other option, Ning Cheng turned around, shooting a fierce glare at the 2 guards before stepping through the small gate at the back of the academy. As he approached the group of soldiers, Luofei's heart remained in her throat during the entire time it took for him to exit. She could hardly believe Ning Cheng's audacity in wielding a mere cleaning token in such a manner. If they were discovered, both of them would find themselves in dire straits, not due to the soldiers themselves, but because any conflict with them would leave no room for escape. Once outside the small gate, Ning Cheng did not rush off but paused, pointing at the words "Dao Du Pot" and declaring, "Luofei, should I achieve success in my cultivation, I will undoubtedly annihilate this Dueling Arena." Luofei, though not as quick-witted as Ning Cheng, was still clever enough to grasp the implication of his words. Ning Cheng was keenly aware that she was informed about the events at the Dueling Arena, and warmth spread through his heart. "Let us proceed. This is not a place to linger. I am not familiar with the surroundings outside. Luofei, please lead the way," Ning Cheng said, feeling a sense of relief as he exited Tsongqing Academy and turned to smile at Luofei. "Very well," Luofei nodded, understanding the urgency of the moment, and quickened her pace as they traversed the bustling market. In just a few short minutes, She led Ning Cheng down an exceedingly secluded path. Despite their flight, Luofei's mind was occupied with questions regarding Ning Cheng's newfound calmness and composure. After much deliberation, she resolved to ask him directly. However, before she could speak, Ning Cheng inquired, "Luofei, I have always wondered, amidst the throng of nearly 100,000 in the Grand Square, how did you manage to find me so swiftly?" There was another question he refrained from asking. He wished to know where Luofei had gone after he remained at the training tower, and why she had not sought him out sooner. Luofei hesitated momentarily, preparing to respond when she suddenly felt Ning Cheng pull her aside, and a flash of white light shot past the spot where she had stood. Her expression shifted as two men appeared before her and Ning Cheng. Upon seeing the taller and shorter figures of the male practitioners, Luofei's heart sank. She recognized them as two formidable enforcers of the Xian family, both at the 6th level of Qi gathering. With her own 3rd level and Ning Cheng's 1st level prowess, escape seemed utterly impossible. A mere 1st level Qi gatherer, yet so quick to react, the taller male practitioner remarked in surprise, noticing Ning Cheng's response was even swifter than Luofei's. At that moment, Luofei recalled that her reaction had indeed been slightly slower than Ning Cheng's, but she had no time to dwell on such thoughts. "Ning Cheng, you must flee at once. I will hold them off for a moment. Do you think a mere 3rd level Qi gatherer can hope to delay us? After killing young Master Yuan Kuei, do you think you can simply walk away? Consider how best to meet your end with some semblance of peace," the taller male practitioner scoffed. After a brief moment of panic, Ning Cheng regained his composure and spoke solemnly, "Luofei, you are aware of my potential. After your escape, remember to avenge me. I do not wish to die without someone to seek retribution." The two enforcers of the Xian family did not allow Ning Cheng to finish his words before they attacked, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sealed off all possible escape routes for him and Luofei. Simultaneously, they each produced a magical artifact, though they did not launch an immediate assault, clearly intending to capture them alive. Ning Cheng had never engaged in combat before, and as the fight commenced, he realized just how vast the chasm between him and the 6th level practitioners truly was. They were not even on the same tier. Forget about helping Luofei escape. Even evading those wind blades proved to be an arduous challenge. 6 feet of white gold spiritual root. Almost everyone in the arena rose to their feet, and the gray-robed male practitioner named Kill E from Meteor Star 5-Star Academy was particularly agitated. That moment, Jiang Tu stood before the spiritual root testing device, his hand resting upon it as the crystal pillar revealed a luminous white column exceeding 6 feet in height, as thick as a child's arm. There were no smaller rays of light alongside the white column, save for a golden circle at its base. I never expected Confronting Academy to harbor such talent. Splendid. This journey has surely not been in vain. By the way, what is your name? Kill exclaimed excitedly as he approached the stage and addressed Jiang Tu with a cordial demeanor. Jiang Tu bowed politely, responding, "In answer to your question, I am Jiang Tu, a younger generation practitioner." "Very well, Jiang Tu. From now on you shall be a student of the Falling Star 5-Star Academy. You need not engage in battle. Who did you challenge earlier?" Kill remarked with a few pleasantries before finally inquiring about Jiang Tu's opponent. "It was young Rueli," Jiang Tu replied honestly. Kill nodded and directly addressed the already emerged young Rueli, saying, "You have been eliminated. You may leave." Young Rueli's expression turned exceptionally grim, yet she had no choice but to bow and withdraw from the arena, fully aware that even as a princess of the Confronting kingdom, she meant nothing before this man in gray robes. "Jiang Tu, would you care to become my personal disciple?" Kill, having dismissed young Rueli, turned back to Jiang Tu with a warm demeanor. Jiang Tu quickly bowed once more, responding, "Jiang Tu pays his respects to the master." Kill laughed heartily and produced a small leather pouch, handing it to Jiang Tu, saying, "This is a welcoming gift from your master. Brother one, you are indeed generous, parting with a storage pouch so readily. Upon returning to the academy, it is likely that the elders will wish to take him as a disciple as well," interjected another male cultivator from Falling Star Academy, his expression rather stern. However, Kill was unfazed, replying, "If you envy me, feel free to say so. There are many students here. You may seek out your own, and perhaps you might find a satisfactory disciple to take back." It was evident that Kill spoke with a sense of pride, clearly not expecting another pure spiritual root disciple to emerge from Confronting Academy. Nevertheless, the other two members from Falling Star Academy indeed released their spiritual senses. Both were cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, capable of manifesting their spiritual consciousness. The male cultivator, however, found no one of particular significance, while a woman clad in a pale pink dress adorned with golden patterns suddenly stood up. Sister Yaohe, what is the matter? When Kilyu and the other male cultivator of Foundation establishment both sensed her unusual behavior and hurriedly inquired. The woman named Yaohe snorted coldly and directly summoned a blue lotus-shaped artifact, leaping onto it and soaring away from the arena in an instant. A flying artifact. The students from Confronting Academy immediately became agitated. For in their view, a flying artifact was far more precious than a pure spiritual root in Confronting's two-star academy. There were only two flying artifacts in existence. Typically, students wishing to venture into the Great Peace Forest or the Mango Sea for training would require a month's journey by beast cart. Ning Cheng pressed his hand against the blood-soaked wound on his chest while supporting Luofei. Feeling utterly desolate, he knew that today's fate was inescapable. He simply did not know if he could return to Earth after death. His sister must be frantic from not being able to find him during this time. Ning Cheng gazed at the azure sky, constantly thinking of Ruolin. Observing Ning Cheng's vacant stare into the distance, Luofei understood that further resistance would only lead to more humiliation. In that moment, she momentarily forgot her impending doom and suddenly asked, Ning Cheng, was it because I am ugly that you said we cannot marry? Ning Cheng turned back and smiled faintly. Luofei, you are not ugly. It is simply that we are not from the same world. There was another thought he did not voice. He preferred to be with Luofei, and now he felt a certain aversion towards beautiful women. Except for his sister Ruolin, every other beautiful woman seemed as unfathomable as the depths of the sea point. One could never tell when they might suddenly turn against you without reason. Even gentle women like Tian Muin were not immune, let alone others. Luofei fell silent, uncertain of Ning Cheng's meaning. Indeed, they were not from the same world. She assumed Ning Cheng meant that she would eventually leave the Confronting kingdom. Then what now? We are both about to die. Just as Luofei's words fell, a long whip had already swept toward them. Neither she nor Ning Cheng had the ability to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the whip aimed to ensnare them. Bang! Bang! Came two muffled thuds, and in the next moment, the whip that had been directed at Ning Cheng and Luofei was met with a tremendous force that sent a sixth-layer chi-gathering cultivator flying, crashing against a nearby boulder and spitting out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The other sixth-layer chi-gathering cultivator who had not intervened was similarly hurled away, colliding with another stone and also coughing up blood. Predecessor. The two chi-gathering cultivators were astonished, realizing they had been gravely injured in mere moments at the hands of the newcomer, whose cultivation far surpassed theirs. Ning Cheng and Luofei regained their composure. They beheld a woman with a fierce demeanor standing before them. Ning Cheng recognized her immediately. She was the female teacher from Falling Star 5-Star Academy who had come to recruit disciples from Confronting Academy. But why had she suddenly appeared here? And why had she intervened to save them? What is your name? The woman inquired, her gaze fixed on Luofei, who was being supported by Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng felt a stir in his heart. He had previously sensed some resemblance between this woman and Luofei. Could it be possible that they were related? Here comes the second update. I kindly request your support with recommendation votes and collections. Good night. Chapter 13. Ning Cheng's Predicament. I am Luofei, a junior. Luofei also sensed the connection between the woman before her and herself. If not for her disfigurement, the similarity might have been even more apparent. You truly are from the G family, the woman said, her tone trembling, clearly not inquiring but expressing sheer excitement. That moment, the two male chi-gathering cultivators from the Xian family had managed to stand, panic evident as they called out, Predecessor. To dare to injure a member of my G family in such a manner is courting death. The woman's emotions had no outlet for release, and the two unfortunate souls from the Xian family only served to remind her of Luofei's grievous injuries. In an instant, she turned around and two beams of dark light shot forth. Ning Cheng and Luofei could only hear the poof, poof sounds. The two sixth-layer chi-gathering cultivators had not been prepared and were instantly reduced to mere bones. The flesh on their bodies vanished without a trace in mere breaths under the assault of the dark light. Ning Cheng inhaled sharply. He had never taken a life, yet he was typically quite bold. Rarely panicking in crises, however, he was utterly taken aback by this woman's terrifying display of power. With just a flick of her hand, she had turned two chi-gathering cultivators into dust. How formidable was that? Was this the kind of dread associated with the Foundation establishment stage? What is your grandfather's name? What are your parents' names? How did you end up in Songqing Kingdom of Pingzhou? After the woman dispatched the two sixth-layer chi-gathering cultivators, she continued her inquiries as if nothing had happened, addressing Ji Luofei at the same time. She placed a medicinal pill into Ji Luofei's mouth, seemingly ignoring Ning Cheng, despite his own serious injuries. Ji Luofei hurriedly answered, "My grandfather is Ji Yuanying. My father is Ji Xianzhong, and my mother is Xiong Qiwanam. My grandfather brought me to Songqing Kingdom. He said my parents encountered trouble in the Great Peace Forest." The woman's eyes turned red as she could not help but embrace Ji Luofei tightly, saying, "Luofei, I am your Aunt Ji Yaohe." Aunt? Ji Luofei looked at Ji Yaohe in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a powerful aunt could suddenly emerge in her life. It felt like a dream. Noticing Ji Luofei's dazed expression, Ji Yaohe quickly added, "Luofei, you must take me to see your grandfather at once. Grandfather Ji has already passed away." Ning Cheng had already pieced together the situation and interjected to assist Ji Luofei. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. With such a formidable aunt, Ji Luofei's escape from Songqing Kingdom would surely be assured. "And who are you?" Ji Yaohe finally remembered Ning Cheng. Having previously noted the unusual bond between him and Ji Luofei, but lacking the time to inquire further, Ji Luofei had composed herself from the shock and quickly replied, "This is Ning Cheng. My grandfather and Ning grandfather were friends. After my grandfather's passing, he entrusted me to the Ning family." Ji Luofei's response was succinct, omitting any mention of her deeper relationship with Ning Cheng, or that his grandfather had also passed away. She had yet to fully accept the sudden appearance of this aunt, which felt rather surreal. Ji Yaohe understood Ji Luofei's feelings, and spoke gently, "Luofei, when I was taken away from the Ning family to Huazhou, I was still quite young. Your grandfather should be my fourth uncle. Years ago, when I returned to Yuanzhou, the Ji family had already perished, and I searched everywhere but could not find a single member of the Ji family. Your fourth uncle must have fled to Pingzhou from the disaster that befell the Ji family. Luofei, you will come with me to Huazhou. You will no longer be pursued." "Yes, aunt." A warm feeling surged within Ji Luofei as she spoke. The unexpected appearance of her aunt dispelling her previous confusion. Though this aunt might not be a direct blood relative, they were still of the same lineage. Ji Yaohe's final words were also a sign of her concern. Perhaps it was the first time she had someone to rely on that left the deepest impression on her. Ning Cheng's words, "Just listen to me," echoed profoundly in her mind. "Aunt, Grandpa Ning took me in. And now there is only Ning Cheng left in the Ning family. He remains in Songqing Kingdom." Ji Luofei's words trailed off, but Ji Yaohe understood immediately, saying, "Do not worry. I will ensure he is safe." Ji Luofei felt a wave of relief. Her aunt seemed quite powerful, and since she promised that Ning Cheng would be safe, he would undoubtedly be all right. However, Ning Cheng's heart sank. He was not as naive as Ji Luofei. Ji Yaohe merely needed to express her desire to take him along. However, she instead insisted that she would ensure his safety, which reflects a subtle discrepancy. Perhaps it is I who have overthought matters. "Come up," Ji Yaohe commanded again, wielding the flying artifact shaped like a lotus flower. Addressing Ning Cheng and Ji Luofei, "Is this a flying artifact?" Ning Cheng inquired, astonished. He had some understanding of such instruments. He had perused the scrolls passed down from the Ning family and was aware that cultivators in the Yixing continent possessed magical treasures, which varied in rank. The lowest rank was the artifact level, above which were the treasure level, spirit level, and finally the true level. Ji Yaohe replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, this is a high-quality flying artifact." Ning Cheng gazed at the structures beneath the lotus, feeling a surge of excitement. These were legendary occurrences that he had unexpectedly encountered. Not only was this a place for cultivation, but perhaps one day he could truly soar through the skies. It required no propulsion nor mechanical structure, relying solely on an inexplicable artifact to achieve flight. "Luofei, was your beauty ruined by the Xian family? I shall obliterate them shortly," Ji Yaohe stated, her tones suddenly sharp as she spoke of annihilating the Xian family. Ji Luofei quickly interjected, "It likely is not the case. back when I was very young. It seemed that someone had always held a grudge against the Ji family. My grandfather's subordinates gradually dwindled. And one night, an assailant stormed the Ji residence. It was that very night that my appearance was marred, and thankfully, Grandfather Ning arrived just in time to rescue me before my grandfather passed. As Ji Luofei recounted her tale, the Lotus had once again brought them to the challenge arena of Confronting Academy. Junior sister Yao He, who is this? When she asked, noticing Ji Yao He had brought Ning Cheng and Ji Luofei along with her. His expression puzzled. Ji Yao He gestured towards Ji Luofei, saying, "This is my niece, Ji Luofei. She was separated from my fourth uncle and ended up in the Confronting kingdom. Now, she's all alone. I wish to take her back to Huazhou." When Qi did not delve further into the matter, his expression stoic as he remarked, "Since junior sister Yao He has found her niece and wishes to take her, then one of the 10 here must be eliminated." The 10 seed candidates on stage felt a sudden chill at his words. They understood that despite being seed candidates, they were effectively chosen. The individuals from Dueling Academy were averse to complications and clearly wished to expedite their departure. The implication that they would eliminate one of them was evidently a random selection among the group. No one wished to volunteer. Only a fool would relinquish the opportunity to cultivate at the 5-star academy. Ji Yao He scanned the 10 individuals, abruptly pointing at Gu Yiming, declaring, "You shall go as a practitioner of the essence cultivation realm." Ji Yao He perceived a tremor of trepidation in Gu Yiming upon hearing Ji Luofei was her niece. It was a palpable apprehension. Regardless of the reason for Gu Yiming's fear, it was not her concern. She simply indicated he was to leave the chosen 10. Upon hearing he was to depart, Gu Yiming panicked. Realizing that without entering the Dueling 5-star academy, his aspirations of achieving greatness were utterly unattainable. Resolutely, he clasped his fists and implored, "Esteemed seniors of Dueling Academy, I am one of the top disciples at Confronting Academy. Entering Dueling Academy is my lifelong ambition. I hope you will act justly." Before Gu Yiming could finish, he felt a shadow loom beside him, followed by a forceful kick that sent him hurtling away. "When I say leave, you leave. There's no need for so much idle chatter," came Wen Qi's frigid voice from the air. "Aunt," and Ning Cheng. Ji Luofei realized that even if her aunt was a teacher at Dueling Academy, accompanying her without difficulty was not a simple matter. She quickly mentioned Ning Cheng, having realized that her aunt had only promised to ensure his safety, not to take him with her. The decisions made by Dueling Academy were not to be questioned by any individual. Not even the king of Confronting Kingdom or the dean of Confronting Academy would dare to voice dissent. Upon hearing Ji Luofei's words, Wen Qi furrowed his brow and then looked at Ji Yao He, stating, "Junior sister Yao He, while it is acceptable for you to take your niece, we need not assess her spiritual roots. However, this young man, if his spiritual roots are lacking, it would be problematic to take him." Ji Yao He also frowned, but before she could respond, a man seated beside the dean of Confronting Academy rose. His visage was a harsh brown, resembling a piece of corroded iron, strikingly unattractive. "Esteemed seniors of Dueling Academy, I am Yong Changyin, the vice dean of Confronting Academy. I am aware of this Ning Cheng. Previously, relying on his status as the young master of the Ning family, he bullied Miss Luofei, treating her as if she were a servant of the Ning family." After a brief statement, the vice dean clasped his fists again and resumed his seat. He made no mention of Ning Cheng's spiritual roots, clearly implying that if he were to join Dueling Academy, a test of his roots would be mandatory. Ji Yao He's expression turned frigid as she glared at Ning Cheng, coldly asking, "Is this true? You dared to treat Luofei like a servant? Do you wish for death?" Ning Cheng was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had acted thus in his previous life. How could he explain that? Seeking death. Observing Ning Cheng's inability to respond, Ji Yao He realized Yong Chang's words were true and raised her hand. Prepared to strike Ning Cheng, not Ji Luofei gasped, having witnessed her aunt effortlessly reduce 2 6th-layer Qi-gathering cultivators to mere bones. If her aunt were to strike at Ning Cheng, would he not also become a lifeless husk? Ji Yao He had not intended to slay Ning Cheng. She sensed that the bond between Luofei and Ning Cheng was not so simple. With Luofei's intervention, she lowered her hand, gazing at Ji Luofei with dissatisfaction, saying, "Luofei, this scoundrel has bullied you so. How can you plead for him?" Ji Luofei anxiously replied, "It is not that. Ning Cheng is different now. He has not bullied me." Ning Cheng inwardly lamented Ji Luofei's naivety. She could simply state that Yong Changyin was lying. Did he truly think Yong Changyin would dare to argue with Ji Yao He? By saying this, Ji Luofei implied that Ning Cheng had bullied her in the past. Indeed, you have bullied her before. Although Ji Yao he had no intention of killing Ning Cheng, her disdain for him had already reached its peak. Ji Luofei, flustered, exclaimed, "Aunt, please help Ning Cheng. If he cannot leave, he will certainly meet his end here. Even if I depart, I will not feel at ease." The stern-faced man suddenly spoke. "Junior sister Yao He, let that Ning Cheng undergo the test of his spiritual roots. If they are adequate, taking him along is not an issue. You shall undergo the test of your spiritual roots." Ji Yao he coldly commanded Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng knew his roots were poor. The current situation was not something he and Ji Luofei could control. He approached the artifact for testing, extending his hand while channeling some true energy. 3 faint yellow beams of light halted 3 feet away, and the crystal column emitted no particularly thick beam of light. There was no primary root, only 3 secondary roots, which were only slightly better than murky yellow. Ning Cheng did not mind. He was well aware of his poor spiritual roots. However, he recalled Ji Luofei mentioning that he had a trinity of secondary mixed roots, which were murky yellow. Now, although he still had a trinity of secondary mixed roots, they were not murky yellow, but yellow instead. He wondered if his previous test had been erroneous, or if Ji Luofei had misremembered. Ji Luofei was equally astonished by the results of Ning Cheng's test. She knew well what his roots were, trinity murky yellow secondary roots. But how had murky yellow transformed into yellow? She had never heard of spiritual roots undergoing change. While she had read in some legendary texts that rare spiritual materials could alter roots, those were mere legends. Even in the Yixing continent, such materials were unlikely to exist. "Luofei, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. If I were to take him along with this spiritual root, even aboard the ship, the steward would demand he disembark. And it may even bring trouble to me. Even I cannot traverse the Ping and Yuan continents alone to reach the Yixing Academy in Huazhou." Ji Yao he sighed, looking at the somewhat dazed Ji Luofei. Her words were not unfounded. As a practitioner of the essence cultivation realm, attempting to cross 2 continents to reach Huazhou posed a significant risk of failure. Realizing this, Ji Luofei quickly set aside thoughts of Ning Cheng's spiritual roots, urgently proposing, "Aunt, if Ning Cheng cannot leave, then I cannot either. Perhaps you should take him first. I will remain here." "Nonsense." Ji Yao he chided, furrowing her brows, and then turned her cold gaze to the several deans of Cangqin Academy and the king of Cangqin Kingdom. Speaking softly, "If Ning Cheng suffers any harm in Cangqin Kingdom, I will return to exact vengeance and obliterate Cangqin Kingdom." Ji Yao he's declaration of annihilating Cangqin Kingdom seemed somewhat sensational, yet the warned king still stood, respectfully clasping his fists, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed senior. Ning Cheng has always been a citizen of Cangqin Kingdom, and no one shall harm him unjustly. Should anyone act against him, I shall not stand idly by." Ning Cheng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He had witnessed this game of words far too often. Previously played by Ji Yao He, it was now being echoed by the king of Cangqin Kingdom. It is said that no one would dare to inflict unreasonable harm upon him. The implication is that if a justifiable reason is found, anyone may indeed cause him harm. Furthermore, that individual merely stated he would not stand idly by. Who could truly comprehend the meaning behind such a declaration? Nevertheless, Ji Yao nodded in satisfaction before turning to Ji Luofei and saying, "Luofei, there is nothing to worry about now. No one will harm Ning Cheng." Ji Luofei's concerns for Ning Cheng were evidently more profound than Ji Yao's nonchalant threats. Hearing Ji Yao's words, she anxiously exclaimed, "Aunt, they will surely make things difficult for Ning Cheng. Please, I beg you to help him." Upon hearing Ji Luofei's plea, Ji Yao furrowed her brow. She could sense that her niece harbored feelings for Ning Cheng that surpassed mere friendship. With Ning Cheng's trifling mixed spiritual roots, and of the yellow variety at that, he had no promising future ahead. Allowing Luofei to be with Ning Cheng would be tantamount to ruining her. Although she had not tested Luofei's aptitude, it was evident that Luofei, having reached the 3rd level of qi gathering before the age of 20, possessed commendable talent. In this moment, she would rather see herself perish than allow the people of Cangqin to kill Ning Cheng in her stead. The cunning and shrewd Wen Qilyu could undoubtedly conceive such scenarios, yet he chose to remain silent as it did not concern him. Observing Ji Luofei's intent to speak further, Ji Yao raised her hand, gently caressing Ji Luofei, who immediately succumbed to slumber. Cradling Ji Luofei in her arms, Ji Yao turned to Ning Cheng, her voice cold as she declared, "Regardless of what relationship you once shared with Luofei, That is now a matter of the past. From this day forth, you are forbidden from thinking of her. She is no longer tied to you." With that, she addressed Yu and another male cultivator, stating, "Brothers, I shall take my leave first. I will await you aboard the ship." Subsequently, Ji Yaohe summoned a cerulean lotus artifact, vanishing with Ji Luofei in an instant. When Yu, having long since lost interest in prolonging the selection of students, felt he had already gained a significant reward in discovering a talented disciple. Thus, as Ji Yaohe departed, he proclaimed, "The selection of disciples for Confronting Academy concludes here. The 9 students chosen may take 1 hour to attend to their affairs. Once completed, gather here immediately. As for your journey to Meteor Academy, I cannot guarantee when you will return." The selected students, brimming with excitement, hurriedly left the arena, eager to prepare before departing Confronting for Huazhou, a place renowned for its abundant spiritual energy and treasures. Moreover, they were headed to the esteemed 5-star academy in Huazhou. This farcical selection event ended rather absurdly. It was less about selection and more akin to the Meteor Academy simply claiming a few pre-selected students from Confronting Academy. Although the thousands of students at Confronting Academy felt helpless, they could only disperse. Ning Cheng realized that his only anchor was himself. Fortuitously, as the gathering came to a close, he blended in with the throngs of students. Hastily making his way out of the academy, he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. The king's assurances felt as empty as air. He had no intention of placing his trust in them. "Ning Cheng, where is that ugly girl Ji who was supposed to protect you? You look as frantic as a stray dog." Just as Ning Cheng stepped through the gates of Confronting Academy, a piercing voice of mockery rang out. "Luofei, what do you want? Have you forgotten what Aunt Luofei said?" "The 2 teachers from Meteor Academy have yet to leave," replied a female voice, Zhuang Shiji, who had come to his defense. Simultaneously, he recognized the one ridiculing him as Luofei. Considering the animosity between Luofei and Ji Luofei, along with the presence of Gu Yiming, Ning Cheng understood that reconciliation would be arduous. At that moment, he caught sight of Gu Yiming, whose expression was dark. Approaching him with ill intent, Luofei, though of modest height, only reaching Ning Cheng's chin, exuded an air of arrogance and malice, clearly intent on ensuring Ning Cheng's demise. Zhuang Shiji, this might be a personal feud between Luofei and Ning Cheng. Perhaps they intend to settle it on the duel stage. "It would be unwise for us to intervene," Gu Yiming remarked as he approached, having been keenly observant of Ning Cheng since his own disqualification. Upon hearing his brother's words, Luofei raised an eyebrow, stating, "Indeed, the ugly girl Ji is hideous enough, but she dared to deceive me regarding my chi-gathering stone. I had given her one to ensure her company in bed, yet she reneged. Now that the ugly girl Ji is absent, I can only turn to this Ning fellow." "Oh, Luofei, if that ugly girl Ji is so unsightly, how could you possibly desire her?" came a mocking voice. Ning Cheng recognized this woman as the one who had previously teamed up with Lu Pengyun to trouble him, only to be chased off by Zhuang Shiji. "I expect the same even in darkness." Before Luofei could finish his retort, a resounding slap echoed as Ning Cheng struck him across the face. After delivering the blow, Ning Cheng swiftly stepped back several paces. Ji Luofei's teeth, mingled with blood, flew from the corner of his mouth. In that instant, nearly everyone was taken aback. How could this seemingly doomed individual dare to strike Luofei? Moreover, to do so openly? Gu Yiming's expression darkened, yet he refrained from intervening. He understood that Ning Cheng had merely seized the moment to ambush. Should the fight escalate, his brother Luofei could easily overpower Ning Cheng. Luofei quickly regained his composure, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes as he glared at Ning Cheng. "You dared to ambush me? I will kill you, you scoundrel." Ning Cheng regarded Luofei with disdain, retorting, "You dare to threaten me? Come on. Just moments ago, our king of Confronting issued a decree that anyone who dares to unjustly kill me shall face dire consequences. Do you truly believe you can disregard the king's words? If Confronting were filled with individuals like you, what would become of our hierarchy? What chance would we have against external threats?" Luofei ground to a halt, momentarily enlightened by Ning Cheng's words. He realized he had no choice but to eliminate Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng was correct. The king had made promises in front of many witnesses, vowing to protect him from unreasonable harm. But what if he had a valid reason? This marks the second update. Time has flown since the book's release a week ago. Although the word count is modest and many readers are biding their time, I still yearn for collections and recommendations to support this new work. TO Collect is merely to add the book to your shelf, allowing for easy access in the future. Mobile users, please visit the website for a more refined reading experience. I seek your recommendations and collections for support. The new chapter has yet to appear in the directory, leaving me quite helpless. Therefore, to check for updates on new chapters, one must look at their bookshelf. After a week since the book's release, we have garnered 130,000 views, yet upon checking, it has inexplicably dropped to 70,000. Allow me a moment to rub my eyes. Perhaps my vision has faltered. Tomorrow is Monday, and I humbly request your recommendations and collections in support. Chapter 15. The kill. Luofei halted abruptly, enlightened by Ning Cheng's words. He recognized that Ning Cheng had to be eliminated. Ning Cheng was indeed correct. The king had pledged in front of many that no unreasonable harm would come to him. But what if Luofei had justification? Contemplating this, Luofei sneered, Ning Cheng? You are quite the silver-tongued devil. I hereby challenge you for the unwarranted slap you dealt me. The duel stage is over there. If you lack the courage to face me, you can crawl through my grandfather's legs and call the ugly girl G. Luofei, you, a third-level chi-gathering cultivator, dare to challenge a first-level chi-gathering cultivator? Do you not feel any shame? Zhuang Shiji retorted angrily. Jiu Yiming, maintaining his composure, added, Zhuang Shiji, I must speak fairly. I do not defend Luofei simply because he is my brother. For a first-level student to slap a third-level student, regardless of whether Luofei adheres to the Academy's regulations, it is indeed a formal challenge to Ning Cheng. Even if he were to kill Ning Cheng outright, it would be Ning Cheng's own fault. Ning Cheng laughed heartily, interrupting Gu Yiming. You two pathetic siblings need not prattle before me. If it is a challenge you seek, then I accept. After all, if death was inevitable, he might as well take Luofei down with him. Ning Cheng, you are merely a first-level chi-gathering cultivator. Facing Luofei on the duel stage would be a path to demise. Zhuang Tianya, unable to restrain herself, cautioned Ning Cheng. He was acutely aware of the lack of options before him and, with a fist clasped in gratitude toward Zhuang Shiji, said, Thank you, Zhuang Shiji, for your assistance on several occasions. If I do not survive this, I will surely repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. Humph, mere trash, relying on challenges against those weaker than themselves. If you possess any courage, face me, Ho Chuan. Another dismissive voice chimed in. Ning Cheng recognized this as Ho Chuan, a genius selected by Mingen Academy to join Meteor Academy, who typically devoted himself solely to cultivation. He happened to pass by the academy entrance, prompting him to voice his disdain. Gu Yiming's expression darkened. Had it been anyone else, he would have already dealt with them. Yet, when it came to Ho Chuan, he held back. Not only was Ho Chuan's cultivation on par with his own, but his current status also deterred him from acting against a Meteor Academy student. Ning Cheng clasped his fist in acknowledgement toward Ho Chuan, then turned to Luofei and stated, You challenge me, and I accept as the challenged party. I shall dictate the rules of our duel. Luofei, scoffing, replied, Choose whatever you wish. Whatever method you select, I, Luofei, shall accept it. Very well, as a first-level chi-gathering cultivator, it would be unjust for us to engage in a direct confrontation. However, I am confident in my speed. Let us compete in that regard. Two individuals set off simultaneously from the city gate of Cangle, heading towards the vast expanse of Dawn Forest. Along the way, should one be overtaken, the other would be compelled to stand idle and meet their demise. Ning Cheng stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing Ning Cheng's words, all present grasped his intentions. He aimed to flee through such a fanciful means. However, this notion was rather far-fetched. If such a method could indeed facilitate an escape, what purpose would cultivation serve? Some onlooking students even chuckled softly, finding Ning Cheng's idea to be quite naive. Yet, Ho Chuan, upon hearing this, shook his head, turned away from the crowd, and swiftly departed. If it were him, even in the face of death, he would prefer to confront Luofei on the duel platform, never considering a way to escape only to be humiliated before ultimately being killed. Thus, he had lost all interest in Ning Cheng's duel. He yearned to procure a few items in Cangle City, with the intent of cherishing a memory before heading to Huazhou. Zhuang Tianya also shook her head in disbelief, unable to fathom Ning Cheng's juvenile scheme. A mere first-tier chi-gathering practitioner, even with speed. Could he truly outrun a third-tier chi-gathering cultivator? Gu Fei clearly understood Ning Cheng's intentions, sneering coldly. To think he could escape from him? What a delusion! While he bore no opposition to Ning Cheng's method of duel, even if Luofei's aunt's threats were mere pretense, appearances had to be maintained. Furthermore, the king of the Chongqing kingdom had previously decreed that no one was to cause trouble for Ning Cheng. Now, with Ning Cheng choosing to scurry away like a rat, Gu Fei could pursue him to a desolate place, slay him, and later claim Ning Cheng had fled. This suited his agenda perfectly. He was confident that even if others knew he was responsible for Ning Cheng's death, no one would question his word afterward. Indeed, Gu Fei noted his brother Gu Yiming nodding at him, evidently signaling to eliminate Ning Cheng in solitude. Very well, I concur with your method of duel. Let us exit the city. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gu Fei's eyes as he departed first. Ning Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. While he was certain Gu Fei would acquiesce, he feared others might discern his true cultivation level. Should anyone discover he was a third-tier qi-gathering practitioner rather than merely a first-tier, his plans would be in vain, and no one would agree to a footrace out of the city. Zhuang Tianya had lost all desire to witness Ning Cheng's potential demise. She was on the verge of leaving the Chongqing kingdom, needing to return and brief her family. Yet, the idle students of Chongqing were eager to witness the spectacle. Curious whether Gu Fei would slay Ning Cheng the moment he bolted. The students of Mingen Academy held a prominent status in Cangle City, and the mass exodus of students immediately caused a stir. The main road leading outside the city was willingly cleared. After a considerable time, the group finally exited Cangle City. Glancing back at the ancient and weathered city, Ning Cheng felt a profound sense of nostalgia. He had taken over an hour to leave without obstruction. It was certain that even if he and Luofei fled from the pursuit of those two sixth-tier qi-gathering cultivators, they could not safely escape Cangle City. His previous thoughts had indeed been overly naive. This will be the last time you behold Cangle City. Take a glance and run, rest assured. I shan't allow you to flee too far. Gu Fei remarked coldly as he observed Ning Cheng looking back at the city. Ning Cheng chose to disregard him, turning back to the students who had come to spectate, clasping his fists in salute, and declared, "Now, I shall take my leave. Gu Fei, if you can catch up to me, you may unleash your slaughter." With that, Ning Cheng ceased further dialogue and dashed away. Having already exited the city, it would be unusual for him not to Yuan, Gu Fei and Gu Yiming, witnessing Ning Cheng's running posture, speed, and the intensity of his luck, realized they had not misjudged. Ning Cheng merely sought to escape by such means. Regrettably, Ning Cheng's cultivation was far too low. Even a common first-tier qi-gathering practitioner could easily overtake him and end his life. Gu Fei addressed the onlookers, saying, "I am off to toy with the jester." With that, he darted forward, swiftly closing the distance to Ning Cheng. However, Gu Fei did not immediately block Ning Cheng's path. Instead, he unleashed a wind blade, which instantly resulted in a spray of blood from Ning Cheng's back. At this point, the onlookers had lost interest. Ning Cheng had merely believed he could escape, leading him to devise such a naive plan. Now, Gu Fei was merely toying with him. What significance did this hold? A number of students turned back towards the academy. They had followed out of the belief that Ning Cheng possessed some means of escape, now that it was clear he did not. Who would still wish to watch? Gu Yiming, smiling, clasped his fists at the crowd. "I shall go take a look." With that, he leisurely followed behind, though his pace was considerably slower than Ning Cheng's. Here, there were no friends of Ning Cheng. The Gu brothers had no desire to entertain the notion of slaughtering a first-tier qi-gathering individual. Should they witness the outcome, it would be tantamount to openly offending the Gu brothers. Gu Yiming trailed slowly behind, evidently wishing to see who might be foolish enough to follow. Ning Cheng, enduring the barrage of wind blades from Gu Fei, finally quickened his pace when he could no longer see Cangle City, though his breathing grew increasingly labored. Noticing Ning Cheng could still accelerate, Gu Fei felt a momentary perplexity, but soon sensed Ning Cheng's steps were unsteady. At that moment, Ning Cheng's true energy was in disarray. He was running solely on sheer willpower. "Let us end this here. I lack the inclination to pursue any further," Gu Fei declared, quickening his pace and simultaneously unleashing a blade of energy. Ning Cheng abruptly turned, retreating instead of advancing, narrowly evading Gu Fei's blade in an instant. He had already positioned himself on Gu Fei's right side and, in a split second, unleashed a fiery blade. Luofei had not regarded Ning Cheng seriously, but upon witnessing his sudden acceleration, it dawned on him that he had been deceived. Ning Cheng's reaction speed and the momentum of that fiery blade were certainly not characteristic of a first-tier Qi gathering practitioner, but rather indicative of someone at the third tier. Even a third-tier practitioner would struggle to unleash a fiery blade. Luofei had no time to ponder how Ning Cheng had reached the third tier. He hastily twisted his body, attempting to evade the fiery blade. However, it seemed as though the fiery blade possessed a will of its own, directly cleaving through Gu Fei's arm and half of his chest. Gu Fei, today you are fortunate. I lack the time to slowly torment you, but I shall savor the opportunity to torment your brother in due course. Take another blade. Ning Cheng launched yet another fiery blade, and the moment it was unleashed, he felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Puff! At the instant his blade bisected Gu Fei. A searing pain erupted from his lower abdomen, swiftly radiating throughout his body. Ning Cheng's heart sank. He immediately realized he had been ambushed. This was a consequence of his inexperience in combat. Believing Gu Fei to be mortally wounded and getting too close. Although Gu Fei had managed to inflict a last-minute ambush on Ning Cheng, he could no longer hold on and was cleaved in two by Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng fought against the pain, tearing off his garments and discarding them on the spot. Then seizing Gu Fei's corpse, he sprinted forward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. After running several hundred meters, Ning Cheng abruptly retraced his steps, changing direction and fleeing rapidly. This time, his speed surpassed that of Gu Fei's pursuit by more than tenfold. Ning Cheng was acutely aware that if he did not quicken his escape, should Gu Yiming arrive, his fate would be sealed at that moment. He slung Gu Fei's blade across his back and ignited one of Gu Fei's arms, charring it before incinerating the corpse and forcefully tossing it into a large lake by the roadside. On Monday, Lao requests recommendation votes and support for collections. Mobile users please browse WAP for a higher quality reading experience. Chapter 16. Little Nun and E. Despite the grievous injury inflicted by Gu Fei's ambush, Ning Cheng's fervent will to survive propelled him to accelerate even further, disregarding the damage to his foundation. He knew only to run with wild abandon, channeling his internal energy to its utmost. Determined that not a single drop of blood would fall, Gu Yiming came to a halt, noticing a large pool of blood beneath him. It was evident a struggle had taken place here. With a torn garment strewn upon the ground, the clothing, stained with blood, belonged not to Gu Fei, but to Ning Cheng. Gu Yiming nodded in satisfaction, gazing in the direction from which the blood had trailed. Halting his pursuit, he understood that the blood did not indicate Ning Cheng's sudden escape, but rather that his brother Gu Fei sought to toy with Ning Cheng, allowing him to experience the taste of impending death while fleeing. Upon grasping this, Gu Yiming ceased his haste, opting instead to leisurely follow the trail of blood, entirely neglecting to assess his surroundings. With Gu Yiming's cultivation level, had he been more observant, he would certainly have discerned that Ning Cheng had taken a different route. Yet he did not entertain this possibility. A mere first-tier Qi gathering practitioner managing to change directions under the pursuit of a third-tier cultivator was indeed implausible. Ning Cheng had pushed his speed to the limit, but the relentless exertion was taking its toll. After a while, he began to see stars before his eyes, realizing he had reached his breaking point. He was acutely aware that he had not yet reached safety, and he was certain Gu Yiming would track him down. It was merely a matter of time. Bang! Ning Cheng stumbled, tripping over a stone and tumbling into a long ditch by the roadside. The cold water in the ditch jolted him awake from his dazed state. Grasping at the wild grass along the bank, he attempted to climb back up and continue his escape, but he was utterly spent. Lacking the strength to exert even a modicum of effort, with a slight push, he tumbled back into the water. Yet, driven by an indomitable will to survive, Ning Cheng managed to seize the wild grass by the ditch once more. As Ning Cheng was once again straining to climb out of the waterway, a serpent over 10 feet long swiftly darted towards him. Upon seeing the serpent's glistening, emerald eyes, a flicker of despair arose within Ning Cheng. This was beyond his willpower. No matter how fervently he wished to survive, he could not outrun the serpent. Just as the creature was about to engulf him, a willow branch swept through the air, striking the serpent and sending it flying away. After landing, the serpent dared not approach again, evidently aware of the formidable force that had just repelled it. swiftly veering off and vanishing in an instant. Ning Cheng let out a sigh of relief, only to find a petite nun clad in a deep blue robe before him. The young nun appeared remarkably delicate, with a few incense burns adorning her head, and astonishingly possessed a cultivation level of the third layer of qi gathering. That moment, she was staring at Ning Cheng with her large, expressive eyes, hesitating before timidly asking, "Are you all right?" Ning Cheng, slightly exasperated, replied, "Little Shirtai, do I look like someone who is fine?" Upon hearing herself referred to as Little Shirtai, the young nun's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly helped Ning Cheng to his feet, stammering, "I am not a Shirtai. May I ask you?" Ning Cheng had no time to argue about her title and immediately pleaded, "Please help me escape from this place. Someone is trying to kill me." "Why?" The nun's inquisitive nature was evidently beyond Ning Cheng's expectations. He longed to say that now was not the time for questions, but knowing that such words would only prolong the situation, he weakly explained, "I witnessed a group of late-stage, qi-gathering bandits attempting to abduct a nun as a wife. After I rescued her, those bandits came after me, and they will be here shortly." "What is a wife?" "It means to take someone back as a concubine." This time, the young nun comprehended clearly. A few late-stage, qi-gathering bandits were seeking to capture a nun as a concubine, and she was indeed a little nun herself. Realizing this, she wasted no time in hoisting Ning Cheng onto her back, disregarding the fact that he was drenched. Ning Cheng felt a sense of relief and mustered his strength to add, "Those bandits are colluding with Cangle City. The farther you go, the better. Avoid the main paths." After uttering these words, Ning Cheng finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiu Yiming came to a halt, sensing something amiss. He had traversed quite a distance without encountering any blood trails or other signs. Turning back, he bent down to examine the spot where the blood had ceased, and an unsettling feeling surged within him. The blood abruptly stopped here, with no indications, as if it had vanished into thin air. Panic began to rise in Gu Yiming's heart as he swiftly retraced his steps to the blood-stained area, scrutinizing the tattered clothing left behind by Ning Cheng and scanning the surroundings for a considerable time. After closing his eyes and contemplating for a while, he suddenly opened them wide, choosing a different direction and hastily pursuing it in less than half a stick of incense's time. He stopped again, staring intently at a lake beside the road. Moments later, he leaped into the air, landing in the lake, and seized a charred corpse in that instant. He unmistakably realized that this body was certainly not Ning Cheng's but belonged to his younger brother. Gu Fei Da. Jiu Yiming's eyes instantly turned red, and a fierce killing intent surged within him. With a splash, Gu Yiming forgot he was still in the lake. In a fit of rage, he plunged deeper into the water. However, he quickly leaped from the lake to the shore, roaring with bloodshot eyes, "Ning Cheng, I, Gu Yiming, swear to devour you whole. I will not rest until I have my vengeance." He could not fathom that such a conclusion awaited him. His third-layer qi-gathering brother, Gu Fei, had been slain by Ning Cheng. This was utterly impossible. Ning Cheng must have had help. Otherwise, with Ning Cheng's incompetence, he could not have orchestrated an ambush against a third-layer qi-gathering Gu Fei. Regardless of whether Ning Cheng could have succeeded in such a scheme, Gu Fei was undeniably dead beyond salvation. When Ning Cheng awoke, he heard the shrill cry of a night owl, followed by several other unidentifiable sounds that were somewhat eerie and frightening. Surrounded by darkness, he could only feel the cold and hardness around him. Where was this place? Had he perished and arrived in hell? He extended his hand to feel around, discovering only cold, hard stone. "You are awake?" Just as Ning Cheng pondered over his fate, the voice of the young nun came in a timely manner, and to his surprise, she was right beside him at that moment. Ning Cheng caught a faint, pleasant fragrance, and he sighed in relief, saying, "Thank you. Little Shirtai, I didn't expect someone from the monastic order to wear such fragrant scents." The latter remark was merely an attempt to lighten the mood, allowing him a moment of joy in realizing he was still alive. Ning Cheng, not wishing to succumb to death, yearned for the chance to return to Earth. In truth, he understood that it was mere self-deception. Even if he had been reborn here, it might have been due to that beam of yellow light. Ning Cheng was not inclined to take the risk of dying and being reborn in an unknown place. "I haven't," the young nun replied timidly. Ning Cheng suddenly understood that he occasionally detected a similar fragrance on Tianmu Wan, who also did not wear perfume. This was evidently a natural body scent. With this thought, he quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Little Shirtai, are we in a forest? I hear the calls of night owls and various wild beasts outside. Could it be the Dawn Forest? My name is an E, not Little Shirtai." After introducing herself, the young nun explained, "This is not Dawn Forest. It would take over a month by beast cart to reach there from here. We are still quite far." After exchanging a few words with Ning Cheng, an ES expression and tone became more natural, no longer timid. Ning Cheng felt that his injuries had improved considerably, realizing that an E had undoubtedly been tending to him. He then said, "An E? My name is Ning Cheng. Thank you for saving me. Had it not been for you, I would certainly have perished. I apologize for lying about the bandits chasing the nun." An E smiled faintly. "I know. I was too foolish. Not recognizing the urgency of the situation, I should have fled immediately. Is there any food?" Since emerging from the cultivation tower, Ning Cheng had been in a heightened state of tension. After running for a while, he was now desperately hungry. Now that he felt safe, the pangs of hunger became unbearable. Ane produced 2 wheat cakes and offered them to Ning Cheng, saying, "I have a few more cakes. Please eat." Ning Cheng quickly devoured the 2 wheat cakes, took a sip from an Yi's water flask, and sighed in relief, asking, "An E, where are you from? How did you come to be in this vicinity?" Upon hearing Ning Cheng's question, An Yi's eyes dimmed instantly, even if Ning Cheng did not notice. He could feel the change in her demeanor. "If it's inconvenient to speak, you need not. Everyone has a few matters they prefer not to discuss. I am no exception. Once, I saved someone when a group of students encountered a sudden mountain flood while on an excursion in a mountainous area. I rescued a girl and we became friends, but I never shared many things with her. She too has many things she has not revealed to me. This is quite normal and should not be taken to heart." Ning Cheng had already discerned that this young nun, an E, was very honest and rather innocent. He truly wondered how she managed to survive alone in such a place. Ane, with her large eyes fluttering, asked, "Ning Cheng, what is an excursion?" "An excursion?" Ning Cheng pondered for a long while before saying, "It's when one is well fed and has nothing to do, then seeks out some impractical activities. Or rather, it's when one wishes to visit a location and finds an excuse to do so. Then I am not on an excursion. I have always been with my master. My master is about to leave this world. I want to find some medicinal herbs to extend my master's life." When an E mentioned her master departing, her tone became somber once again. Ning Cheng found no surprise in this revelation. After all, the young nun was also at the 3rd layer of Qi gathering. It would indeed be strange if she had no master. "Is your dwelling far from here?" Ning Cheng inquired. Having adapted to his surroundings over time, and now vaguely perceiving that he was in a stone cave, Ane quickly responded, "It is quite far. I searched many places but could not find Tianxiang Liuji. I kept walking further away, and now I estimate it's a 5 or 6 day journey back to my home." "What is Tianxiang Liuji?" Ning Cheng was completely unfamiliar with these spiritual herbs. Tianxiang Liuji is a Tier 3 spiritual herb, said to extend life by 12 years. I wish to find this herb to prolong my master's life. My master mentioned that after this seclusion, she would bid me farewell. I am very worried about my master. Without her, I do not know where I am to go." And Yi's voice grew softer and softer, nearly breaking into tears. Ning Cheng felt somewhat speechless. Although he was ignorant about spiritual herbs, he understood that a Tier 3 spiritual herb was undoubtedly a highly esteemed existence. If an E could casually find Tianxiang Liuji, everyone would have set out to search for it long ago. How could she be the only one? With this thought, Ning Cheng comforted her. "I believe your primary concern should be to stay by your master's side. That Tier 3 spiritual herb is likely not easy to find. Moreover, since this herb is named Tianxiang Liuji, it must emit a fragrance. Such a herb would not simply wait for you to seek it out." "Not at all." An alien quickly refuted Ning Cheng's words. "Tianxiang Liuji only emits its fragrance after being plucked. If left untouched, it remains scentless. If you don't believe me, take a look at this." As she spoke, an E handed Ning Cheng a somewhat thick book. Ning Cheng, possessing scant knowledge about spiritual herbs, hastily tucked the book away and said, "An E? The light is too dim to see clearly. May I borrow this book for a few days? I will return it once you are back." "Of course," an E replied, then seemed to recall something and promptly asked, "Ning Cheng, Will you come with me? Feeling a resurgence of strength, Ning Cheng immediately responded, Certainly. Not only do I wish to accompany you, but I intend to leave right away, by morning. We may find ourselves unable to escape. Ning Cheng was not as naive as an E. He was acutely aware that Gu Yiming would not let him off easily. If Gu Yiming learned of his role in Gu Fei's death, he would surely ally with the Zhongqin kingdom to hunt him down. It was not merely that the Ning family was tacitly sanctioned for extermination by the Zhongqin kingdom. Even if they weren't, with Gu Yiming's status, it would be effortless for him to summon forces to seal off this area. Those pursuing you may not necessarily find this place. I've stayed here for 2 nights, and it is quite safe, Annie reasoned. She was not devoid of intellect. In her view, this region was surrounded by mountains, making it nearly impossible for Ning Cheng's pursuers to locate him here. Ning Cheng, however, had to state the facts, and I am not a villain, and those who wish to kill me are no ordinary foes. It is the king of the Zhongqin kingdom who seeks my life, dispatching troops to hunt me down. Remaining here leaves us with only one path, death. And nodded. I believe you are certainly not a bad person, so I'll heed your words. How should we proceed? We shall first go to where you reside, Ning Cheng declared as he stood up. Pleased that an had acquiesced to his suggestion. His plan was to escort an back before venturing alone to the Mango Esiada. Was simply too naive. It was fanciful to think she could embark on a quest for Tianxiang Liuji alone. Even if she were to find it, managing to bring it back would be a miracle. A fragrant spiritual herb carried on one's person would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes. My master has been in seclusion for 7 or 8 days. He should be emerging soon. I must return early, but I have yet to locate Tianxiang Liuji. And Yi's tone was forlorn, evidently troubled by her failure to find the herb. Let us move on. Do not dwell on this matter any longer, Ning Cheng urged. Rising to his feet and beckoning to an following him. An temporarily set aside her concerns about Tianxiang Liuji. As expected, the area was indeed as an had described, with mountains stretching endlessly. Although Ning Cheng was gravely injured, and Yi's care had significantly improved his condition, and being a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, he moved with relative speed. Also at the 3rd level, was swift, having traversed the path before. The two hurried through the night, and by the break of dawn, they had distanced themselves considerably from the cave where they had sought refuge. Allow me to carry you, an suggested. Noticing Ning Cheng's blood-stained attire and exhaustion, her concern evident, Ning Cheng waved his hand dismissively. No need. If you carry me, our pace will surely slow. Perhaps you should go ahead, if we are intercepted. You would be embroiled in my troubles. And puzzled, looked at Ning Cheng and asked, Are you saying we have not yet escaped to safety? Ning Cheng nodded gravely. He knew they were still not safe. Given the power of the Zhongqin kingdom, the distance they had covered was still well within their reach. He had hoped to find expansive woods along the way in which to hide. But it seemed those hopes were in vain. The terrain was dominated by mountains. While there were places to conceal oneself, none offered the security that woods would provide. Then let us continue fleeing, and insisted. Ning Cheng shook his head. It would be futile. Even if we were to flee for another night, the outcome would remain the same. Moreover, in our current state, we cannot run at full speed. After a pause, Ning Cheng retrieved the book on spiritual herbs he had previously taken from an and handed it back to her, saying, An you possess a kind heart. Should your master return, do not leave your residence lightly. This book should be yours. If I am captured, it would be a shame for such a valuable tome to fall into the hands of those scoundrels. No. And quickly protested, pushing it back. Though she hardly knew Ning Cheng, his words inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity. The sound of galloping hooves abruptly interrupted their conversation. Ning Cheng's first instinct was to pull Annie away to flee. However, he was too fatigued, and the sound of hooves approached rapidly, reaching them in mere moments. Young Master Ning, a familiar voice called out. Ning Cheng immediately recognized the driver, a man whose face bore scars, the father of the boy he had once saved. Is it you? Ning Cheng asked, somewhat surprised, before realizing why the man had arrived so early with a cart. Upon seeing Ning Cheng's bloodied state, the middle-aged man quickly understood the gravity of the situation and halted his cart, saying, Young Master Ning, I have heard about your plight at the city's outpost. Quickly change into a clean set of clothes and ride in my cart. I shall take you away. Ning Cheng felt warmth spread through him. After saving the young boy, the man had been too anxious to express even a simple thank you. Now, in his moment of need, this man was unhesitatingly offering assistance, fully aware that capture could mean death. The phrase, "great kindness goes unspoken," was not merely a saying. This man embodied it through his actions. "That would be too dangerous. I will find refuge in the mountains. If I am captured while riding in your cart, you too would face death." Ning Cheng still declined the man's generous offer. The man, seeing Ning Cheng refuse, urgently insisted, "You are the savior of my child, the benefactor of my entire family. How could I speak of being a burden?" With that, he produced a clean set of clothes from the front of the cart and handed them to Ning Cheng. "Please change into these. Your garments reek of blood." Gratefully accepting the clothes, Ning Cheng inquired, "What brings you out here so early?" "I travel to Dingby Town each month. It is a hub for adventurers returning from the Mango Sea, laden with pelts and various goods. Many beast carts cannot go directly to Cangle City, so they stop in Dingby Town. Those adventurers often rent our carts to return to Cangle City. I, along with a few familiar drivers, know a more direct route." "But I did not expect to encounter you here," the middle-aged man explained, rubbing his hands together, his tone filled with gratitude. "Wait." Ning Cheng's mind sparked with realization, and he eagerly asked, "You mentioned that the outpost is not far from here? And did you pass by another outpost on your way?" The man nodded gravely. "Yes, I came from the previous outpost, and it took only 3 hours. Even to reach Dingby Outpost would take at most a day." Ning Cheng's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated that after a night of fleeing, he and an E had only meandered between 2 outposts. What a futile escape. An E was truly naive, searching for a third-level spiritual herb between these outposts. It was almost comical, noticing Ning Cheng's silence. The middle-aged man quickly added, "Another cart will arrive shortly. Please, young master, get into my cart. I can take you out of here via a much more secluded route, avoiding the Dingby Town outpost altogether." Ning Cheng understood that this was not the time for hesitation and quickly changed into the clean clothes. An E, realizing she had perhaps taken a wrong turn, shyly disposed of Ning Cheng's bloodied garments by burning them with a fireball. The sight of an E wielding fireball magic filled the middle-aged man with respect. Once Ning Cheng and an E were aboard the cart, the man promptly urged the horses forward, accelerating away. Minutes later, the cart turned onto a narrow mountain path. After another half-hour, as dawn broke, they entered an even more secluded mountainous trail, flanked by towering peaks that obscured the sun. The driver handled the cart with remarkable skill, and they picked up speed. He must have traversed this winding path countless times. Ning Cheng let out a silent sigh of relief. He sensed that they were finally on the right track. In a place surrounded by mountains, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape without someone familiar with the routes. "My good sir, may I ask your name? I owe you my deepest gratitude," Ning Cheng expressed, despite being acutely aware of the lingering danger they faced. "Let us entrust this task to our fellow book enthusiasts. If you have any delightful suggestions for a name for our book club, please do share. This time, we shall select 10 winners, and the prizes consist of 5 JD shopping vouchers, worth 100 yuan each, and 5 signed copies of The Strongest Abandoned Son, Volumes 1 and 2. In the interest of expediency, we have designated a time frame of 2 days for the collection of names for the book club, commencing from June 17, 2014, at 4 p.m. and concluding on June 19, 2014, at 4 p.m. The 10 chosen names will all be considered winners, with no particular order of precedence. I have established a dedicated thread for the book club in the Chidian Review section, where all submitted names can be posted, and the final 10 will be selected from this collection, with 5 chosen directly from the thread and the other 5 by Lao Wu via WeChat. Furthermore, many of our fellow book lovers have responded to Lao Wu's call through WeChat to join Chidian, subsequently creating membership accounts. However, most have not upgraded to VIP status. Numerous friends have inquired about how to upgrade their membership to VIP, and I confess my own ignorance on the matter, as I have always accessed the Chidian website through my computer, while the friends who joined via WeChat predominantly use their mobile devices. I only know that there are prompts on mobile devices, or that it can be done through Chidian's reading app for those using the app. Simply scan the QR code. Today's second update will be available at 8 p.m. for mobile users. Please visit the website for an enhanced reading experience. Chapter 18, Cannot Marry. My name is Li Xiao. That day, the benefactor saved my son. Li Xiao spoke with evident trepidation. unsure whether it was due to his apprehension regarding Ning Cheng's prior identity or his gratitude for Ning Cheng's rescue of his son. Ning Cheng felt a slight relief when he noticed that after a day's journey, Li Xiao's carriage had ventured deeper into the wilderness, and still, no one had pursued them. Brotherly, let the horses rest for a moment. You've brought us this far. There shouldn't be much trouble ahead, Ning Cheng suggested, observing the fatigue of the horses. Li Xiao, feeling sympathy for his two yellow steeds, heeded Ning Cheng's words and halted the carriage. He then produced some provisions to offer Ning Cheng and an saying, "Benefactor need not worry. Once I escort you a bit further, we can circumvent the Dingbi Town relay station. After that, I can proceed directly to Haiqingbai, where many adventurers returning from the Mango Sea gather, and one can earn a greater bounty there." And who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "Brotherly, I have some familiarity with this area. You may head to Haiqingbai. I can guide Ning Cheng out." When Li Xiao appeared ready to speak again, Ning Cheng decisively stated, "Let it be as such. Brotherly, please take us to the point where we can bypass Dingbi Town. Then we shall part ways, and you may continue to Haiqingbai." And having no particular objection, readily acquiesced to Ning Cheng's plan. After a day's rest, Ning Cheng, being a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, alongside Yi's healing knowledge, found his injuries had significantly improved. Once the horses were rested, the trio resumed their journey in the early hours of the following day. Ning Cheng and parted ways with Li Xiao. This time, was not merely speaking idly. She genuinely knew the way. Although they traversed narrow mountain paths, they did not stray. After 2 more days of travel, they finally entered a lush, verdant forest. Upon entering, grasped Ning Cheng's hand, stating, "There is a formation here. You must follow closely, or you will get lost." Ning Cheng, having been in this region for some time, was well aware of the existence of formations. It seemed to relate to ancient Chinese civilization, a mysterious arrangement based on orientation and other elements he did not comprehend. Following through a series of twists and turns, they finally emerged from the dense greenery, revealing a modest peak before them. At the foot of the mountain lay several acres of farmland, cultivated with various vegetables. Halfway up the slope stood a gray-brown nunnery, the characters Lona Island and clearly visible from a distance. "Is that Lona Island and where you reside?" Ning Cheng inquired. And released his hand, a smile of joy illuminating her face as she replied, "Yes, I have grown up here. After being away for several days, I have been yearning to return. I must go see my master. Please accompany me." As she spoke, quickened her pace towards the nunnery on the mountainside. Ning Cheng followed behind, his heart filled with uncertainty. Given that was already at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, her master would undoubtedly be formidable. What if her master had an eccentric temperament? This place was not Earth. Logic seemed to hold little sway here. "Come in." A somewhat aged voice resonated in Ning Cheng's ears. He understood immediately that it belonged to Yi's master, who was already aware of his presence. As he stepped through the weathered entrance, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, surprising him. Ane had mentioned her master was nearing death, yet there was no trace of decay within. The aroma of sandalwood lingered. Yi's master appeared to be a middle-aged woman who did not seem particularly old. Clad in a gray robe, seated serenely in the center of the main hall. She did not appear aged, only somewhat pallid. Yet, Ning Cheng could still sense a lingering aura of death surrounding her, confirming Yi's assertion that her master was indeed on the brink of passing. What astonished Ning Cheng was not her apparent youth despite her impending demise, nor her concealed level of cultivation, but rather the fact that Yi's master was not a nun, for she possessed a long mane of hair that, despite the surrounding deathly aura, remained dark yet devoid of luster. Though Yi has always regarded me as her master, in truth, I have little to teach her. You can surely see that I am nearing my end. Ane has a kind heart and is still innocent, if possible. I hope you can accompany her until she is capable of standing on her own." The woman in gray calmly addressed Ning Cheng. She did not inquire how he came to know nor did she ask about his background or his injuries, but spoke directly and plainly. Ane gasped in shock. "Master, I cannot leave you. I want to stay at Lona Island, and how could I possibly go with Ning Cheng? He is merely passing through." Ning Cheng hastily interjected, "Elder, I intend to journey to the Mango Sea, which is said to be fraught with peril and where one could be killed at any moment. Furthermore, I have several adversaries." Ane He would be far safer remaining at Lona Island and then accompanying me. Ning Cheng spoke truthfully. Initially, he had been concerned for an E. She was as innocent as a blank slate. Yet now that they had arrived at Lona Island, he felt reassured. The formation provided protection. Ordinary individuals could not enter. The gray-robed woman sighed, taking An Yi's hand gently, saying, "Ultimately, I must depart. You need not regard me as your master. While this place seems safe, it is fraught with danger. Once I am gone, you will find it impossible to survive alone." Having said this, she ceased her attempts to persuade An Yi and turned her gaze to Ning Cheng, stating, "As one approaches death, certain truths become evident. Regardless of how you came to know An Yi, I believe you are not a nefarious individual. Thus, I wish to inquire whether you are betrothed or married." Upon hearing this, Ning Cheng immediately thought that perhaps An Yi's master intended to propose An Yi as a bride for him. How could he marry a nun? Even if An Yi were not a nun, he could not wed her. Realizing this, he quickly replied, "I have a girlfriend. Although we recently had some minor disagreements and parted ways, I still wish to win her back." As he spoke, a quiet sigh escaped him. Not only did he know that Tian Muin's resolute stance made reconciliation impossible, but even if she were to have a change of heart, would he ever cross paths with her again? With these thoughts, Ning Cheng added, "I also have a fiancée Yi, but she has merely gone away temporarily." Ning Cheng struggled to continue, for deep down, he recognized that his fiancée Yi Luofei was no longer connected to him in any way. It was not just a matter of whether he could reach Huazhou. Even if he did, Luofei belonged to his past. He felt gratitude towards her, but to claim he truly loved her would not be accurate. To his surprise, upon hearing Ning Cheng's words, the gray-robed woman nodded, saying, "Then I shall rest easy. You must remember, An Yi may accompany you, but she must never marry or engage in any romantic entanglements with anyone else, otherwise." Before she could finish her warning, a faint trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. An Yi rushed to embrace the gray-robed woman, crying out, "Master, what is wrong?" Ning Cheng had not anticipated that the gray-robed woman's inquiry about his marital status was a warning against harboring intentions towards An Yi. He had misunderstood her intentions. It was no wonder An Yi was a little nun. He was left wondering what the underlying reason could be, however. Seeing the woman's condition deteriorate further, he dared not speak more. The gray-robed woman waved her hand toward An Yi, retrieving a piece of pear-colored jade to hang around An Yi's neck and a brown cloth pouch to tie around her waist, before saying, "An Yi, when I found you, this jade was by your side. It must have been left by your parents. This bag has been my storage companion for many years. Please remember not to casually take it out where others can see. Furthermore, you must never forget, you cannot marry." After saying this, she fixed her gaze upon Ning Cheng and added, "Please take good care of An Yi. She is destined for greatness and will not treat you poorly." Ning Cheng clasped his fists solemnly and replied, "My life was saved by An Yi, rest assured. As long as Ning Cheng draws breath, I will ensure that no harm befalls her. An Yi, I must depart now. Live well and do not grieve. What is meant to come will come, and what is meant to leave will leave. Your journey is still long. Take care of yourself." After the woman in gray finished speaking, she looked up at the vast, empty sky outside the temple door, sighed softly, and closed her eyes, a hint of melancholy at the corners. An Yi had already accumulated 3 layers of energy. With her master gone and vitality dissipating, she immediately understood and was overcome with sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. Even though she had long been aware of her master's impending demise, she could not accept this reality. Ning Cheng recognized that the woman in gray had likely been waiting for An Yi's return. Otherwise, she might have already passed on. He stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on An Yi's shoulder, saying, "Life and death are the natural order of things. You need not be overly sorrowful. One day, we too shall reach this point. It is merely a matter of time." As Ning Cheng spoke, he sighed, uncertain if he would see his sister Ruolan again when his own time came. And he knew well that Ning Cheng's words were sound, yet she could not suppress the grief within her. For over a decade, she had lived alongside her master, relying on one another. Now, with her master suddenly gone, she felt utterly lost. Observing An Yi's state, Ning Cheng understood that he needed to address these matters. With Ning Cheng's encouragement, An Yi gradually began to ease her sorrow. Together, they buried her master behind Lona Island Temple. After spending 3 days with an E at the temple, Ning Cheng and an E finally departed, continuing their journey to the Mango Sea. During those 3 days, with an Yi's assistance, Ning Cheng's injuries had mostly healed. However, an E had grown increasingly despondent. By nature, she was a quiet and reserved individual. And after this incident, her words became even scarcer. Although Ning Cheng was curious about the contents of an Yi's storage bag, he felt too shy to inquire. Chapter 19. The sorrow of Luofei. Luofei opened her eyes in confusion, only to find herself in a modest room with 6 others. She was lying on a wooden couch. Aside from herself, there were Zhuang Tianya, Jin Sujia, Dan Xiangling, and 2 others she did not recognize. Where is this? Where is Ning Cheng? Luofei quickly sat up, anxiously asking. Dan Xiangling, who seldom spoke, remained silent, while Jin Sujia and Luofei were not on the same wavelength, and the other 2 unfamiliar girls had nothing to say either. Only Zhuang Tianya spoke up. We are currently aboard a flying ship heading to Huazhou. We just flew over the Graden Forest. In a few days, we should approach Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou? But what about Ning Cheng? Luofei suddenly jumped from the couch, asking without waiting for Zhuang Tianya's response. What about my aunt? Did she bring Ning Cheng with her? Zhuang Tianya fell silent, and Luofei immediately grasped the situation, turning to rush out. Zhuang Tianya was alarmed and quickly grabbed Luofei, exclaiming, "Are you trying to throw your life away? Even if it costs me my life, I must rescue Ning Cheng. Leaving him alone in Songqing Kingdom is tantamount to a death sentence," Luofei said. Panic-stricken, "Let me go." Zhuang Tianya did not release her grip, only letting out a sigh. "Luofei, if you charge out like this, not only will you not survive the journey back to Songqing, but your aunt will also face severe repercussions. And you will certainly not return to Songqing. Oh, you know what kind of expert is aboard this ship? That is a profound liquid realm elder. Your aunt is merely a teacher at an academy. She can only take you back to the Meteor Academy in Huazhou. And many matters." Luofei calmed down, no longer impulsively trying to leave. She understood that the profound liquid realm was a level of power that could only be attained after reaching the pinnacle of the foundational stage. And those who achieved it were exceedingly rare in lower-tier realms. Every profound liquid realm expert held a prestigious status. The foundational stage involves transforming true essence into true liquid, establishing a solid foundation. And generating spiritual consciousness, it is, indeed, a dividing line for cultivators. The profound liquid realm, on the other hand, involves accumulating true liquid and forming a nascent lake of essence in the Dantian after reaching the pinnacle of the foundational stage. As one's cultivation solidifies, the lake expands and thickens, and spiritual consciousness intensifies. Cultivators who form a lake of essence possess far greater strength than those at the foundational stage. To put it simply, it was so effortless for Luofei's aunt to slay 2 at the 6th layer of energy. A profound liquid realm expert could likewise dispatch her aunt with ease. Seeing Luofei's hands trembling, Zhuang Tianya continued, "Moreover, even if you return, you will be unable to save Ning Cheng. Can you even make it back? What has happened to him?" Luofei asked, her voice trembling further. Zhuang Tianya did not conceal the truth, saying, "When Ning Cheng left the academy, he heard Gu Fei insult you and immediately clashed with him. As a result, he was challenged by Gu Fei." Luofei clenched her fists, her hands turning pale. In fact, what left the deepest impression of Ning Cheng on her was not the years they spent living under the same roof, but the memory of helping him slay Xian Yuan Kuei and urging him to flee. That brief period left an indelible mark on her. "Do not panic. Just listen to me. Luofei, you know my talent. Remember to avenge me after I am gone. I do not wish to die without retribution." "Luofei, you are not unattractive." Ning Cheng's words echoed in her ears. But what of Ning Cheng? Truly understanding a person sometimes takes many years, yet at other times, a mere moment can feel like a lifetime. Luofei felt that during her brief interactions with Ning Cheng, she had come to know him completely. What happened to Ning Cheng afterward? Luofei asked, tightly gripping Zhuang Tianya, her tone filled with urgency despite knowing deep down that Ning Cheng's situation was dire. Zhuang Tianya sensed the tremor in Luofei's hand and sighed inwardly. To her, Ning Cheng was unworthy of Luofei. She could not fathom why Luofei was so concerned for him. Zhuang Tianya comfortingly patted Luofei's hand, saying, "Gu Fei challenged Ning Cheng, and Ning Cheng proposed a race outside the city. He likely hoped to use this opportunity to escape, but the disparity in their cultivations was simply too great. Not to mention Gu Yiming was there as well. Ji Luofei remained oblivious to the fact that her palm was already bloodied from her grip. She was acutely aware that while Ning Cheng's problem-solving abilities surpassed hers, what could he accomplish in the face of overwhelming power? Ning Cheng, I vow to avenge you, ensuring that you do not leave this world without retribution. Ji Luofei etched this promise deep within her heart. One day, when she had achieved her own cultivation, she would undoubtedly return to eliminate Gu Yiming, the king of Tsangqin, and others. Ji Luofei cast a cold glance at Jian Sujie beside her, fully aware that Ning Cheng had done nothing to her. Yet the destruction of the Ning family was undoubtedly linked to Jian Sujie. Given the opportunity, she would likewise assist Ning Cheng in avenging herself against Jian Sujie and Qiuing Wang. Seeing the icy glare from Ji Luofei, Jian Sujie felt a chill run down her spine. However, she quickly regained her composure, as if she could sense Ji Luofei's thoughts, and met her cold gaze. If you wish to avenge Ning Cheng, I, Jian Sujie, am prepared to assist. Your family and the Qiu family conspired against Ning Cheng. How could someone who had not even successfully gathered energy dare to disrespect you? I am not blind. Ning Cheng is gone, but I will see to it that his affairs are settled. Ji Luofei's tone was devoid of any emotion. Even Zhuang Tianya, who stood by, felt a shiver run through her heart. She sensed without reason that Ji Luofei had changed, becoming someone she no longer recognized, no longer the kind-hearted Ji Luofei who had once sealed herself away yet remained benevolent. Jian Sujie, though equally unsettled, replied, It is true that Ning Cheng wronged me, but I later learned he was framed. It was not my doing. Moreover, I was also a victim. That is why I did not seek to kill him, and even saved him once. Believe it or not. Ji Luofei closed her eyes and slowly sat down, no longer paying attention to Jian Sujie. For a month, both Ning Cheng and an Yi took a circuitous route. Annie grew even more silent. Yet she was not entirely without merit. At least, she could cook and had knowledge of various spiritual herbs, though she abstained from meat. The game Ning Cheng brought back was never consumed by an Yi. Ning Cheng, indifferent to what an Yi chose to eat, immersed himself in studying the book on spiritual herbs she had given him. At this moment, he had progressed significantly since leaving Cangle City. He could at least recognize common spiritual herbs. An Yi had fallen into a profound silence, yet her dependence on Ning Cheng had only intensified. Each time Ning Cheng ventured out to hunt, she would be consumed with anxiety, only finding solace upon his return. The passing of her master had dealt her a significant blow. On this day, Ning Cheng and an Yi once again traversed a towering mountain. They could already catch the scent of the sea, and Ning Cheng was filled with exuberance. Although everything felt foreign, the sea appeared just as it had in his previous life, at least on the surface, as he contemplated their imminent journey to the boundless ocean. Ning Cheng felt his heart swell with an infinite longing, yearning to reach the shoreline and shout, At last, I behold the sea once more. However, when he turned to see the still silent an Yi, that fervent impulse swiftly dissipated. He smiled at her and inquired, An Yi, why did your master say you cannot marry? Ning Cheng feared that if an Yi continued in this manner for too long, she might succumb to melancholy. Though an Yi could not comprehend such complexities, it did not mean she was without understanding. I do not know. If my master says I cannot marry, then I shall not. Did you not also tell me that monks do not marry? An Yi replied, her eyes wide with curiosity. Ning Cheng gazed into her bright, clear eyes, and then at her noticeably thinner face, feeling a pang of sorrow for her. He quickly cast those emotions aside and continued to smile at an Yi, saying, In my homeland, monks are also permitted to marry. Ninggu, do you wish for me to marry you? An Yi immediately asked, her heart unguarded in Ning Cheng's presence. After spending over a month together, she had finally elevated Ning Cheng to the status of Ninggu. Ning Cheng, exasperated, ruffled his hair and replied, No, I already have a girlfriend. What I meant was, and Yi smiled gently and said, Ninggu, you need not worry about me. Thank you for your care along this journey. I am merely saddened by my master's passing. Now, I am gradually coming to terms with it. You need not go out of your way to comfort me. Ning Cheng stared at an Yi in astonishment. Anyone who claimed this little nun was foolish would surely feel his ire. It seemed that an Yi had always known what was in her heart, only reluctant to voice it. Noticing Ning Cheng's awkward silence, and he suddenly added, Ning Gu, I have always been grateful to you. Without your companionship, I truly would not know what to do after my master's departure. With that, she boldly asked, Ning Gu, you mentioned you have a girlfriend. If you had a minor disagreement and broke up, would you seek her out again? Ning Cheng was taken aback that an Eerie remembered even this detail. He had merely been making light conversation with her master's words. Given an Yi's earlier sorrow, it was astonishing she retained such memories. Indeed, one could never truly discern a woman's thoughts, be she a nun or not. No, I would not. Besides, I currently have no means of finding her. Ning Cheng shook his head. And he pressed on, Ning Gu, if you could find her, would you seek her out? Ning Cheng fell silent. Tianmu Wan had treated him thus without any explanation. A woman throwing a minor tantrum was one thing. But Tianmu Wan should not have given the pearl flowers he gifted her to Chajiyi, who then carelessly tossed them into a drain, only for Tianmu Wan to have the audacity to ask him for another. Regardless of Tianmu Wan's intentions, Ning Cheng felt it would be exceedingly difficult to treat her as he once had. He had given those 2 pearl flowers as tokens of his affection for his 2 closest people. Viewing Tianmu Wan as akin to family, as close as his sister Ruo Land, by discarding the pearl flowers through Chajiyi, Tianmu Wan had effectively cast aside his heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 20. The perilous mango. Ning Cheng did not respond, as a sharp sound slicing through the air interrupted his contemplation. A gray shadow whizzed past him, accompanied by a piercing wail. Soon followed by a black figure hot on its heels. Within moments, these 2 shadows vanished without a trace. Ning Cheng's heart raced. He recognized that the shadow was a magical artifact, one he had previously seen belonging to his aunt Luofei. It was said that hundreds of nations and countless factions had come to the Mango Sea to hone their skills and seek resources. Clearly, that was indeed the case. The figures that had just passed were evidently not cultivators from the Zhongqin kingdom. Those possessing flying artifacts must have attained at least the later stages of the Qi condensation realm. If not the Foundation establishment-leveled IT, was becoming apparent that surviving in the Mango Sea would not be an easy feat. The exhilaration that had surged through Ning Cheng moments ago had significantly waned, as he began to contemplate how he might endure in this treacherous place, and he could also sense the danger. Observing that the 2 figures had been engaged in a chase, and both she and Ning Cheng were of relatively low cultivation. While she was uncertain of Ning Cheng's level, it did not seem particularly high. We must exercise caution. The Mango Sea appears fraught with peril, Ning Cheng urged as he guided an down from the heights to a more secluded path. Momentarily forgetting her earlier questions, simply nodded and closely followed him. If she were alone now, she would have been utterly lost as to what to do. Be sure to safeguard your storage pouch. Do not let it be seen, Ning Cheng reminded her. Realizing that if an Yi's pouch were compromised, both she and he would be in grave danger. And he quickly placed her hand on her waist. Ning Gu, perhaps I should take it off and keep it on you. It's far too unsafe on my person. Ning Cheng halted her movements, saying, that pouch was left to you by your master. It is best kept close to you. There may be items within that are significant, and it would not be appropriate for me to possess it. Initially, Ning Cheng had wished to examine an Yi's pouch, but he soon considered that her master must have passed down some treasures to her. If he were to take it, it would be akin to prying into someone else's belongings. And he interjected, Ning Gu, this is not a pouch, it's a storage bag. There is a distinction between the 2. Storage bags have a larger capacity than pouches. This item communicates through thought, containing a spatial array that allows for the storage of larger items. Ning Cheng then understood that there was indeed a difference between a pouch and a storage bag. The thought that such a small storage bag could contain numerous items ignited a sense of yearning within him. He truly desired to possess such a bag. Having experienced the earlier incident, Ning Cheng guided an to navigate the narrow paths. Ning Gu, there's an inn over there, an noted. Her awareness of Ning Cheng's concern prompting her to speak more freely. It seemed she had buried the pain of her master's passing deep within, as she took the initiative to ask Ning Cheng various questions along the way, though she refrained from inquiring about his girlfriend or the nature of a girlfriend altogether. Spotting the inn in the distance, Ning Cheng noted that it appeared modest, yet he chose to halt. Ninggu, Li Xiaogu mentioned that after passing the Dingbai Town Inn, we would be leaving the territory of the Zhongqin kingdom. Although there is an inn ahead, it may not belong to Zhongqin, and he said cautiously upon seeing Ning Cheng stop. Ning Cheng nodded. Indeed. Let us proceed and ascertain the situation. The inn was unassuming, primarily serving as a rest stop with a dozen guards and a small hotel. The largest area was designated for beast carts, where many cart drivers were calling out to potential customers. The sign above the inn set Ning Cheng's mind at ease. Huiyuan Kingdom Yi He Fu Inn. As Ning Cheng and an E arrived, a rugged-looking short woman approached them. Are you two headed to the Mango Sea? Come ride my beast cart. It's only 20 gold coins per person. Ning Cheng was taken aback. 20 gold coins per person? Was that truly the price? Previously, Li Xiao had mentioned that a trip would only cost a few silver coins. So why was the price so exorbitant here? Isn't that price a bit steep? Ning Cheng hesitantly inquired. Uncertain if the woman was trying to take advantage of him, the rugged woman paused, caught off guard, before a bearded man nearby chimed in, Friend, that price is actually quite reasonable. Not only is there a journey of over 10 days to the Mango Sea, but the dangers there are worth every coin. The drivers here are taking risks with their lives. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to haggle. The man, with a short beard and an apparent cultivation of only the third layer of chi condensation, spoke with a gentle tone, avoiding any abruptness. The disparity between the third and fourth layers of chi condensation was significant, with cultivators of the third layer far outnumbering those of the fourth. Ning Cheng quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for the clarification, friend. This is my sister's first time seeking survival in the Mango Sea, and we are unfamiliar with the local prices. Given your insight, 20 gold coins truly does not seem excessive. Upon mentioning sister, Ning Cheng was reminded of Ning Ruolan, and his concern for her deepened. Annie had wrapped her head with a white scarf, concealing her identity as a nun. When Ning Cheng referred to an E as his sister, the bearded man did not doubt his words, nodding in agreement. His beast cart is well regarded. I am also heading to the Mango Sea and plan to take her cart. Why not travel together? Ning Cheng felt a bit embarrassed as he replied, I do not have a single gold coin on me. I am eager to reach the Mango Sea, but it seems I cannot afford it. At present, the only two valuable possessions he possesses are a knife, snatched from Luofei, concealed within his package, and the chi-gathering stone bestowed upon him by Luofei, which he has never contemplated using. Beyond these, he has merely 2 scrolls from the Ning family. At this moment, he finds himself regretting that after slaying Luofei, he did not thoroughly search him for other potentially valuable items. The short-bearded man scrutinized Ning Cheng with a smile and remarked, It is indeed rare to encounter a chi-gathering level 3 practitioner as impoverished as you, my friend. Allow me to cover the cost of the gold coins for this beast cart. As a gesture of friendship, upon hearing these words, Ning Cheng was immediately elated and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I am most grateful, dear friend. Once I reach the Mango Sea region, I will surely find a way to repay you. Had Ning Cheng not offended Gu Yiming, he would have preferred not to incur such a debt. For him, the further he could distance himself from the Chongqing kingdom, the better. The Mango Sea region is populated with all sorts of individuals. Even the Chongqing kingdom holds little significance there, as it is perceived as one of the safest havens. A mere 40 gold coins need not be repaid, he continued. My name is Feng Feizhong, and I have been traversing between the Mango Sea region and the Yaihefu post for some time. Although I could earn double by delivering goods back to the Huiyuan kingdom, I would rather sell my wares here, as it saves a great deal of time. The short-bearded man explained with a grin. I am Ning Cheng, and this is my cousin, an E. Ning Cheng hastily referred to his sister as a cousin. They were siblings, but if their surnames differed, what would be the point of calling themselves siblings? Feng Feizhong did not mind Ning Cheng's inconsistency and continued to enthusiastically elaborate. The Mango Sea region is brimming with gold coins. Provided you possess the skill, those like myself, unable to advance to the mid-level of chi gathering, aim to accumulate enough gold to return and establish a family. Brother Feng, is it not true that the Mango Sea region is also rife with peril? Ning Cheng inquired, eager to glean information about the Mango Sea region from Feng Feizhong, who had spent considerable time there. Upon hearing Ning Cheng's question, Feng Feizhong's expression grew grave. Indeed, Brother Ning. In the Mango Sea region, our cultivation level is considered quite lowly, merely a shade better than the most primitive adventurers. I can only scavenge in the coastal areas, as venturing further afield is far too dangerous. The most abundant resources lie in the deep sea, but the coastal regions are overcrowded, making it exceedingly difficult to unearth anything of value. After a pause, Feng Feizhong continued, to venture into the Mango Sea region, one must form a team. Over the years, I have partnered with many friends, yet few have returned. I have witnessed the demise of many acquaintances before my eyes, utterly powerless to intervene. I fear that one day, I too shall remain forever in the Mango Sea region. Like them. And E had always lived in a secure environment with her master, and thus lacked understanding of such dangers. Ning Cheng, however, was deeply concerned. Despite being at the third level of Qi gathering, he possessed little combat experience. The only reason he managed to kill Luofei was that Luofei had underestimated him, perceiving him as merely a level 1 Qi gathering practitioner. Even so, he had sustained grave injuries from Luofei's final retaliation. What troubled Ning Cheng most was his poor aptitude, which rendered further advancement impossible. Had he been able to progress from level 1 to level 3 with the ease he had experienced in Cangle City, he would undoubtedly have elevated his cultivation before journeying to the Mango Sea region. Noticing Ning Cheng's evident anxiety, Feng Feizhong spoke up, in truth, as long as one remains cautious, it is not a foregone conclusion that one will perish in the Mango Sea region. I have survived nearly a decade here without incident. When the time comes, we can team up. I shall share with you how to navigate the dangers of the Mango Sea region. Ning Cheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Your kindness, Brother Feng, is deeply appreciated. In such a perilous place as the Mango Sea region, it is indeed advantageous to team up with those who possess greater experience and skill. If Feng Feizhong were willing to include him and an Ai, it would indicate a generosity of spirit rather than ulterior motives. Given their appearance, it was evident to others that they lacked any valuable possessions. Feng Feizhong clearly was a person of warm-heartedness. Hijie? Is there still room in the cart? We too wish to venture to the Mango Sea region," came the voice of a pair approaching, a man and a woman. The man bore an impressive countenance marred by a prominent red scar, while the woman presented an odd juxtaposition of extreme allure and serene elegance, as if she were a refined lady of noble birth. The duo evidently knew Hijie. "Indeed, there is space. We shall depart shortly," Hijie replied robustly. In a brief span, 5 individuals had gathered around Hijie. Following her, Ning Cheng and an E arrived at her beast cart, only to discover that it was not in the least inferior to an ordinary business vehicle on Earth. Instead of horses, it was drawn by a beast Ning Cheng had previously encountered, a creature known as a unicorn stone howler, though this one was modeled rather than pure white. Ning Cheng recalled that such beasts required 2 horses to pull a cart of this size, and he wondered if one alone could manage it. "Let us board. We are departing imminently," Hijie announced as she took her place at the front of the cart. Upon entering, Ning Cheng and Ani found that an elderly man was already seated inside. He too was a level 3 Qi gathering practitioner, yet Ning Cheng discerned that this elder's cultivation was significantly more formidable than Feng Feizhong's. Upon noticing Ning Cheng and the others boarding, the elder merely cast a disinterested glance before closing his eyes again. In that fleeting moment, Ning Cheng felt an aura of lethal intent emanating from the elder. He understood that this menacing energy was neither directed at him nor the others present. Rather, it was an intrinsic, intangible aura of violence surrounding the elder. Clearly, he was a person of ruthless disposition. An seated beside Ning Cheng, sensed the elder's menace and instinctively drew closer to him, hesitant to gaze upon the elder further. Hijie, at the reins, cracked the whip, sending a sharp wind whipping through the air. The unicorn stone howler let out a bellow and surged forward, effortlessly propelling the large cart without a hint of lag. Furthermore, the speed of the cart was impressive, although it was somewhat jarring. As Ning Cheng and the others settled in, they could gaze through the transparent windows at the passing scenery. The occupants of the beast cart were all seasoned individuals who had survived countless life-or-death encounters. Their eyes sharp and discerning. It was clear to Ning Cheng and an E that they had not endured such trials. As they made their way to the Mango Sea region, aside from Feng Feizhong's supportive intent, the other 3 regarded them with cold derision, perceiving their journey as a fool's errand. "Miao Xiaoming and Tian Fei, I presume? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. To share a beast cart with you today is indeed an honor," Feng Feizhong remarked warmly. Addressing the couple across from him, the scarred man was taken aback that Feng Feizhong recognized him but quickly regained his composure. Although his own cultivation was low, his partner was ruthless in action. And together they were a force to be reckoned with, even against formidable opponents at the initial stages of Qi gathering. In the vicinity of the Mango Sea region's periphery, they had garnered a measure of notoriety. "Indeed. I am Miao Xiaoming, and this is my beloved partner, Tian." However, Before he could complete his sentence, Miao Xiaoming shot a cold glare at Ning Cheng, evidently displeased with his lingering gaze upon Tianfei. Feng Feizhong, noticing Ning Cheng's faux pas, quickly cleared his throat, prompting Ning Cheng to snap back to reality. He awkwardly clasped his hands in apology, though he offered no explanation. He understood that such matters could not be easily clarified. Upon hearing the name Tianfei, he had been momentarily transported back to memories of Tianmu Wan, leaving him momentarily dazed. He had not truly been focused on Tianfei. Rather, his mind had wandered elsewhere. As Ning Cheng refrained from further impoliteness, Miao Xiaoming chose not to escalate the situation, though he had already marked Ning Cheng as someone deserving of reprimand. His gaze drifted toward an E. Initially, an E appeared unremarkable, her head wrapped in a white cloth and clad in a simple blue robe, but upon closer inspection, Miao Xiaoming's heart ignited with desire. Anyi's exceptional beauty was ethereal. As if she were a celestial being. Sitting quietly, she resembled a pristine white lotus in tranquil clarity. He had encountered many beautiful women before, but none possessed the pure and serene essence that made his heart race as an E did. This woman was too exquisite. He must possess her, Miao Xiaoming thought to himself, clenching his fists. Might I inquire if Brother Miao has heard of the Jinchang fruit? Feng Feizhong quickly redirected the conversation. Upon hearing Feng Feizhong's question, Miao Xiaoming returned to the present and replied, "Are you referring to the reports that someone has procured a Jinchang fruit from Lona Island in the Mango Sea region?" Feng Feizhong replied with a smile, "Indeed. Brother Miao, you are well informed. Securing a single Jinchang fruit would be tantamount to a lifetime of toil in the Mango Sea region." Miao Xiaoming appeared to have forgotten Ning Cheng's earlier indiscretion and dismissed it nonchalantly, stating, "Indeed, individuals have emerged from Lona Island, and not just one, however, those who ventured back and never returned. Furthermore, the Jinchang fruit is not something within our reach. Even if one were to obtain a Jinchang fruit, it would only hasten their demise." Feng Feizhong was utterly unaware that Miao Xiaoming had already set his sights on an E. His intention was merely to divert Miao Xiaoming's attention away from Ning Cheng. Upon hearing Miao Xiaoming's words, he immediately nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, even if we were to obtain the golden cicada fruit and survive, we would still be unable to transform it into a gathering truth pill." Recently, Ning Cheng had conducted research on spiritual herbs and their unique properties, and he had indeed heard of the golden cicada fruit. It was a type of third-tier spiritual root capable of refining gathering truth pills, which were essential for practitioners at the 9th layer of Qi gathering to advance to the condensing truth stage. Feng Feizhong implied that ordinary cultivators, even if they acquired the golden cicada fruit, would be incapable of refining it into a gathering truth pill. After all, which alchemist would assist a Qi gathering cultivator in pill refinement? In truth, Ning Cheng was also aware of another layer to Feng Feizhong's meaning. Not only would obtaining the golden cicada fruit not guarantee the refinement of a condensing truth pill, but even if they could produce such a pill, what difference would it make? They were merely at the 3rd layer of Qi gathering. While the gathering truth pill was intended for those at the 9th layer, there was still a vast chasm to cross. Suddenly, the elder, who had been keeping his eyes closed and emanating a murderous aura, opened his eyes and spoke. "In truth, Lona Island is not as fearsome as it seems, as long as one masters a certain formation. Safe ingress and egress are possible. However, opportunities to acquire the golden cicada fruit within are exceedingly rare." "What?" The elder's words immediately captivated Feng Feizhong, Miao Xiaoming, and Tianfei, who exchanged incredulous glances. Ane lowered her head, lost in thought, and she scarcely comprehended the conversation around her. Although Ning Cheng had heard and understood clearly, he felt no interest. Setting aside the veracity of the elder's claims, even if they were true, obtaining the golden cicada fruit would hold no value for him. Moreover, he was certain that Feng Feizhong and Miao Xiaoming did not truly believe the elder's words. Their astonishment stemmed purely from the absurdity of his statements. "You may think my words are deceptive, but I assure you, not a single word is false. Lona Island is indeed easy to enter and exit, yet acquiring the golden cicada fruit requires immense fortune," the elder continued. Miao Xiaoming could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Friend, if Lona Island is so easily accessible, why have so many cultivators who entered failed to return?" "That is because they lack knowledge of formations. The area surrounding Lona Island is shrouded in sea mist, which is, in fact, A formation point one can only enter the island on the 15th day of each month, and only those proficient in this formation may do so. My ability to enter and exit Lansha Island multiple times is due to my expertise in that formation, the elder declared with an air of superiority. Friend, you claim to have entered and exited Lansha Island several times? The Lansha Island in the Mango Sea? Feng Feizhong asked incredulously, sensing that the elder might not be lying. Upon hearing Feng Feizhong's question, the elder lost his previous disdain and instead spoke with a hint of despondency. Although I have entered and exited Lansha Island several times, I have not obtained anything of value. I have seen the golden cicada fruit, but never acquired it. Alas, you have seen the golden cicada fruit? This question was posed simultaneously by Feng Feizhong, Miao Xiaoming, and Tian Fei. Of course, but unless you possess extraordinary luck, even if you enter Lansha Island and locate the golden cicada fruit, you will not be able to obtain it, the elder asserted unequivocally. Why? The woman named Tian Fei could not resist asking. The elder solemnly replied, because the golden cicada fruit tree is surrounded by a fifth-tier killing formation. Any cultivator who covets the golden cicada fruit tree will be slaughtered by the formation, ultimately becoming nourishment for the tree. After speaking, the elder turned his gaze to Feng Feizhong and the others, stating, do not doubt that I am deceiving you. The reason I reveal this information is that a map detailing the route to enter Lansha Island will be auctioned at the Mango City auction at the end of the month. With 100 copies available, even if I did not inform you, many would learn of it by then. Initially, the group harbored some skepticism towards the elder, but now they began to believe his words. The Mango auction house was indeed set to auction a map related to Lansha Island, suggesting that the matter might hold some truth. The Mango auction house was immensely powerful in the vicinity of the Mango Sea. And if they were auctioning 100 copies, no one would dare to replicate and sell the map they obtained. May I ask, friend, how did you acquire the map to enter Lansha Island's formation route? Even before the Mango auction house? Feng Feizhong inquired earnestly. The elder nodded and replied, even if you did not ask, I would share this. I was not the sole individual to obtain this map. There was another person who, like me, has ventured to Lansha Island numerous times. He too must have failed to acquire the golden cicada fruit, which is why he chose to sell the map at the auction. The group fell silent. Since the elder had said this, there was undoubtedly more to come. Indeed, the elder continued, I am already proficient in low-tier formations, and this time I specifically consulted with a formation master, who informed me that breaking this killing formation would require at least a 5th-tier formation master. Additionally, there is another method. If 8 individuals simultaneously attack 8 designated points in a coordinated manner, the formation can also be breached. However, it is uncertain whether this method would damage the golden cicada fruit. Are you suggesting we join forces? Miao Xiaoming promptly inquired. The elder confirmed, that is precisely my intention. I am merely at the 3rd layer of Qi gathering and would not invite those at the mid-stage of Qi gathering to participate. Furthermore, a single golden cicada fruit has at least 36 fruits. Even if all 8 of us participate, each person would receive at least 4. There are 6 of us here. We only need to find 2 more in the Mango Sea to form a complete group of 8 to venture to Lansha Island. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pu Jingya, and I am commonly referred to as Daoist Yi. Moreover, I will uphold my oath regarding my words. Upon hearing Daoist Ye's declaration, Miao Xiaoming clasped his fists and said, both Tian Fei and I will join. But before we proceed, I kindly request Brother Pu to show us your map. Otherwise, I cannot agree. He possessed some understanding of formations, and although he had never entered Lansha Island, he was well aware of the periphery. If Daoist Yi presented a map that did not meet his satisfaction, even an oath would not compel him to agree. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Feizhong also clasped his fists and said, Brother Pu, count me in as well. My request is the same as Brother Miao's. I need to see the entry map beforehand. Daoist Yi laughed heartily and said, that is a given. Before we proceed, I will ensure everyone can view the map. Even without the auction house's involvement, I am confident that my entry map will satisfy everyone. At that moment, all eyes turned to Ning Cheng, eager to discern his stance. And Yi closely followed Ning Cheng, clearly deferring to his opinion. They merely sought his approval. Ning Cheng smiled slightly and said, of course, I wish to participate. Such a fortuitous opportunity would be a loss to miss. While Ning Cheng appeared cheerful on the surface, internally he felt profound discontent. Only a fool would wish to venture to Lona Island and join this team. Setting aside the truth of Taoist Ye's words, even if they were accurate, why had no high-tier formation masters ventured there? If high-tier formation masters were reluctant to go, the auction house would surely make an effort to invite them for inspection. If they could acquire over 30 golden cicada fruits, the auction house would undoubtedly pursue such an endeavor. The only possibility was that a high-tier formation master had entered before and discovered that the situation was not as straightforward as Taoist Yi claimed, and of course, there was also the chance that Taoist Yi was simply fabricating tales. Feng Feizhong and Miao Xiaoming were both seasoned individuals who had survived for years in the Mango Sea. They were astute and cunning. They likely could discern whether Taoist Yi was speaking nonsense. Their decision to trust Taoist Yi suggested that the likelihood of him fabricating stories was slim. However, for Ning Cheng, even if this matter were entirely genuine, he had no desire to participate. Having lived on Earth, he adhered to a principle. Opportunities do not fall from the sky without reason. What value does an oath hold? On Earth, some people treat oaths as casually as eating and drinking, yet no one had ever witnessed them come to fruition. Moreover, he and an E had only just embarked on their journey when they encountered such a windfall. Even if such fortuitous events existed, they were typically pursued by late-stage chi-gathering cultivators. Not someone at the third layer like him. Yet, he felt compelled to agree, as the murderous intent evident in Miao Xiaoming and Taoist Ye's eyes was unmistakable. It was clear that should he refuse, the two would act swiftly to silence him. As for Feng Feizhong, he was merely an acquaintance. Ning Cheng reflected on this and could only bemoan his ignorance of the esteemed status of a fifth-tier formation master. To send a fifth-tier formation master to investigate the golden cicada fruit in the Mango Sea was akin to dreaming. Yet, Ning Cheng remained oblivious, believing that fifth-tier formation masters were easy to summon. When he saw Ning Cheng agree without hesitation, Feng Feizhong was momentarily taken aback. He had thought that since Ning Cheng was new to this realm, he would require further explanation before consenting. He intended to inform Ning Cheng that Taoist Yi was not lying. There would indeed be an auction related to Lona Island at the end of the month, although they were unaware that it pertained to the entry route map. Furthermore, there was the matter of Taoist Ye's willingness to swear an oath. All cultivators residing near the Mango Sea understood the gravity of oaths. Once made, they were invariably true, lest one face the dire consequences of their promises. Very well. Since you all trust me, I will present the formation route map to enter Lona Island for your perusal. Upon the conclusion of the Taoist's discourse, he produced 5 intricate diagrams of the formation, bestowing one upon each of the 5 individuals. Ning Cheng, however, took only one, remarking, "My cousin and I require but one." His understanding of formations was utterly lacking. Even if he were to participate, he could only follow in the wake of others. The diagram he had taken was intended for an E, who would certainly not comprehend it. There's no need for that. I have prepared enough for everyone. It's safer for each person to possess their own copy. In the event of separation, having a diagram to reference is prudent, the Taoist insisted, extending another diagram towards Ning Cheng. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Cheng acquiesced, accepting the second diagram without passing it to an E. He stowed one copy in his pack and held the other in hand, intending to peruse it first and inquire with an E if he found it perplexing. The Taoist offered a subtle smile, saying, "You may also present the other copy to your companion for her perusal. Should there be any points of confusion, feel free to seek my clarification." Ning Cheng was acutely aware that the outside world was fraught with peril, compelling him to remain vigilant. His unease regarding the Taoist intensified. The implication of his words seemed to suggest a desire for him to share the diagram with an E. Why should he concern himself with such matters? Despite sensing the strangeness of the situation, Ning Cheng maintained a courteous demeanor, replying, "It's quite all right. My cousin knows even less about formations than I do, and her current mood is not conducive to studying them. I shall show her when she feels better." An E, of course, would not contradict Ning Cheng. Her knowledge of formations far surpassed his, yet she refrained from voicing any disagreement. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through the Taoist's eyes, which Ning Cheng perceptively noted, heightening his sense of unease regarding the proceedings. As the group examined the formation diagram for entering Lona Island, Ning Cheng soon found himself utterly baffled. He decided to set the diagram aside, placing it in his pack. "May I inquire your name, my friend?" the Taoist asked with a smile as he observed Ning Cheng stow the diagram. Ning Cheng replied in a calm tone, We are merely collaborating for our journey to Lona Island. There is no need for further inquiries. The Taoist did not exhibit anger. Merely nodding with a smile before lapsing into silence, Hejia's carriage moved swiftly and steadily, leading Ning Cheng to ponder whether, had it been fitted with rubber tires, it might have glided like a commercial vehicle without a hint of jostling. Over the course of several days, apart from designated rest periods when Hejia halted the beast cart for sustenance, the others, apart from Ning Cheng and an E, busied themselves with studying the formation diagrams or inquiring about conditions on Lona Island from the Taoist, or discussing strategies for there. Though Ning Cheng initially sought to evade, he was still a fraction too slow, and a blade of wind sliced open a wound at his waist, blood gushing forth in an instant. Ning Cheng thought to himself how perilous the situation was. Had he not been clever enough to roll sideways, those two blades of wind could have easily eviscerated him and an E. Immediately after being grazed by the wind blade, Ning Cheng unleashed a fire blade with remarkable swiftness, feeling that his flame was even more potent than the wind blades. He did not choose to flee at that moment, although this adversary possessed formidable cultivation. To kill him, he would have to lure him in close, and it was evident that his injuries were already severe. Ning Cheng had long been prepared with his fire blade, having approached with vigilance, and given that he had already been wounded by the wind blade, how could he refrain from retaliating immediately? As soon as the first fire blade was launched, Eerie reacted instantly, releasing two wind blades of her own. The man on the ground did not anticipate that a mere practitioner at the third level of Qi gathering could evade his wind blades from such a short distance. This was entirely beyond his expectations, in his view. Even those at the fourth level and above would struggle to avoid a sudden ambush at this range. In his shock, before he could formulate a response, Ning Cheng's fire blade struck true, cleaving through his already bloodied form, causing it to be further saturated. "Wait," the man managed to utter, but Yi's two wind blades were already upon him. Ning Cheng, of course, would not show mercy. He had long grasped the harsh realities of survival in this world, understanding that one must never be lenient towards an enemy. Moreover, one must seize opportunities at the earliest moment. Thus, he unleashed several wind blades in rapid succession alongside Yi's. Together, their blades severed the fallen man into multiple pieces. If Ning Cheng had trembled slightly during his first kill of Luofei, merely driven by the instinct of self-preservation, now he executed this man, who had plotted against him, without the slightest hint of discomfort. An E, however, appeared somewhat pale. This was her first true experience of taking a life. Fortunately, she was merely an accomplice. Even so, she remained perplexed. Why would this man on the brink of death wish to harm his saviors? Had it not been for Ning Cheng, she would have already met her demise. She had once saved Ning Cheng in a similar manner, so why was he treating her with such kindness? Instinctively, Annie cast a glance at Ning Cheng, whose complexion had turned ashen, suddenly recalling that he had been struck by a wind blade. She hastily retrieved some medicinal powder and sprinkled it over his wound. Being at the third level of Qi gathering, Ning Cheng had already managed to staunch the bleeding, and with Yi's application of the powder, his wound ceased to bleed entirely. Annie breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that perhaps individuals like Ning Cheng and her master were indeed rare in this world. Ning Cheng approached the corpse of the man he had slain, swiftly pulling the storage bag from his waist and searching his body, retrieving a jade token in the process. With no time to inspect the jade token, he urgently instructed an E, let us quickly incinerate this man with fireballs and make our escape. Understanding that this was not the time for questions, an E joined him, both of them fervently casting fireballs until the man was reduced to charred remains, which Ning Cheng subsequently disposed of into the sea. "Brother Ning, we must," and he gazed at him with increasing trepidation. Having lived at Lankan Monastery with her master, she had never encountered such events. How long had it been since she had ventured out? This was not the first occurrence of such a nature. Ning Cheng spoke gravely. "We must leave at once. The farther and faster, the better." They changed directions and resumed their frantic flight. As the night wore on, they only paused when dawn began to break. They found themselves in an expanse of endless rocky outcrops, where Ning Cheng discovered a cave beneath a massive rock. Once inside, they finally had a moment to catch their breath. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the faint light outside gradually eased the tension in Ning Cheng's heart. He had never anticipated that he would one day be so desperate to preserve his own life. "Brother Ning, How did you evade so swiftly just now? If it were me, I surely would not have avoided that wind blade. Annie was still somewhat shaken. Had Ning Cheng not pulled her back? She would have been caught by the man's ambush. Ning Cheng exhaled. I sensed something was amiss with that man. My instincts proved correct. Please wait a moment, I need to tend to my injuries. Lacking effective healing methods, Ning Cheng resorted to the same approach he had employed after his previous injury, channeling his modified cultivation technique to hasten his recovery. However, as he attempted to circulate his qi, he was struck by a sudden change and his expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong? An E inquired, noticing the alteration in his demeanor. When I was circulating my qi, I suddenly felt as if… Ning Cheng did not complete his sentence, but then his eyes widened in realization. He promptly removed his outer garment, causing An Yi's eyes to widen in surprise. As he stripped off his clothing, she instinctively turned her head away, her cheeks flushing. Innocent and still a novice nun, she nonetheless understood the distinctions between genders. Yet, she soon turned back, trusting Ning Cheng implicitly after their time spent together. There must have been a significant reason for his actions. Indeed, Ning Cheng's gaze fell upon a faint black mark on his chest. Gritting his teeth in frustration, is this a talisman mark? Although An Yi had never encountered such a thing, her master had informed her of its existence, and she recognized it immediately. This was a mark left by a talisman, as long as it remained. The one who inscribed it could trace its bearer, no matter the distance. Ning Cheng had seen references to talisman marks in the scroll from the Ning family and realized that during his qi circulation, he had felt an unsettling sensation, as if something foreign resided within him, preventing him from cultivating in peace. It truly is a talisman mark. Ning Cheng, now convinced of his assessment, felt a surge of urgency. The talisman mark was inscribed with the potential to stealthily attach itself to a person without their knowledge, rendering it undetectable to ordinary individuals. Ning Cheng immediately channeled his qi, forcefully expelling the talisman mark from his chest, leaving behind a faint black residue. Almost simultaneously, he sent forth a fireball to eradicate the mark entirely. The low-grade fireball he conjured was sufficient to incinerate the talisman mark, indicating its low level. Fortunately, I began my qi circulation earlier. Otherwise, if that malevolent practitioner had found me, escape would have been impossible. Even after the mark was destroyed, Ning Cheng remained apprehensive. They looked at him in astonishment. Brother Ning, my master once mentioned that talisman marks cannot be detected through qi circulation. Only practitioners at the 7th level of qi gathering or higher can sense them through their body's reactions. Ordinary cultivators are completely oblivious to them, and talisman marks cannot be forcibly expelled. How did you manage it? Ning Cheng pondered, recalling the unique qualities of his modified technique, uncertainly responding, perhaps my cultivation method is somewhat special. Thankfully, I didn't show you that diagram. Had I done so, it would have been disastrous. I am certain that the mark originated from the array diagram. That practitioner is quite cunning. He must have some ulterior motive. An E nodded in agreement. Indeed. Brother Ning, if I had fallen victim to the talisman mark, I certainly wouldn't have been able to locate it like you'd. I might have even had to remove my clothes for you to help me search thoroughly. Ning Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at An Yi's candidness, though he understood her words were not meant to be taken lightly. The thought of having her undress for him to search for a mark was absurd. However, he quickly realized that if An Yi had indeed been afflicted by the mark, she would have to resort to such measures to evade the malevolent practitioner. Seeing Ning Cheng prepare to don his clothing, the previous awkwardness had faded, and An Yi stepped forward to assist him with the medicinal powder once more. After dressing, Ning Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. He struggled to elevate his cultivation and pondered whether coming to the Mango Sea was the right choice. His decision to venture here was partly motivated by the disappearance of his parents. Before his rebirth, he often dreamed as though he had always lived in the Zhangqin kingdom. Now that this dream had materialized into reality, Ning Cheng found himself questioning whether his reborn body truly belonged to a stranger, or was instead a continuation of his past life. Because of this, he felt a connection to his parents in this lifetime. Ning Cheng recognized that the bag he had obtained from the deceased man was a storage bag, and his curiosity to see its contents was overwhelming. Yet, he restrained himself and first examined the jade token. The cave's dim light barely illuminated the token, yet the characters inscribed upon it were distinctly clear. Su Tai Chu, 3rd Elder of the Zhangyan 4-Star Academy. Ning Cheng was uncertain of the 3rd Elder's standing, But he was well aware of the Four-Star Academy's prestige. The Four-Star Academy is akin to a true nation, while the Tsangqin Kingdom is merely a small vassal state under an ordinary true nation, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Now that he has slain an elder of the Four-Star Academy, should this be discovered, what chance does he have of survival? As for Ji Luofei's aunt, she is just a menial instructor at the Five-Star Academy, yet she struts with impunity within the Tsangqin Academy. Su Taichu, however, is an elder. His status requires no further contemplation. Ane also noticed the inscription on the plaque and, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Brother Ning, have we landed ourselves in trouble?" Ning Cheng glanced at the jade tablet before putting it away, shaking his head as he replied, "There's no trouble as long as the Tsangyan Four-Star Academy remains unaware. The priority is to enhance our cultivation. If one day we even surpass the Foundation establishment realm, the Four-Star Academy will be of little consequence." He reassured though uncertainty loomed within him. He was unaware of the true capabilities of the Four-Star Academy. Previously, a mere third-layer Qi gatherer had nearly marked him, and the Four-Star Academy was a realm far beyond that. He could not confidently ascertain whether such a formidable entity could track them down. After pondering for a moment over the pouch he had longed to open, he finally asked, "How does one open this storage pouch?" And promptly explained, "We have yet to cultivate our divine sense, but we possess spiritual consciousness. We can use this consciousness to communicate with the storage pouch. If it doesn't open, we can gradually refine the restrictions." However, as she mentioned refining the restrictions, she recalled that such a process requires proficiency in array formations and restrictions, leaving her uncertain whether Ning Cheng possessed such knowledge. Understanding the concept of spiritual consciousness, Ning Cheng did not wait for to finish speaking and attempted to communicate with the storage pouch using his own consciousness. Yet, he quickly realized that his efforts were in vain. The pouch showed no response. When his consciousness reached a certain threshold, he could only barely touch some peculiar symbols, each akin to iron locks that he could not unlock. Observing that Ning Cheng was unfamiliar with the restrictions, decided to take out a book and handed it to him, saying, "Brother Ning, this is the foundational knowledge of array formations my master passed down to me. Take a look." Under normal circumstances, Ning Cheng would have been polite, but now, lacking knowledge in formations and unable to open the storage pouch, he eagerly accepted the foundational array knowledge without hesitation and immediately began to peruse the book. Watched in a daze as Ning Cheng read for 3 consecutive hours, flipping through the pages with fervor and making various gestures, his expressions ever-changing. This was knowledge of array formations. When she first encountered array formations, her master had taught her 3 pages in a single day, declaring her a genius upon her comprehension. Yet, what was happening with Brother Ning? She longed to ask him but feared interrupting his focus. So she silently waited for him to emerge from his study of the foundational knowledge. Unbeknownst to her, as Ning Cheng flipped through the book, various terminologies of array formations, positional descriptions, methods of crafting array flags, and introductions to formations, along with their applications and methods of dismantling, naturally coalesced in his mind, solidifying and correcting even notions that had never before surfaced. Consequently, a multitude of array models began to manifest in his mind, all derived from the foundational knowledge, yet under the new array knowledge he had acquired, these models were automatically refined and revised, ultimately forming a more comprehensive array. The vast array knowledge combined with Ning Cheng's instinctive corrective consciousness rendered him akin to a sponge absorbing water. Showcasing his remarkable understanding and formidable memory capabilities, hundreds of miles away, 4 individuals were huddled together in disarray. These 4 were the same who had shared a beast cart with Ning Cheng, preparing to team up for their journey to Lona Island. Those 2 battling in the sky are definitely at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Their power is truly formidable, Feng Feizhong remarked. Still haunted by the memory, Miao Xiaoming and Tian Fei nodded in agreement, fully supporting Feng Feizhong's statement. They had all witnessed the chasm created by the battle and the overwhelming force unleashed. Had they been a moment slower, they could have been swept away by the residual waves of that conflict, potentially leading to their demise. Why haven't those 2 arrived yet? Could they have failed to escape? Miao Xiaoming noted the absence of Ning Cheng and If Ning Cheng had not managed to escape, that might be understandable, but with her ethereal charm, would be a tragic loss. The practitioner smiled faintly and said, "That young man should be quite clever. I saw him dash out first." So he should be fine. I observed the direction in which he fled. If he has not arrived, it's likely he cannot find us. We should follow the path he took to search for him. Feng Feizhong nodded in agreement. The distance to the Mango Sea was not great. And if they sought Ning Cheng, they could reach it in a matter of half a day. The practitioner's suggestion to search for Ning Cheng met with no objections, not out of concern for his well-being, but rather because he possessed the route map to Lona Island. If they did not bring him along, it would not bode well for them. Brother Pu, why have we stopped? Feng Feizhong inquired, puzzled by the practitioner's sudden halt. The practitioner's expression shifted slightly, and after advancing another 1,000 meters, he stopped once more. This time, without waiting for the others to ask, he proactively stated, Brother Feng, I fear that Ning Cheng and his cousin may not have escaped this calamity. We might as well proceed to the Mango Sea and find others to assist us. The practitioner reasoned this way because he had spotted 2 route maps discarded by Ning Cheng. These maps bore his markings, allowing him to trace their origin. However, upon seeing these 2 maps, he sensed that the clues had completely severed. In light of this predicament, he chose to halt. Regardless of whether Ning Cheng had perished or fled, he was currently unable to locate him. The practitioner was astute enough not to pick up the discarded maps, sparing the others any suspicion regarding his words. Now, his assertion that finding Ning Cheng would be challenging and that they should seek partners at the Mango Sea met with unanimous consent. The route maps had been presented by the practitioner himself, and since he did not mind, neither did anyone else. As Ning Cheng opened his eyes, he realized he had flipped through nearly a third of the book. He immediately noticed an E staring at him. An E? Why are you looking at me? Though he asked, he remained immersed in the joy of having entered the realm of array formations, feeling as if he had touched upon a new domain. He finally grasped the essence of formations and restrictions and understood the mechanics behind their operation. I never anticipated that reading could serve as a form of seclusion. It seems you've been engrossed for 3 days and nights. Aren't you hungry? An E sighed with relief, glad that Ning Cheng had finally come to. Previously, she had only heard her master mention that seclusion could facilitate the comprehension of various concepts. Today was the first time she witnessed that reading could yield similar results. Upon hearing an ES comment, Ning Cheng suddenly became aware of his hunger, but then he detected an unpleasant odor emanating from himself. After 3 days of seclusion, while contemplating array formations, his cultivation had automatically purged some impurities and foul scents from his body. Just a moment, he awkwardly told an E. Swiftly exiting the cave, he performed several cleansing techniques and washed his clothes thoroughly before re-entering the cave, appearing clean and refreshed. Upon seeing Ning Cheng return in such a state, an E finally revealed a smile and handed him some dried rations, saying, Have something to eat. Ning Cheng eagerly consumed the provisions while once again grasping the storage pouch. Brother Ning, that storage pouch likely has restrictions. There's no way you could. An ES words trailed off as she gazed in astonishment at Ning Cheng. Brother Ning, you actually managed to open the storage pouch? Ning Cheng laughed heartily and replied, It's all about perspective. What is difficult for one may be easy for another. The array restrictions are indeed simple. I merely glanced at a few books for several days and resolved it. And E was momentarily speechless before responding, Brother Ning. For a cultivator, array formations are the most challenging, perhaps even more so than cultivation itself. How can you claim they are not difficult? Perhaps the restrictions on this storage pouch were relatively simple. So, Ning Cheng instinctively remarked before amending, Well, it wouldn't be accurate to say it was easy in the past. Before my exams, half an hour to an hour of reading sufficed. But this time I seem to have read for several days. It appears that array formations are indeed somewhat complex. An E nodded in agreement upon hearing Ning Cheng acknowledge the challenges of array formations. Her thoughts were quite straightforward. She assumed she was rather slow-witted, while Ning Cheng was exceptionally bright. Thus, she accepted his rather absurd explanation without question. As for the novel terms Ning Cheng had used, she had grown accustomed to them long ago. Familiar with the usage of storage pouches? Ning Cheng raised his hand and produced over 100 white crystals. Amidst the hundreds of white crystals, an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy was contained within. Oh, how pure this chi-gathering stone is! The ones I encountered previously were all a dark yellow, yet now I behold a milky white chi-gathering stone. What a novel occurrence, sighed Ning Cheng, as he held a white crystal in his hand. Back then, Luofei had gone to great lengths to procure a chi-gathering stone for him, risking her life in the process. Today, he had casually acquired over 100 pieces, and they were of such purity. An E interjected, "Ninggu, what you hold is not a chi-gathering stone, but a spirit stone. This is likely a low-grade spirit stone. My master has mentioned that there are also mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones." Spirit stone? This was the first time Ning Cheng had heard the term, but he felt it aptly described the crystal in his grasp. A continued. A low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 high-quality chi-gathering stones, and yet they are rare and precious. Chi-gathering stones are generally used by lower-tier practitioners, and while they are scarce, they can still be found. Spirit stones, however, are different. They only emerge in places rich in spiritual energy. They are coveted by formidable practitioners. My master once gifted me a spirit stone. With such a bounty, your cultivation will surely advance significantly. Ning Cheng then realized why he felt chi-gathering stones were rather inferior. They were indeed a low-tier resource. If that were the case, could a single spirit stone not fetch 10,000 gold coins? He quickly dismissed the thought, understanding that, given the rarity of spirit stones, no fool would willingly trade them for gold. So, a mid-grade spirit stone would be worth 100 low-grade ones, and a high-grade spirit stone. As he contemplated the value of high-grade spirit stones, a sense of yearning welled up within him. Even if he could not cultivate, possessing a high-grade spirit stone would be an achievement. Annie shook her head, saying, "Not quite. A mid-grade spirit stone can only be exchanged for 10 low-grade ones. And a high-grade spirit stone can be traded for 10 mid-grade spirit stones." Ning Cheng nodded. "Even so, that is still quite impressive." He then retrieved several jade vials, books, and a jade slip, along with various materials and spiritual herbs from his storage bag. Additionally, there was a flying sword artifact. To Ning Cheng's disappointment, he had not found any flying treasures. Although he knew that, given his abilities, he would not be able to wield such artifacts even if he found them. The prospect of flying treasures always thrilled him greatly. Unaware of Ning Cheng's lingering discontent, and he continued to explain, "This storage bag is now yours. You must refine it and establish a restriction yourself. The restrictions on the storage bag depend on your understanding of formations. The more profound your comprehension, the more advanced the restrictions you can set." Ning Cheng nodded, leaving the jade vials and spirit stones behind. While tossing the rest of his belongings into the storage bag, he then handed 20 spirit stones to an E, saying, "An E, we must establish ourselves in the Mango Sea, yet our cultivation is still too low. I intend to use these spirit stones for my training. You should do the same. Once one of us reaches the 4th level of chi gathering, we need not fear that rogue Dauren. Examine these vials and see which ones you can utilize. I shall enter seclusion now. Do not disturb me." Ning Cheng was acutely aware of his low cultivation base, and with spirit stones at hand, he was eager to ascertain whether he could advance to the 4th level of chi gathering. If he could not elevate his rank with spirit stones, he would truly be at a loss. Thus, after bestowing 20 spirit stones upon an E, he immediately began his seclusion. He did not even block the entrance of the crude cave, let alone set up a formation. Ane, lacking experience herself, did not think to establish any formations either. However, she deeply resonated with Ning Cheng's words, acknowledging that a low cultivation level was indeed a hindrance. Consequently, after acquiring the spirit stones, she too commenced her seclusion. In this unguarded location, 2 novices began their introspective cultivation. Ning Cheng, meanwhile, was immersed in joy. The rich aura from the spirit stones was absorbed. The stagnation in his cultivation began to ease. This was not the most astonishing part. The most delightful revelation was that the trajectory of his cultivated energy in his mind was being corrected once more. The pure and harmonious energy that had long eluded him reappeared within his meridians. The energy coursed and gathered through his channels, leading Ning Cheng to faintly perceive the consolidation of his vital energy. One cycle of energy followed another, continuously expanding his meridians. Each slight expansion felt as though he were opening up an entire new world. The new cultivation methods etched themselves into his mind, enabling him to completely discard the techniques of the Ning family, immersing himself in this newfound realm. Time passed, and Ning Cheng suddenly felt a resounding crack within his body. The powerful flow of vital energy and the fortification of his meridians signified to him that he had ascended to the 4th level of chi gathering. Transitioning from the 3rd to the 4th level was a significant milestone. Many could not achieve this even with the aid of herbs and elixirs, yet he had accomplished it with spirit stones. This filled Ning Cheng with uncontainable joy as he both solidified his cultivation and continued to absorb spiritual energy, repeating the cycle of energy flow. Suddenly, a faint yellow glow appeared within his spiritual palace. Startling Ning Cheng, within this yellow light, he sensed a trace of familiarity, an essence that felt both rich and ancient, coupled with an indescribable sense of comfort. It seemed to be the spiritual energy he had previously sensed. Yet it was distinctly different. As Ning Cheng focused all his attention on the yellow light, he felt his body tremble, and the next moment, he found himself in a hazy expanse of yellow. Where is this place? An E. Upon arriving in this realm, Ning Cheng swiftly regained his composure and called out for an YI.AT that moment. An ancient message flooded into Ning Cheng's mind, in the midst of the universe. The primordial essence exists. The form above is the Tao, the form below is the vessel. Splitting the sun and moon, traversing the stars, it can be called the holy path. In that instant, whether comprehensible or not, a torrent of intricate information surged into Ning Cheng's consciousness, overwhelming him to the brink of explosion. Yet, as time passed, he gradually began to untangle the nature of his predicament. It seemed he was merely within a bead. Known as the Xianhuang Pearl, the Xianhuang Pearl, a creation of the cosmos, is fully named the Zhao Hua Xianhuang Pearl. Alongside it, there are 4 other artifacts of equal caliber: the Zhao Hua Qing Lian, Zhao Hua Yu Dai, Zhao Hua Jin Yi, and Zhao Hua Bu Mia Axe. The Xianhuang Pearl had passed through the hands of 17 masters, the most formidable of whom was Changxiang. Changxiang's unparalleled cultivation stemmed from the fact that he had received the Xianhuang Pearl at the onset of his training, before even establishing a foundation. The other 16, having already attained a degree of cultivation upon receiving the pearl, could not truly claim it as their own nor fully benefit from its transformative powers. They could merely draw upon the unique aura of the Xianhuang Pearl. The Xianhuang Pearl served as a realm, capable of nurturing the Xianhuang Qi. Practitioners who cultivated within it would not only cleanse their intellect and roots, but also automatically correct any deviations in their cultivation techniques. Furthermore, the speed of cultivation would be several times, even dozens or hundreds of times, faster than usual. Prolonged immersion in the Xianhuang Qi would render one invincible among peers. Ning Cheng felt a jolt, fully awakening to the reality of his acquisition. He had obtained the Xianhuang Pearl, which could cultivate the Xianhuang Qi. Although he had previously been unaware of the essence of Xianhuang Qi, the influx of information now illuminated its significance. No wonder during the last assessment, my root transitioned from a murky yellow to a clear yellow. It was the Xianhuang Qi, and not merely spiritual energy. Ning Cheng's heart brimmed with astonishment and elation, realizing that this pearl was far from ordinary. As he continued to receive astonishing insights from the Xianhuang Pearl, he could scarcely believe his extraordinary fortune. Beyond its prior functions, the Xianhuang Pearl possessed an even more formidable aspect, the Xianhuang Source. Those who had previously cultivated would be unable to perceive the Xianhuang Source upon acquiring the pearl. Only those who had never cultivated and had successfully recognized the Xianhuang Pearl could access the Xianhuang Source. Because Ning Cheng had never cultivated before, he was acknowledged by the Xianhuang Source, becoming the first true master of the Xianhuang Pearl, despite its prior ownership by 17 individuals, all of whom had been practitioners to varying degrees. As Changxiang had already achieved the Qi refinement stage, he could not obtain the essence of the Xianhuang Pearl. Thus, he could only utilize the pearl without truly recognizing its master. It turned out that I was the original master of the Xianhuang Pearl, though I am uncertain if I am its last. Ning Cheng murmured to himself, not fully grasping the true significance of the Xianhuang essence. When Changxiang acquired the Xianhuang Pearl, he was at the Qi refinement level. It remained unclear whether his Qi refinement was akin to his OWN.AT this moment. Ning Cheng had completely forgotten that he was still within the Xianhuang Pearl, his mind solely occupied with how to make the most of it. Had he not received the information about being invincible among those of the same rank, he might have placed even more blind trust in the pearl. However, another piece of information led him to regard this invincibility with a degree of disdain, for all 17 others who obtained the Xianhuang Pearl had been slain. If one were truly invincible at the same rank, how could they be killed? He surmised that this invincibility claim must have originated from the first person to acquire the Xianhuang Pearl. Otherwise, how could one be invincible while simultaneously being slain? Unbeknownst to Ning Cheng, this information was his alone, as he was the first to truly recognize the pearl as its master. Others who obtained the Xianhuang pearl believed that the notion of being invincible at the same rank was not a message provided by the pearl, but rather a confidence born from absorbing the Xianhuang essence. Although Ning Cheng did not comprehend the essence's meaning, it did not imply that he was unaware of the notion that cultivating within the Xianhuang essence could amend cultivation techniques. The cultivation methods of the Ning family evidently failed to meet his needs. He sought to discover a technique more suited to his cultivation through the Xianhuang essence, or perhaps find a more advanced technique to refine through it. Ning Cheng began to sift through the tangled information in his mind, intending to locate a cultivation method more fitting for himself. Logically, he should not have been the first to acquire the Xianhuang pearl. Surely, predecessors had left behind some cultivation insights. However, after half a day, Ning Cheng found no such information, only a 6-character mantra: Xianhuang has form yet no form. Ning Cheng did not understand what Xianhuang has form yet no form meant, but his extraordinary comprehension, further enhanced by the cleansing of the Xianhuang pearl's essence, allowed him to grasp the concept in a brief period. He quickly discerned what constituted the Xianhuang's form and what its formlessness entailed, nearly causing him to rise in astonishment. The Xianhuang's form enabled him to engage with any technique or spell, and through cultivation within the Xianhuang pearl, he could strengthen that technique. This he had already sensed but had not thought much of it. What truly astonished Ning Cheng was the Xianhuang's formlessness, which represented the essence of the pearl's cultivation methodology. The information regarding the formlessness indicated that any technique is not only subject to individual variation, but also to changes in time and space. A technique is perpetually in flux. One can use the Xianhuang pearl to modify a technique, yet one cannot attain a technique that is constantly shifting. Such a technique, ever-changing, embodies the true principles of heaven and earth, also known as Xianhuang's formlessness. Only by possessing the essence of Xianhuang can one grasp the authentic formlessness. This signified that aside from him, who understood both the form and formlessness of Xianhuang, all others who acquired the pearl could only comprehend its form. Ning Cheng could no longer contain the shock within, rising to his feet. The formlessness of Xianhuang essentially meant he required no specific technique. It was, in fact, a technique devoid of form. Whenever he desired to cultivate, the Xianhuang pearl would automatically provide guidance and levels of cultivation. His task would be to absorb spiritual energy while cultivating according to the Xianhuang's guidance. Ning Cheng had not practiced before. His exposure to cultivation had been brief. Although he had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he had received no guidance. If one were to say there had been guidance, it would have been from the Xianhuang pearl itself. Even if he understood little, he was acutely aware of how extraordinary and formidable the information gleaned from the pearl was. The concept of having form yet no form. What technique could achieve that? If the Xianhuang pearl was so powerful, were the other treasures he had previously acquired equally formidable? The only regret was that he could not utilize the essence of Xianhuang, and thus could not access its formlessness either. Although he knew of the formlessness, he would still need to cultivate through other techniques, namely the Xianhuang with form. It would only be when he could comprehend the essence of Xianhuang that he could understand its formlessness. Even with the Xianhuang's form, he felt content. Suppressing the excitement and unease within, Ning Cheng began to assess his surroundings. At that moment, he realized that the area he occupied was not vast, merely a few thousand meters in diameter, enveloped in a yellow haze. How was he to exit this place? Just as Ning Cheng contemplated an exit, he found himself standing once more in the rocky cave where he had been cultivating. It was identical to the moment when he had awakened from his research on formations, with an Yi still gazing at him. However, unlike last time, An Yi's eyes were filled with astonishment. What just happened? Ning Cheng and An Yi simultaneously inquired. Ning Cheng was unaware of what An Yi had witnessed during his time within the Xianhuang pearl and quickly pressed on. An Yi, what did you see? Please tell me. I saw you vanish. Then a pale yellow pearl hovering where you had been. Then you reappeared. What was that about? An Yi asked, panic evident in her voice. Ning Cheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust An Yi. Speaking gravely, An Yi, I acquired a pearl. It must be the one you just saw. This pearl is incredibly precious, and if others learn of it, I could be killed immediately. Therefore, I implore you not to tell anyone. Not even your master. Ning Cheng initially intended to say not to disclose it to anyone with a relationship akin to her master. However, he swiftly realized that his bond with an E was far from that of her and her master. Besides, An Yi's master was already deceased, leaving her with no one to confide in even if she wished to die. Ane nodded solemnly. I understand, Brother Ning. You are the closest person to me besides my master. I won't tell anyone. Ning Cheng sighed in relief, then remarked, I'm unsure how long I've been in seclusion. I didn't even feel hungry. Perhaps I've starved. Oh, An Yi. You've also advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement? It was only then that Ning Cheng noticed An Yi's advancement to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Just like him. Indeed, spirit stones were remarkable. An Yi finally displayed a hint of a smile, saying, Yes, Brother Ning. I only used 3 spirit stones to reach the 4th layer. When I awoke from my seclusion, I saw a yellow pearl before me. That's wonderful. With spirit stones for cultivation, our speed will surely increase. Ning Cheng exclaimed in delight. With the efficacy of spirit stones being so impressive and his reserves exceeding 100, he had no reason to fear stagnation. However, it seems you used quite a few spirit stones to advance to the 4th layer, An Yi remarked, pointing to the powder of spirit stones beneath Ning Cheng's feet. It was then that Ning Cheng realized he had used up all the nearly 100 spirit stones he had, expending over 100 stones just to elevate himself from the 3rd to the 4th layer. A surge of alarm coursed through him. He had no time to ponder further and hastily attempted to cultivate, eager to ascertain if he could continue without spirit stones. Oh, his dismay. Although he could still sense the Xianhuang pearl within his purple mansion, he found himself unable to cultivate without spirit stones. What are we to do now? Ning Cheng panicked. He understood how fortuitous it had been to acquire those 100 spirit stones. Such a substantial amount had only allowed him to progress from the 3rd to the 4th layer. How would he manage his future cultivation? The speed of cultivation through the Xianhuang essence was rapid. Yet the demand for spirit stones was alarmingly high. Suddenly, An Yi spoke, Brother Ning, I still have a dozen spirit stones here, but I think we should leave this place first. When I saw the yellow pearl earlier, it seemed to emit some energy. I fear others might find out. Haha, so there is indeed something here. A loud laugh resonated, and a man with a face marred by rust appeared at the entrance of the rocky cave where Ning Cheng and An Yi stood. Chapter 27. Cangle City. Ning Cheng quickly recognized that this man, with a face covered in rust, was a Qi refinement 5th layer cultivator, a rank above his own. This individual's cultivation level was evidently far superior to that of the Yi Daoist. And unlike his initial apprehension upon encountering the Yi Daoist, Ning Cheng felt little trepidation upon seeing this man. After advancing to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, Ning Cheng sensed that his strength had multiplied several times over. The solidity and power of his true energy instilling him with an inexplicable confidence. Where are the goods? The man furrowed his brow after surveying the cave for a moment, evidently displeased at not finding what he sought. Without waiting for Ning Cheng to respond, he continued, A moment ago, I saw a yellow light burst forth from here. There must be a treasure manifesting. When I arrived, I also overheard you mentioning a yellow pearl. Where have you stashed it? Ning Cheng and An Yi were but 2 individuals, and he regarded them with utter disdain. It was evident to him that neither Ning Cheng nor An Yi had ever experienced true bloodshed, and although they were both in the mid-stages of Qi refinement, the solidity of their true energy differed significantly. Ning Cheng did not utter a word. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed 6 fiery blades. When he was at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he could only conjure 1 or 2 blades. Now, having reached the 4th layer, he could instantaneously produce 6. Not only did he understand that the existence of the Xianhuang pearl must remain a secret, but he would also show no mercy to this rust-faced man who brazenly intruded upon his territory in search of treasures. The man, evidently taken aback that a Qi refinement 4th layer cultivator would dare to strike first, and that the fiery blades would arrive with such swiftness, was instantly enraged. In the next moment, he swung a long, green blade, producing a wave of ghastly green light in an attempt to block Ning Cheng's fiery blades. In his perspective, it was nothing short of a fantasy for a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi gathering, like Ning Cheng, to think he could inflict harm upon him with fire blades. The more fire blades Ning Cheng unleashed, the lesser their potency would become. With a series of explosive sounds, 3 of Ning Cheng's 6 fire blades were effortlessly cleaved by the sword aura of the man with the rusted face. Shattering into bursts of flames, these flames struck the rocky cave walls, sending fragments of stone flying in all directions. The rusted-faced man had initially believed that his sword aura would easily fend off Ning Cheng's 6 fire blades, only to be taken aback when he realized that he had only managed to block 3. Once those 3 fire blades were deflected, his sword aura swiftly retracted, allowing the remaining 3 fire blades to pierce through. Arriving before him in the blink of an eye, the rusted-faced man was utterly unprepared for the fact that a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi Gathering could maneuver fire blades past his sword aura. Fortunately, having spent years in the vicinity of the Mango Sea, he had faced numerous challenges. Though the situation was dire, he remained composed. With a mere twist of his body, the 3 fire blades curiously slid past him. Ning Cheng, upon witnessing the man's movements, immediately discerned that his combat experience was vastly inferior to that of his opponent. Judging by the earlier potency of the fire blades, his true energy was evidently no less substantial than that of the man at the 5th level of Qi Gathering, perhaps even exceeding it by a considerable margin. The rusted-faced man, highly experienced in battle, recognized that Ning Cheng's cultivation seemed to be on par with his own, prompting him to retreat, seeking to completely exit the rocky cave. For him, engaging in combat outside the cave would be far more advantageous. Even now, he did not regard Ning Cheng with much concern. When Ning Cheng noticed the man retreating, a sense of alarm surged within him. He was no longer afraid of a desperate fight, but feared the man's escape. If the man were to flee and Ning Cheng failed to pursue him, it would spell trouble. At that moment, Ning Cheng could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly drew a flying sword from his storage bag, gripping the hilt and channeling his true energy to strike with it. Lacking experience with flying swords and having failed to refine it, he could only wield it as an ordinary weapon. A flying sword artifact? The man at the 5th level of Qi Gathering exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Ning Cheng brandish the flying sword. Countless practitioners fought for survival in the Mango Sea, yet very few possessed true artifacts. Even among those who did, such artifacts were often the result of years of accumulation or belonged to prominent families and individuals of notable lineage. Despite Ning Cheng not having refined the flying sword, the essence of true energy he gathered still manifested a sword aura nearly a yard long. In a panic, the rusted-faced man hastily raised his long sword to block the attack. Had he known that Ning Cheng possessed a flying sword artifact, he would have undoubtedly refrained from engaging in close combat, nor would he have ventured into the cave. This time, it was his experience that misled him. He perceived Ning Cheng and an E as mere adventurers, foolishly seeking danger within the confines of a rocky cave. He never anticipated that such an individual could wield a flying sword artifact, especially one of considerable rank. With a resounding clang, the long sword shattered like fragile jade, cleaved in two by the flying sword's aura. The sword aura, undeterred, simultaneously severed the man himself in half. Ane, lacking any combat experience, only realized her ineffectiveness after Ning Cheng had vanquished the adversary. Without a moment to spare, Ning Cheng collected all the gold coins from the man's belongings, and with a few fireballs, reduced the remains to ashes. He then scattered the ashes into the sea outside the rocky cave. Turning to an E and urging, "We must leave quickly. This place is not safe for lingering." After transforming the man into ashes with the fireballs, Ning Cheng could genuinely sense his cultivation having advanced. Had he been at the 3rd level of Qi Gathering, he would surely have been incapable of incinerating the man. Indeed, an E acknowledged, recognizing the urgency of their departure. Once they exited the rocky cave, they fled for over an hour before Ning Cheng finally slowed his pace and declared, "It is safe now. We can blend in with the others who come to the Mango Sea." At this moment, Ning Cheng's confidence surged. He was certain that his cultivation was no less than that of a 6th-level Qi Gathering practitioner. What he lacked was merely combat experience. Naturally, he also needed essential trump cards. An A then found an opportunity to speak. "Ninggu, your cultivation technique is far more formidable than mine. Although you are merely at the 4th level of Qi Gathering, the power of your spells surpasses that of the man at the 5th level." Lacking combat experience did not imply that an E was devoid of insight. Ning Cheng again examined the flying sword, remarking, "I am fortunate to possess this flying sword artifact. Otherwise, even if I were unafraid of him, I might not have been able to kill that fellow." It seems that equipment is indeed of great significance. Unfamiliar with the term equipment, an E pointed at the flying sword in Ning Cheng's hand and said, "This flying sword should be a fine artifact, but it is not yet yours. You must refine it to unleash its full potential. My master said that once it gains spiritual awareness, it can be controlled remotely to attack enemies or even allow one to fly upon it. Ning Cheng understood the notion of spiritual awareness. It was akin to divine consciousness, and his current mental focus was merely a rudimentary form of it for flying upon the sword that would only be possible after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Only then could one's divine consciousness extend over a vast area. Of course, some exceptionally powerful true essence practitioners could project their divine consciousness externally. However, his divine consciousness was still weak, rendering him incapable of maneuvering the flying sword or utilizing it for combat. Nodding in agreement, Ning Cheng acknowledged in Yi's words, "You are correct, and I shall seek a suitable place to refine the flying sword. My foremost task now is to locate a cache of spirit stones to facilitate my continuous advancement. Perhaps one day, I shall return home." "Ninggo, is your purpose in cultivation to return to your homeland?" An inquired, somewhat perplexed by Ning Cheng's statement. "Of course," Ning Cheng replied without hesitation before asking an "What about you? What is your purpose in cultivation?" An remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. "I cultivate without a specific purpose. My master taught me to cultivate, so I simply do." "And what of your master?" Ning Cheng pressed further. "My master said one should strive for a higher realm. If she could advance to a higher level, perhaps she would not have succumbed to her fate." And Yi's expression darkened as she spoke of her master. Ning Cheng fell silent as well. His intent was to return to see Ruolan. Yet he knew deep down that this goal might remain unachievable throughout his life. The Xian Huang Pearl was indeed extraordinary, yet the spirit stones required for its cultivation were equally formidable. If there came a day when he could not find the spirit stones necessary for his advancement, he might end up fading away like an Yi's master, fading into obscurity. Noticing Ning Cheng's silence, an Yi suddenly spoke again. "Ning Gu, my master said that if one strives, there remains a glimmer of hope. Without effort, there will be no opportunity. It is precisely because I heeded my master's words that I ventured out in search of the heavenly fragrance glazed mushroom. Although I did not find it, at least I made an effort." Hearing in Yi's words, Ning Cheng emerged from his daze. Indeed, he possessed greater fortune than others and had even acquired the Xian Huang Pearl. If he did not exert himself, how could he expect to maintain such luck in the future? It dawned upon him that in Yi's quest for the heavenly fragrance glazed mushroom was not due to ignorance of the difficulties or the futility of her search. Rather, her abilities were simply limited to those locations. Contemplating this, Ning Cheng regained his strong confidence and grasped in Yi's hand, saying, "Thank you. I will definitely strive to improve." The damp sea breeze and the sound of crashing waves swept into Cangle City, which remained as bustling and vibrant as ever. This city was the largest in the Mango Sea and served as the principal hub for practitioners. Yet, beneath this vibrancy lay an air of indifference. The passers-by hurried along, their expressions serious and austere. Despite the multitude of adventurers and practitioners who sought higher gains, bringing their spoils back to inland cities for sale, many preferred not to venture far and instead sold their acquisitions directly in Mango City. Those who spent years in the Mango Sea were often referred to as seasoned mango dwellers. At this moment, a man and a woman arrived in the bustling city of Mango. The young man appeared strikingly youthful, with a slightly thin yet chiseled face, his bright eyes reflecting a calm demeanor akin to that of a seasoned mango dweller. His long black hair was slightly tousled, falling casually around his ears. Beside him stood a woman who was half a head shorter, her beauty reminiscent of a pristine water lily. Though her long hair was concealed, the white scarf upon her head accentuated her ethereal grace and otherworldly charm. Chapter 28. The land of strong consumption. The pair entering Mango City were evidently an and Ning Cheng, who had spent time refining the flying sword before heading directly to the city. Although cultivating with the Xian Huang Pearl was beneficial, the required spirit stones were exponentially more than what an needed, and this was only the beginning. Thus, even with the Xian Huang Pearl, Ning Cheng remained somewhat apprehensive about his cultivation. "Ninggu, this place is so bustling," an remarked, having rarely encountered such a vibrant city during her time at Lona Island Monastery. It was also Ning Cheng's first visit to a city so aligned with the cultivation community. While Cangle City was equally lively, the two cities exhibited different kinds of prosperity. In comparison, Ning Cheng found himself preferring Cangle City, where the royal family and the Cangqian Academy held prominent positions. Even in the city of Cangle, the principle of the survival of the fittest prevails, yet it is fundamentally governed by the laws and regulations of the Cangqian kingdom. Despite the lowly status of mortals, there exists a semblance of equilibrium between the commoners and cultivators in that realm. However, the situation is markedly different in Mango City. Upon his first arrival, Ning Cheng immediately sensed the absence of any unified power. He could discern that Mango City is composed of numerous factions, where the true law of the jungle reigns, with the strong dictating the terms and auction. The Mango auction, a frail girl clutching dozens of brochures called out, waving her pamphlets in the air. This auction features magical artifacts and high-grade elixirs, and most importantly, a map of the formation routes to Lona Island. Ning Cheng had no intention of participating in the auction, aside from a few gold coins. He possessed nothing of value. Attending such an auction would render even the most abundant coins useless, especially considering his meager savings. Senior, you must have just arrived in Mango City. I have not only a map of the city, but also introductions to the major factions within Mango City. And the price is quite reasonable, only 50, no, just 30 silver coins. Noticing Ning Cheng and an E approaching, the girl eagerly began to peddle her wares. Her keen eyes quickly recognized that neither Ning Cheng nor an E were frequent visitors to Mango City, nor were they familiar with the Mango High Sea. Ning Cheng produced a gold coin and handed it to the girl, stating, "Very well, please provide me with a copy of that map, as for the remaining silver coins. Keep the change and give me a brochure for the auction." The girl, seeing Ning Cheng's generosity, swiftly snatched the coin and handed over 2 booklets in a flash, before Ning Cheng could express his curiosity. She had already darted away. As he observed several others rushing forward to sell pamphlets, he realized that competition for such sales was fierce. "Wait, let me find a place to stay first," Ning Cheng said to an E, already leading her to the street side. Although he was not a wealthy man back on Earth, he had never lived a transient life. Since his arrival here, he had yet to find a stable place to rest. Now that he was in Mango City, he intended to secure a temporary residence to better understand his surroundings. He certainly could not choose just any place to stay. He needed to ascertain which inns were more reputable. And E had no objections, and Ning Cheng unfolded the map of Mango City, which clearly marked several major factions. First was the Mango Association, the largest organization in Mango City, controlling over 50% of its trade, with a plethora of skilled individuals within. Next were the Wolf King's Manor and the Luofei Manor. Ning Cheng had barely skimmed through the initial details when he felt someone standing before him and an E. He looked up to find a young woman in a red dress, emanating a presence of the second stage of Qi gathering. This red-dressed lady was rather attractive, accompanied by 2 equally stunning attendants, likely her handmaids. "Are you new to Mango City?" The woman in red pointed at Ning Cheng and inquired directly. Ning Cheng felt a twinge of irritation. What business was it of hers whether he was new? He always felt a sense of discomfort in the presence of this red-dressed woman. "Yes, my cousin and I have just arrived in Mango City," Ning Cheng replied calmly, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. He was acutely aware that he could not afford to offend anyone of significance in this city. "Oh, is this your cousin?" The woman in red's gaze shifted to an E, and it dawned on Ning Cheng that her interest was primarily in an E. Before he could respond, the red-dressed lady continued, "I find your cousin quite appealing. I am from the Luofei Manor. Allow her to accompany me. I assure you, she will not be mistreated." Ning Cheng immediately furrowed his brow, stating firmly, "I'm afraid my cousin will not be going with anyone. We can fend for ourselves. If your cousin does not come with me, you will find it difficult to sustain yourselves." The red-dressed lady retorted, taken aback by Ning Cheng's audacity. Yet, she quickly realized that he must be new to Mango City and unaware of the power dynamics at play. Ning Cheng restrained his rising anger. He understood that both the Mango High Sea and Mango City were not places to be trifled with, and he certainly did not expect to be challenged so soon after his arrival, especially regarding an Yilu Yin. These two must have just arrived in Mango City. "Your approach is rather unseemly. Don't you think?" Before Ning Cheng could speak, a calm voice interjected nearby. Ane felt a sense of relief as someone came to their aid, for she would never leave Ning Cheng's side. Additionally, she perceived an unsettling glint in the eyes of the red-dressed lady, which made her uneasy. Ning Cheng turned to see a slender young man in fine attire, sporting dark circles under his eyes, indicating a frail constitution. However, his cultivation surpassed that of the red-dressed Lu Yin, having reached the 3rd stage of Qi gathering. Behind him stood a servant, whose cultivation had even reached the 6th stage of qi gathering. Lu Yin quickly shot back, Miao Wenhong, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You always try to compete with me. I let you have your way last time. This time, I will not yield. What happened to that girl you forcibly took last time? I dare say you've ruined her. Miao Wenhong scoffed, that girl is doing quite well at the Wolf King's manor. What do you mean by ruined? You are the one who brought her back. That's what I call ruining. As a woman, you have a penchant for abducting other women. Is that not the very definition of ruin? Hearing Miao Wenhong's words, Lu Yin's fury escalated, and the two immediately began to argue. Ning Cheng quickly realized that neither of them was a person of good character. He pulled Yi aside, saying, let us leave. This isn't a safe place. Since we are here, we shouldn't rush to leave. Miao Wenhong interjected, blocking Ning Cheng's path as he attempted to exit. Ning Cheng glanced around, noticing that there were hardly any onlookers. Even those present were discreetly observing. This clearly demonstrated the extent of Miao Wenhong and Lu Yin's influence in Mango City. Suppressing his murderous intent, Ning Cheng spoke calmly, I am unfamiliar with either of you. Does Mango City truly operate on a one-way system? As he uttered these words, he was already contemplating how to escape Mango City. The servant at the 6th stage of qi gathering would not be able to stop him, and he had resolved to eliminate both Miao Wenhong and Lu Yin if the opportunity arose. Now that he had already incurred their ire, it was better to confront them head-on rather than cower in fear. You are indeed correct. If I do not permit you to leave, you shall not escape. Leave the woman beside you, and you may go. Miao Wenhong's tone remained calm, yet an undeniable air of authority was evident. And what if I insist that both of them may leave? Came another voice, this time, for individuals approached, 3 men and 1 woman, led by a young man clad in light blue attire. Ning Cheng noted that all 4 bore the same insignia on their chests, indicating they hailed from the same faction. He remained silent. In the intricate power dynamics of Mango City, he was uncertain whether this newcomer was genuinely offering assistance. To Ning Cheng's astonishment, the one with the lowest cultivation among the 4 was at the 6th stage of qi gathering, while the blue-clad youth had reached the 8th stage. Although they appeared to be not much older than him, their cultivation levels far surpassed his and an ES. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that in Mango City? Miao Wenhong's anger flared instantly. In Mango City, it was rare for anyone to address him so defiantly, especially without regard for his status as the heir of the Wolf King's manor. Pai San. Eliminate him, Miao Wenhong commanded. Barely able to contain his rage, in Mango City, killing someone was as simple as squashing an ant. His fury clouded his judgment, but that did not mean his servant would act irrationally. Upon hearing Miao Wenhong's baseless command, Pai San swiftly leaned in and whispered, Young Master Wenhong, they are from the Mingen Academy of Huazhou. Look at their emblem on their chests. Pai San had already assessed the situation. The lowest among this group was not inferior to him. Even if he could overpower them, he could not afford to provoke them. Realizing the gravity of his error, Miao Wenhong's expression shifted as he recalled the reputation of the Mingen Academy. He had momentarily lost his temper and spoken without thought. While the Wolf King's manor was indeed powerful, it held sway only over a small portion of Mango City and the surrounding seas. Even within the entirety of the Mango High Sea, the Wolf King's manor was insignificant, let alone when compared to the Mingen Academy. The Mingen Academy belonged to the true country of Mingyi and Huazhou, and even though the academy was separate from the true nation, its influence was not something the Wolf King's manor could challenge. At that moment, Ning Cheng also recognized the insignia emblazoned on the chests of the 4 individuals, which read Mingen Academy, accompanied by a striking star beneath it. Upon witnessing the expressions of these 4 individuals, Ning Cheng could not help but inwardly lament the formidable prowess of the Sanqing Academy. The students emerging from such an institution are indeed remarkably formidable. It seems prudent for him to seek out a reputable academy for support in the future. However, as Ning Cheng contemplated his own spiritual roots, he swiftly quashed this notion. With his inadequate spiritual foundation, even gaining admission to a first-tier academy would be an arduous task, let alone a prestigious one. Moreover, Ning Cheng harbored reservations about entering such an establishment. His spiritual roots improved with cultivation, and he pondered whether he might attract unwanted attention once they reached a certain level. It is the 4 esteemed brothers from the Mingen Academy. Miao Wenhong, extend my greetings and apologize for my earlier oversight. Miao Wenhong, demonstrating both humility and adaptability, recognized the four as members of the Mingen Academy and promptly donned a welcoming smile. The blue-clad youth who had spoken earlier raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Miao Wenheng, who was utterly unprepared for such a blow. In fact, even had he anticipated it, there would have been no evading it. Consequently, he was sent sprawling, several teeth and a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Such overwhelming dominance elicited gasps from the onlookers who had gathered discreetly. The once mighty young master Wenheng of the Wolf King's manor in Cangle City was now reduced to a mere plaything. Lu Yin, quick to react, stepped forward with a beaming smile, addressing the blue-clad youth. "I am Lu Yin from Luofei Haizhuang. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed brother. Might I inquire if the Mingen Academy is far from here? Your accomplishments are truly remarkable. I envy your opportunity to cultivate within such an esteemed institution." As she spoke, Lu Yan's face radiated admiration and longing, as if she yearned to present him with an autograph book for his signature. The blue-clad youth's demeanor towards Lu Yin contrasted sharply with his treatment of Miao Wenheng. Upon hearing her words, he offered a slight smile, his expression softening. The Mingen Academy is neither too distant nor too close. Depending on your means of travel, if you intend to journey via beast chariot, it may prove quite challenging. May I audaciously inquire your name, esteemed brother? My admiration for the Mingen Academy knows no bounds. Lu Yan's face glowed with an increasing intensity of reverence. "I am Luofei. Should you wish to attend the Mingen Academy, it is not an impossibility. A year from now, during our recruitment period across Huazhou, you might still have the chance to try your luck." The blue-clad youth's tone grew increasingly gentle. As if he had never raised a hand in anger, Lu Yin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Lu, this is splendid news. I must persuade my father to take me there for a visit. By the way, Brother Lu, you and your two companions, along with your sister, have just arrived in Cangle City and must be weary. If it pleases you, you are most welcome to rest at my Luofei Haizhuang. I could also learn a thing or two by accompanying you." Luofei waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to trouble yourselves with Luofei Haizhuang. We shall find lodging at an inn instead." A profound disappointment washed over Lu Yan's face, and she seemed to recall Ning Cheng and an E, quickly adopting a smile as she approached an E. "Dear sister, might you assist me in persuading Brother Lu to join us at Luofei Haizhuang?" Until Lu Yin spoke, Luofei had not even noticed an E, but her words drew his attention, and his eyes lit up. The young lady was strikingly lovely. Ning Cheng scoffed internally, fully aware of Lu Yan's intentions. Luofei's starkly different treatment of her compared to Miao Wenheng indicated his fondness for treating women with kindness, or perhaps his preference for their company. By suggesting he accompany them to Luofei Haizhuang. Lu Yin aimed to provide Luofei with a pretext to be near an E. Of course, this was contingent upon Luofei's attraction to an E. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Without waiting for Luofei to respond, Ning Cheng barked at Lu Yin, "Get lost, trash." Luofei swallowed the words he had been about to utter, contemplating why Ning Cheng was so irate, and cast a bewildered glance at him. Ning Cheng, disregarding Lu Yan's changing expression, clasped his fists in gratitude towards Luofei. "I am grateful for your assistance earlier, my friend." Luofei, having regained his composure, recalled the apparent tension between Ning Cheng and Lu Yin, but had not expected Ning Cheng to dismiss her so bluntly. Now, as Ning Cheng expressed his gratitude, he too returned the gesture. It was but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. "Yet, I have not yet learned your esteemed name, so we might share a drink together." "I am Ning Cheng. I had a brief encounter with my cousin in Cangle City, where we were bitten by a pair of rabid dogs. I have no desire to linger here any longer. Your assistance today will not be forgotten." Brother Lu. Ning Cheng was not inclined to forge deep connections with these individuals, hastily declining the invitation. Having offended Miao Wenheng and Lu Yin, he was hardly foolish enough to remain in their company. Furthermore, the students from Mingen Academy appeared formidable, with the weakest among them at the 6th level of Qi gathering, a level he could not hope to rival. Upon hearing Ning Cheng's refusal to join them, disappointment flickered in Luofei's eyes. He casually glanced at an E before smiling at Ning Cheng. "Brother Ning, Mingen Academy will be recruiting students from across Huazhou next year. With your and your cousin's talents, gaining admission would surely elevate your standing." Ning Cheng certainly desired to participate in the recruitment, but lamented his inadequate spiritual roots. However, If Eerie were presented with an opportunity, remaining at Mingen Academy would be far more beneficial than trailing behind him. Thankfully, there was still time to consider this, and he resolved to seek Eerie's opinion. Thus, he reiterated, "Thank you, Brother Lu. Should the opportunity arise next year, I shall certainly attempt to enter Mingen Academy. For now, I must take my leave. Farewell." "Very well. I shall await your arrival at Mingen Academy next year, Brother Ning," Luofei replied warmly, though it was a pity that Eerie had yet to utter a word or glance in his direction. Miao Wenheng, bloodied and supported by his servant, dared not utter a single word in protest, merely watching helplessly as Luofei departed. Neither did he have the audacity to approach Ning Cheng and Eerie. Meanwhile, Lu Yin glared with murder in her eyes at the retreating figures of Ning Cheng and Eerie, vowing to take vengeance on Ning Cheng. After bidding farewell to Luofei, Ning Cheng and Eerie scoured Mango City for attire, purchasing over a dozen outfits and several maps of the surrounding Mango Sea before hastily departing. Having endured such events, Ning Cheng recognized that Mango City was not a place for him to reside, at least not for the time being. "Ninggu, why does that Lu Yin seem so overly enthusiastic? I feel unsettled in her presence. If she wishes to invite me, why does she resort to threats against you?" Eerie, naive to the intricacies of human relationships, failed to grasp the complexities of such interactions. Ning Cheng chuckled coldly. "That woman is like a shard of glass, fragile yet utterly arrogant." "What do you mean by glass?" Eerie queried. Puzzled, Ning Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for you to comprehend such matters. That Luofei is not to be underestimated. Remaining in Mango City offers us no advantages. We must seek out another destination." Given Luofei's status, he could easily have eliminated Miao Wenheng, yet he restrained himself, opting only to deliver a slap. This indicated that he was far more calculating than he appeared. Likely aware that while killing Miao Wenheng might have no immediate repercussions, it could lead to complications. Ning Cheng and Eerie hastened onward, leaving Mango City far behind within half a day. Ning Cheng continued to ponder the purpose of Luofei and his companion's arrival in the Mango Sea. This region was primarily a gathering place for rogue cultivators, and those of notable standing would only come for training purposes. In Ning Cheng's view, if Luofei had no pressing matters at hand, he would surely have dealt with Miao Wenheng more decisively. "Are you two friends planning to set sail?" A hearty voice called out from a distance, halting Ning Cheng and Eerie in their tracks. The white radiance was directed towards Ning Cheng's feet, indicating that he indeed had no intention of killing Ning Cheng immediately. This was a magical artifact, and as Ning Cheng felt the blade's glow approaching, he understood its significance. Previously, when he had fought against the water rust-faced man of the 5th level of Qi Gathering, the opponent wielded an ordinary weapon. Although it was of decent quality, a weapon and a magical artifact are fundamentally distinct. Even a mere servant like Pai San possessed a magical artifact, suggesting that the treasures possessed by Miao Wenheng were likely even more formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, as the white light sliced through the air, Ning Cheng had already drawn his flying sword, unleashing a similar sword light in response. Pai San was utterly unprepared for Ning Cheng's audacity to counterattack. A mere mortal sword daring to obstruct his magical artifact was tantamount to courting death. However, his thoughts were shattered by the jarring sound of impact. The sword in Ning Cheng's hand did not shatter like he had imagined, but rather, the immense true Qi sword light completely obliterated his blade's radiance. The powerful recoil of true Qi struck Pai San as if a colossal hammer had slammed into his chest. Alarmed, he realized that this young man must have concealed his cultivation level. He was undoubtedly at the 6th level of Qi Gathering. With a solid foundation, his true Qi not inferior to his own, Pai San was forced back several steps by the overwhelming backlash, and he came to understand that not only was Ning Cheng not at the 4th level of Qi Gathering, but the magical artifact in his grasp was also of a higher grade than his OWN. In that fleeting moment of their confrontation, Pai San recognized the ferocity of Ning Cheng's attack and his proactive advance. Should he fail today, both he and his young master would surely meet their demise at this man's hands. This was an audacious cultivator who seemed to have given no thought to the consequences of killing his master. Ice. Fire. Pai San's heart sank upon witnessing that Ning Cheng remained unscathed and that another sword light approached. He had no choice but to act swiftly, raising his hand to produce a talisman while simultaneously channeling true Qi, causing his blade to emit two distinct colors of radiance, one of ice, the other of fire. The two radically different blade lights enveloped Ning Cheng's sword light, causing him to feel a momentary stagnation in his true chi. He realized that regardless of whether he gathered his true chi to counter the flame or the ice, he could only block one of the blade lights, allowing the other to grow in ferocity. Not only Ning Cheng but any low-level cultivator would naturally experience a form of resistance due to the elemental properties of their opponent's true chi when engaging in battle. If the adversary wielded fire-based true chi, attempting to counter it would inevitably result in the creation of a counteracting fire-based true chi, thereby diminishing the effectiveness of any ice-based resistance. Fortunately, some experienced low-level cultivators possessed unique methods to navigate such challenges. Ning Cheng's combat experience was far from extensive, and the dual properties of fire and ice in Pai San's blade light left him momentarily at a loss. As Ning Cheng managed to block the firelight, he found the ice light slipping through his defenses. Fortunately, his true chi was no less potent than his opponent's, and its purity even surpassed that of Pai San's by several folds. In a moment of desperation, memories of the contorted movements from the water rust-faced cultivator flashed in Ning Cheng's mind. When he had unleashed 6 fire blades, his opponent had only managed to block 3, allowing the remaining 3 to evade through a twisted maneuver. The essence of that contorted movement became clear to Ning Cheng in an instant. As the ice light approached, he emulated that twisting technique, contorting his body into an angled spiral. Poof! A spray of blood erupted. Yet Ning Cheng felt a sense of relief. Although he had not completely evaded the ice light, he had managed to avoid a fatal strike, suffering only a minor injury. After unleashing his dual ice and fire blades, Pai San's complexion paled, indicating that the expenditure of energy had taken a significant toll on him. However, before he could regain his composure, Ning Cheng's sword light struck again, accompanied by several fire blades. Ning Cheng's assault was straightforward. Aside from his flying sword, the fire blades posed the only threat. His earlier successful evasion had yet to fully materialize, in his eagerness to eliminate Ning Cheng. Pai San recognized the imminent danger of Ning Cheng's swordlight and could only desperately attempt to dodge the fatal blow. Ning Cheng's swordlight sliced through Pai San's shoulder, narrowly avoiding a critical hit. Yet the subsequent fire blades cleaved through him. Observing the demise of Pai San, Miao Wenhong finally grasped that the battle had reached its conclusion. It was not Ning Cheng who had fallen, but Pai San. You actually killed Pai San. Miao Wenhong stared incredulously at Ning Cheng, unable to fathom how someone at the 4th level of Qi gathering could possibly slay a 6th level cultivator, especially while Pai San had unleashed his ultimate technique, the Ice-Fire Dual Blades. Ning Cheng sensed his true Qi recovering rapidly. He had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with Miao Wenhong. After eliminating Miao Wenhong, he intended to flee into the Mangu Sea. Remaining in this location would be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps you should pray for your own fortune, Ning Cheng declared. And with that, he unleashed his flying sword. Miao Wenhong opened his mouth, but before he could utter a plea for mercy, he was cleaved apart by Ning Cheng's sword light in his final moments. He could scarcely believe that someone in the Mangu Sea had dared to kill him. Ning Cheng skillfully set fire to the 2 corpses, collecting their belongings, and addressed an E. We must hasten to ride these 2 unicorns and escape. Ninggu, where shall we go now? An E, having spent some time with Ning Cheng, was well aware of his decisiveness and was not particularly surprised by his actions against Miao Wenhong and his servant. Out to sea. Did someone not suggest we take a boat? If there is one boat, there will undoubtedly be a second. Ning Cheng stated with certainty. He had already contemplated this during the confrontation with Miao Wenhong and Pai San. Since there was one boat venturing out to sea, there must be others as well. The Mango Sea was vast and boundless, frequented by many, and 1 or 2 boats could hardly suffice. Ane nodded in agreement, hesitating momentarily before asking, Ninggu, I've heard my master say that every cultivator must cultivate a primary attribute. One must possess a primary spiritual root. Even those without a primary spiritual root must find a suitable secondary attribute to serve as their main attribute. Ning Cheng, understanding An Yi's implication, interjected, An Yi, you wish to inquire why Pai San was able to simultaneously wield techniques of both ice and fire, correct? Ning Cheng, no longer ignorant, having reached the 4th level of Qi gathering, grasped some of the underlying principles of cultivation. Basic spells such as Fireball and Waterball could be executed by any attribute's spiritual root, but their achievements were limited and not suitable for combat. The ice and fire blades that Pai San had unleashed were exceptionally formidable spells, far beyond simple basic spells. Indeed, I have always been puzzled by how Pai San could manifest two different attribute blade lights simultaneously. If it were me, I truly would not know how to defend against it. Could it be that Pai San possesses two primary attribute spiritual roots, dual system cultivation? And E nodded in agreement. Ning Cheng smiled and replied, "You may not fully comprehend it now, but as your cultivation progresses, you will come to understand. If Pai San truly had two primary attribute spiritual roots and could cultivate in dual systems, then he would not have perished today. When he unleashed the ice-fire dual blades, he utilized a talisman, likely an auxiliary talisman. Chapter 2 is presented. I request your support through collections. Good night, friends." Chapter 31. The Eerie ship. Neither Ning Cheng nor an E had ever ridden a unicorn stone howler before, and their speed did not increase significantly. An E, hurry down. We need to run on our own. Ning Cheng sensed a tremor beneath his feet, unmistakably the vibration of a herd of unicorns galloping. Clearly, someone was in pursuit. He also felt the ground tremble slightly and wasted no time responding to Ning Cheng's urgency as they both abandoned the unicorns and fled frantically along the edge of the Mangu Sea. The ground quaked increasingly with each passing moment, and Ning Cheng felt a surge of anxiety. After searching for what felt like an eternity, they had yet to find a boat. If they could not locate one, their chances of escape were slim. After several more breaths, Ning Cheng could see a dark mass advancing behind them, chilling his heart with the realization that escape was becoming impossible. What sort of influence did Miao Wenhong possess to summon such a multitude in pursuit? Ninggu, there's a boat. An E, while focused on their pursuers, spotted a vessel docked near the shore. Indeed, it is a boat. Let us board it quickly, Ning Cheng urged, and with a few leaps, they landed aboard the vessel. Once on board, Ning Cheng immediately called for the boatman to set sail. Even if the boatman refused, Ning Cheng would force the issue, as his life depended on it. Furthermore, he was aware that such boats were often manned by adventurers, individuals who could not cultivate and were entirely different from cultivators. However, Ning Cheng quickly swallowed his words. The boat was sizable, yet he saw no one aboard. The vessel was eerily silent, a faint scent of blood and damp, musty air wafted from below deck, causing Ning Cheng to furrow his brow. "There is no one on the ship," an E observed, nervously inching closer to Ning Cheng. "Wait," Ning Cheng suddenly remarked, recalling the dark mass of pursuers he had seen earlier. It was improbable that Miao Wenhong, regardless of his lofty status, could summon such a large group so swiftly. Upon instinctively glancing back, he realized that the boat they stood upon had already drifted far from the shoreline of the sea. He could scarcely discern the edge of the sea or the direction in which it lay. What pursuit awaited him from behind, apart from the increasingly dimming sky and the vast expanse of the ocean? There was nothing else in sight. A chilling, dark wind swept through, sending a shiver down Ning Cheng's spine. Instinctively, he shuddered. In that instant, the shin-yellow pearl within his dantian emitted an aura that dispelled the icy gust. "An E, where are you going?" Ning Cheng stepped forward and firmly pulled an E back. Just as he turned around, he saw her approaching the cabin, on the verge of entering. If he had been a moment slower, she would have crossed the threshold. As he grasped her wrist, he felt a similarly eerie and cold presence. Concurrently, the shin-yellow pearl released another gentle aura, banishing the strange chill without a trace. An E, regaining her senses, gazed at Ning Cheng in bewilderment and inquired, "Brother Ning, what happened to me just now?" Ning Cheng waved his hand, not releasing her, and fixed his gaze on the pitch-black cabin. "There is something amiss with this ship." An E was about to suggest changing vessels, but quickly realized that it was impossible. They were already at sea, and this unattended ship was moving at a fair pace. "I don't care if you're a ghost cultivator or something else. My cousin and I will remain on the deck for a while, and we shall have no dealings with you. If you dare to plot against us again, I will set this ship ablaze immediately," Ning Cheng declared loudly from outside the cabin, refusing to step inside. He was aware that the ghost cultivator existed, a concept ingrained in his memory. Ning Cheng believed that with his cultivation level, he had nothing to fear from mere spirits, and no sooner had he uttered these words than a sinister cackle echoed from within the cabin. A peculiar laughter that eluded Ning Cheng's grasp of direction. Instinctively, he pulled an E back a few steps, Despite his usual boldness and being a mid-stage chi-gathering cultivator, the unsettling sound made his scalp tingle with unease. Almost simultaneously with his retreat, two shadowy ice arrows manifested in his mind's eye, prompting him to swiftly pull Lona aside. The two shadowy forms whizzed past his face. Had he not sensed them early? His head would have been pierced. What a terrifying attack! Had he not foreseen the trajectory of those invisible arrows, he would have been struck. Ning Cheng had never been one to shy away from a fight, even knowing the peril of these hidden arrows. He would not simply endure an assault without retaliating. Before the next invisible arrow could arrive, he raised his hand and unleashed several fireballs. Each one found its mark within the cabin, at that moment. His life was in jeopardy. He had no concern for whether the cabin would catch fire, and he also noticed the arrows that had shot out from within the cabin. Had Ning Cheng not pulled her back, she would have certainly been unable to dodge them. Witnessing Ning Cheng continuously hurling fireballs into the cabin, she too summoned several fireballs without hesitation. The ship, being made of wood, was susceptible to flames, and the fireballs they cast were anything but ordinary. Even in the dampness of the cabin, they would ignite in no time. Thick smoke billowed, and flames began to rise. Yet Ning Cheng showed no sign of relenting. He summoned more fireballs, intent on burning the cabin's ceiling to cinders. Just then, a cold snort echoed, "Stop! Quench the fire at once, or we shall all perish." Upon hearing a voice from inside the cabin, Ning Cheng intensified his barrage of fireballs. He had never been one to be intimidated by threats. Whether it was a ghost or a ghost cultivator, once they attempted to harm him, they could expect no mercy. Previously, he had suggested remaining on the deck to avoid trouble. But now trouble had come knocking at his door. "All perish? I hardly think so. We can survive on a piece of deck. You, a mere ghost or ghost cultivator, are the one destined for demise. Do not conflate our fates with yours." As he spoke, Ning Cheng hurled several more fireballs, now igniting the ceiling of the cabin. "Very well. I concede this time I am neither a ghost nor a ghost cultivator. Extinguish the fire, and I will offer you some compensation." The voice from within the cabin sounded somewhat resigned. Forced to compromise with Ning Cheng. Compensation for what? Ning Cheng remained unperturbed by such empty promises. If he had felt any trepidation before, it had vanished now. He had never encountered ghost cultivators or spirits and was unfamiliar with their nature. With the revelation that the entity before him was neither, fear had no place in his heart. "I am well acquainted with this area of the sea. I can assist you in advancing to the late stage of chi gathering. Otherwise, as a mere fourth-layer chi gathering cultivator, you are naught but fodder for others." "I fear your hidden arrows," Ning Cheng replied slowly, neither making demands nor ceasing his assault. Boom! A wooden beam, consumed by flames, collapsed from the cabin's ceiling, landing on the deck with a resounding thud. "I swear, if my ally ever attempts to harm you again, I will be utterly destroyed, with no chance of resurrection." The voice from within the cabin seemed to recognize Ning Cheng's formidable nature, swearing with genuine conviction. "Your name is Fang Yijian?" Ning Cheng paused his fireball barrage. The voice from the cabin replied urgently, "Can you first extinguish the fire before inquiring about my name?" The flames within the cabin had just begun to rise, lacking any significant force. After Ning Cheng sent several water balls to quell the flames, they were subdued momentarily, but soon reignited. Observing this, Ning Cheng raised his hand, summoning seawater from below to douse the flames. With an assisting him in a brief span of time, they managed to extinguish the blaze. Impressive. For a mere fourth-layer chi-gathering cultivator, you possess such substantial true energy, and no wonder you evaded my invisible arrows. The voice within the cabin expressed surprise. Ning Cheng scoffed, "I am still in the chi-gathering stage. When I reach the foundation establishment stage, dealing with a spirit like you will be a matter of a mere sword maneuver." "Humph. It's merely that the people here are too foolish. Who told you that chi-gathering cultivators cannot control flying swords? With chi-gathering comes divine consciousness. When one's consciousness is strong, one can indeed control flying swords." The voice from within the cabin dismissed Ning Cheng's assertion with a cold snort. Following this, as if offended by Ning Cheng calling him a ghost, he added, "Do not refer to me as a ghost. I am Fang Yijian, not a ghost, but a primordial spirit. Your survival is impressive. Step inside, and we shall converse." A primordial spirit? I had thought you were merely a ghost. It seems the formidable group that pursued me at the shore truly is connected to Miao Wenhong, Ning Cheng sighed. Astonished at how swiftly the Wolf King's estate from Cangle City had mobilized to pursue him. The self-proclaimed primordial spirit, Fang Yijian, snorted again. You are mistaken. That galloping sound was the true soul soldiers. Soul soldiers? Ning Cheng was taken aback, realizing that soul soldiers implied entities composed of lifeless souls. Yet how could that thunderous sound of hooves possibly belong to soul soldiers? And could soul soldiers truly exist? Seeing Ning Cheng in a stupor, Fang Yijian's voice echoed again. What is so surprising about it? Over countless years, many cultivators have perished in the Mango Sea. Their souls are immensely powerful, and many even develop a nascent form of primordial spirit, thus becoming soul soldiers. Though they appear fearsome, given your cultivation and alertness, they are not to be feared. Ning Cheng soon discerned that Fang Yijian's voice emanated from a relatively intact round log attached to the ship. Realizing the nature of Fang Yijian's existence, he felt a slight relief and led an into the cabin. You reside within this log. Is there something special about it? Upon learning that Fang Yijian's primordial spirit resided in the log, Ning Cheng immediately concluded that the log must possess some significance. Otherwise, Fang Yijian would have left long ago. Even if Ning Cheng set the ship ablaze, Fang Yijian should not have cared. Nothing special. I simply like this ship. I have grown accustomed to it, Fang Yijian replied nonchalantly. Ning Cheng scanned the area and discovered several other logs of the same material. He then remarked, so that's the case, I recognize this log. It's known to invigorate the spirit when used for making chairs. There are a few more on this ship. I can extract them and take them with me. Rest assured, I want to dismantle the ship carelessly. Observing Ning Cheng's intent to dismantle the remaining soul-nurturing wood, Fang Yijian's voice grew anxious. Do not dismantle them. I will tell you if you stop. This is soul-nurturing wood. Each piece contains a soul-nurturing cord. I rely on these cores to exist. If you remove them, I will perish. Soul-nurturing wood. Ning Cheng's heart leapt with joy. He had encountered mentions of soul-nurturing wood in the book and provided him. In fact, when people referred to soul-nurturing wood, they were speaking of the soul-nurturing core, which was the true source of its value. Here, along with the spot where Fang Yijian resided, there were 4 pieces. Even if he left one for Fang Yijian, he would still acquire the remaining 3. He certainly would not remove all 3 logs. For him, it sufficed to excavate the core of the soul-nourishing wood. Upon witnessing Ning Cheng's gleaming eyes, Fang Yijian felt a sense of foreboding. This was a greedy individual. He hastily remarked, those shipbuilders are blind. To have cut down the soul-nourishing wood for shipbuilding, if it weren't for my encounter, it would be a sheer waste of resources. By the way, may I ask your esteemed name? Ning Cheng was well aware of Fang Yijian's intentions. Fang Yijian was subtly reminding him that these soul-nourishing woods were his discovery, his property. However, Ning Cheng chose to disregard Fang Yijian's insinuation entirely. They had no prior acquaintance, and he had nearly been killed by this man earlier. How could he afford to be courteous? He then chuckled mischievously. I am Ning Cheng. Our meeting today is indeed fated. I find you rather agreeable. I have decided to leave you 1 inch of this 4-inch soul-nourishing wood, while I shall take the remaining 3. Ning, you cannot do this? Fang Yijian was taken aback when he realized Ning Cheng intended to extract the remaining 3 inches of soul-nourishing wood. His reason for being here was precisely because of the soul-nourishing wood. Without it, his presence would be utterly meaningless. Ning Cheng's expression turned cold as he stated, Brother Fang, as they say, the road is wide and each walks their own path. Should one stray, wealth is divided. A bit for you and a bit for me. Now that I have inadvertently strayed, do you intend to disregard the rules and not share a portion with me? Having lived for countless years, Fang Yijian could not recall where he had heard such a phrase. Was this not simply robbery? That is not my intention. What I mean is that I am a primordial spirit, while you possess a physical body. If you take away the soul-nourishing wood, it would be a disaster for me. If you were in my position, I am sure you would feel the same way, Fang Yijian said, suppressing his fury. Without the soul-nourishing wood, what purpose would his stay here serve? Had he known better, he would have refrained from engaging in this deceitful business. Initially, he had assumed he would gain 2 pure souls, only to find himself in a predicament instead. Tio Fong Yijian's astonishment. Ning Cheng nodded vigorously. Brother Fong, your words are indeed wise. I appreciate your reminder. A man without foresight must face immediate troubles. If I take away the soul-nourishing wood today, I might very well need it in the future. Thank you. Fong Yijian felt like crying without tears. He had intended to persuade Ning Cheng against extraction, but his words had backfired. When he saw Ning Cheng withdraw a flying sword and effortlessly extract a piece of black soul-nourishing wood, his heart ached as if it were bleeding. Ning Cheng did not pause. Continuing to excavate the core from the second log of soul-nourishing wood he prepared to extract the core from the third log. Fong Yijian could no longer contain himself. Ning, please stop. You have just reached the 4th level of Qi gathering, and surely there are many things you do not comprehend. If you are willing to leave this piece of soul-nourishing wood behind, I would gladly share any knowledge you desired. I cannot guarantee anything else, but I can assure you that you will achieve full mastery of Qi gathering in the shortest time possible. Hearing Fong Yijian's words, Ning Cheng halted his actions. Brother Fong, now that you mention it, I do have a few questions to ask you. This piece of soul-nourishing wood shall serve as my payment. If he had teeth, Fong Yijian would have been grinding them in frustration. This soul-nourishing wood was rightfully his, yet he forced a laugh and said, Please, Ning, ask away that I assure you. I shall speak freely. By the way, Brother Fong, I have heard that primordial spirits can seize bodies. Would you ever attempt to seize mine? Ning Cheng suddenly posed an unrelated question after seating an E. Ning, you jest. Why would I seize your body? Fong Yijian replied with a forced smile, cursing inwardly. Having cultivated to such an age and only reaching the 4th level of Qi gathering, it was evident that his spiritual root was utterly inferior. Only a fool would wish to seize his body. Ning Cheng nodded solemnly. Then I can rest easy. I have heard from others that only by cultivating to the foundation establishment stage can one's spiritual consciousness be transformed into divine awareness for external projection. At the Qi gathering stage, one can only control magical artifacts through divine awareness. Earlier, Brother Fong mentioned that one can project divine awareness at the Qi gathering stage. Once the topic of cultivation arose, Fong Yijian's tone shifted to one of disdain. The person who said that was merely a fool. In truth, even at the Qi gathering stage, divine awareness can indeed be projected, but this is limited by the cultivation method and insufficient spiritual energy. Even so, those at the Qi gathering stage can control magical artifacts to attack enemies. In Lezhou, it is quite common for Qi gathering cultivators to wield flying swords against foes. What is the reason behind this? Ning Cheng inquired eagerly. Fong Yijian did not hold back. Lezhou is rich in spiritual energy, and with numerous sects, the levels of cultivation methods are evidently far superior to those of low-grade continents. In fact, in mid-grade continents, many Qi gathering cultivators can already control flying swords with their divine awareness. The lack of spiritual energy in low-grade continents necessitates the simplification of cultivation methods to accelerate training, resulting in the misconception that one must reach the true condensation stage to wield magical artifacts and the foundation establishment stage to project divine awareness. So it is a simplified version of the cultivation method. Ning Cheng finally understood. Thus, his method, having been corrected by the Xian Huang Pearl, should be the complete version. He resolved to test whether he could control flying swords. You brought the ship to the seaside. Are you planning to fish or lure people aboard? And what of the original occupants of this ship? Ning Cheng recalled his own boarding experience and began to piece things together. Fong Yijian, initially perplexed by what fishing meant, understood upon hearing the latter part of Ning Cheng's query. He promptly replied, Indeed, I am fishing as a primordial spirit. I require soul-nourishing wood to sustain myself, and due to the nature of my cultivation method, I must also consume some souls to grow stronger. This ship had encountered some issues, and coincidentally, those souls were used up by me. Ning Cheng chuckled coldly. The issues must have been caused by Fong Yijian himself. You must provide me with several high-level cultivation methods. After all, you lured me aboard this ship, and you ought to show some appreciation. Ning Cheng was certain that Fong Yijian was of no ordinary origin and likely possessed numerous valuable items. Upon hearing Ning Cheng's request for cultivation methods, Fong Yijian quickly waved his hand. I truly do not possess any cultivation methods. I am merely a primordial spirit. Really none? Ning Cheng asked with a sly grin. Fong Yijian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Regretting ever bringing Ning Cheng aboard, This was the first time he had encountered someone at the 4th level of Qi gathering whom his shadowless arrow could not eliminate. There are none. But I can help you obtain some. Therefore, I propose a trade. Not far from here lies Jiaoshou Island. You help me spread a message in Mango City, stating that a large number of low-level sea spirit creatures have appeared on Jiaoshou Island. In return, I will provide you with a map. As long as you help me with this, I will certainly assist you in acquiring cultivation methods. After finishing, Fang Yijian felt that his words lacked conviction. Ning Cheng immediately understood Fang Yijian's intentions. The presence of numerous low-level sea spirit creatures on Jiaoshou Island would undoubtedly attract many adventurers and low-level cultivators. Fang Yijian intended to hide on Jiaoshou Island to ensnare others, gradually devouring their souls. Ning Cheng maintained a stoic expression as he replied, I am afraid that is not possible. I have recently offended both the Wolf King Manor and the Luofei Zhuang in Mango City. You are asking me to venture there, which would be tantamount to sending me to my demise. Fang Yijian cursed inwardly upon hearing this. This young man was indeed troublesome. A mere 4th level Qi gathering cultivator had managed to offend 2 major factions in Mango City. He, who had consumed countless souls, was well aware of the significance of the Wolf King Manor and Luofei Zhuang. It seems you truly do not wish to provide me with cultivation methods. What a pity. I shall no longer trouble you. There is a small boat up there. Perhaps my cousin and I will take that instead. Ning Cheng slowly rose to his feet. Wait, let me think of another way. Fang Yijian panicked upon hearing Ning Cheng's intention to leave. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he found Ning Cheng to be a remarkably unscrupulous person. If he did not appease Ning Cheng, it was entirely possible that the moment he left the ship, a multitude of fireballs would rain down upon his vessel. A rustling sound broke the tension as several jade slips were tossed forth. What are these jade slips? Ning Cheng wondered aloud, puzzled by their presence. I have heard my master mention that once one has reached the level of divine awareness, one can engrave certain things onto jade slips. The content inscribed with divine awareness is exponentially more comprehensive than what can be recorded on paper. However, this item can only be seen by those with divine awareness. Otherwise, it remains invisible, and whispered in Ning Cheng's ear. Fang Yijian, with a hint of disdain, chimed in, What the young lady said is correct. The content of the jade slips I just gave you far exceeds what you have previously encountered in those tomes. Realizing his oversight, Ning Cheng hastily pocketed the jade slips and inquired, Are there any others? The cultivation methods contained in the jade slips I just provided are all top tier. You cannot possibly cultivate them all alone. What more do you seek? Fang Yijian retorted, somewhat irritated. For instance, I would like jade slips on array formations. If you do not provide those, then so be it, Ning Cheng replied nonchalantly. Here, take this. It is an array formation jade slip, containing everything from the basics to advanced formations, Fang Yijian said, suppressing a smirk. With your talent, you dare to learn about array formations? Nonsense. And perhaps some jade slips on spiritual herbs and materials. If you do not provide those, I will not press the matter. Here you go. Indeed, I believe that possessing 1 or 2 formidable spells would provide a significant advantage in a confrontation with others. Of course, I am merely speaking whimsically. Here you go. Fang Yijian suppressed his inner fury. Bestowing such items upon Ning Cheng was akin to a turtle indulging in barley. A sheer waste of resources. Thank you, Brother Fang. You have truly been a tremendous help to me. I saw some elixirs for sale in Mango City, and I couldn't help but feel envious. If only I could master alchemy. How many spirit stones I would save in the future. Ning Cheng hastily stowed away all of Fang Yijian's jade slips, still marveling at the prospect. Fang Yijian's disdainful voice cut through. You wish to practice alchemy? Do you comprehend the difficulties involved? It is a formidable task for a sect or a family to cultivate even a single mortal alchemist. As a solitary practitioner, even if you possess some fortunate opportunities, I advise you to abandon this notion. Ning Cheng, unperturbed, countered, Isn't it the case that the elixirs at the auction in Mango City are crafted by people? If others can learn, why can't I? Fang Yijian scoffed. Can those even be deemed elixirs? Not even the most inferior grade 1 mortal elixir can be classified as such. They are merely pills. Pills? Ning Cheng immediately inquired, his ignorance evident. Seizing the opportunity to learn, he pressed further. Fang Yijian, unreserved, explained, These individuals possess limited spiritual awareness and lack any inheritance in alchemy. They cannot refine elixirs, only purify medicinal liquids. The so-called medicinal liquids are simply the result of purifying some spiritual herbs and then blending them in specific proportions. Pills and medicinal liquids are fundamentally similar. They are not produced through a Dan furnace, but are merely solidified medicinal liquids. Ning Cheng was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that alchemy was so arduous. The high-grade elixirs he had heard of turned out to be nothing more than subpar pills. How shameless! Observing Ning Cheng's silence, Fang Yijian continued, "Even I would not engage in alchemy, as I lack any jade slips for that purpose." Ning Cheng discerned that Fang Yijian indeed had no jade slips for alchemy and, feeling somewhat dejected, replied, "If that is the case, then let it be. I must take my leave now. Farewell." Fang Yijian was eager for Ning Cheng to depart but feared that after his exit, Ning Cheng might incinerate the ship with fireballs. He reluctantly suggested, "This vessel is quite large. Perhaps you could remain here." Ning Cheng replied leisurely, "Brother Fang, our paths diverge, and we cannot conspire together. This ship is specifically designed for slaughter and the harvesting of souls. I am a benevolent person. How could I associate with a spirit like you?" With that, Ning Cheng remained silent, pushing the small boat into the sea and leaping aboard with an wide eye in the blink of an eye. The small vessel vanished from beside the grand ship, entering the vast ocean. Fang Yijian, relieved that Ning Cheng did not unleash fireballs upon the grand ship, erupted in anger. "What nonsense about diverging paths, you little bastard. Why didn't you say so before taking my jade slips? You've taken all my belongings and then spouted such shameless words." "Brother Ning, I believe you are absolutely right. Though Fang Yijian is an elder, his indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is inexcusable," and Yi remarked from the small boat, expressing her admiration for Ning Cheng's decision. She felt that she was only now truly understanding him. Ning Cheng, awkwardly adjusting the oars on the small boat, replied, "In truth, I am not so noble. This world reveres the strong." Ning Cheng would not be so lofty as to criticize Fang Yijian's wanton killings. His departure from the grand ship was rooted in fear. Fang Yijian possessed spiritual awareness and shadowless arrows. Remaining with such a person was a gamble with death. Fang Yijian was wary of him burning the ship, and Ning Cheng shared the same apprehension. If he could eliminate Fang Yijian, he might just do so. Who would choose a small boat over a grand ship? Moreover, Ning Cheng understood that engaging in self-destructive acts like burning a ship was far from wise. And Yi, unaware of Ning Cheng's inner turmoil, gazed at him with respect and said, "Brother Ning, I am fortunate to have met you. Had it not been for you, I would not have fared well at Lanshin Monastery. Perhaps, as my master foretold, I would have been harmed." Ning Cheng did not refute her words, instead nodding in agreement. "Previously, I was oblivious to the array formations and thought Lanshin Monastery was a safe haven. Now I realize it is anything but." The array formation at Lanshin Monastery was, at best, a mere level 1 formation, adequate for dealing with novice cultivators like Ning Cheng. With a bit of proficiency in formations, one could easily dismantle it. "Brother Ning, where shall we go now?" And Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Let us first locate an island, where we can both train and cultivate. After some time, when the commotion dies down, we shall return to shore. After all, we have enough provisions to last us." Ning Cheng felt secure in his small boat, relying on his storage pouch filled with food and water. He began inspecting his spoils. While an Yi took to rowing, Miao Wenhong and Pai San had no storage pouches and limited supplies, with Pai San possessing the best item, a low-grade magical artifact. Miao Wenhong likely recognized that enhancing Pai San's equipment would benefit him, which is why he had bestowed it upon him. As for Miao Wenhong's possessions, aside from a few gold coins, he had only some lewd concoctions. Ning Cheng held a deep disdain for this young master Wenhong. Though he had cultivated to the 3rd layer of qi gathering, it was evident his spiritual roots were superior to Ning Cheng's. Yet, this fellow squandered all his energy and time on base pursuits, leaving little of value in his possession, casually tossing these items into his storage pouch. Ning Cheng resumed studying the foundational array formation provided by an Yi. He did not yet delve into the jade slips acquired from Fang Yijian, believing his current spiritual awareness to be insufficient. Those jade slips would have to wait until he had the leisure to study them. Once he began examining the foundational array formation, he entered a state of closed-door comprehension. Ane, having spent a considerable amount of time with Ning Cheng, had grown accustomed to his intense study habits. She refrained from disturbing him, steering the small boat while occasionally placing food and water beside him. Ning Cheng was wholly absorbed, his mind filled with vivid three-dimensional representations of array formations. The positions discussed in the foundational text continuously evolved in his mind, constantly being modified and refined. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and when Ning Cheng turned the last page, he realized he had completely read through the foundational array formation book. I've been perusing this book for years, grasping only a fraction of its content. I never imagined you would finish it in less than half a month, Eerie remarked quietly as she observed Ning Cheng turn the final page. Naturally, she was a person of few words. Despite Ning Cheng's silence over the past 10 days, she did not feel lonely. Ning Cheng cast her an apologetic glance, about to respond when a colossal wave surged toward them, lifting the small boat into the air. The next moment, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning flashed, followed by the thunderous roar of an impending storm, with rain the size of soybeans pouring down in torrents. The first update is here. Please support the new book with collections and recommendation votes. I also extend my gratitude to all the readers who have helped us with collections, recommendations, and rewards. Thank you. Chapter 34. Deserted Island. Ning Cheng had just intended to set up a rain-dispelling formation when a wave erupted before the boat, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth poised to bite. This time, Eerie reacted even faster than Ning Cheng, unleashing a wind blade that cleaved the sea beast with the white teeth, sending it plummeting into the depths. Ning Cheng gazed at Eerie in astonishment. He had always perceived her as a step behind. Yet this time her reflexes were remarkably swift. Though the sea beast was trivial, a mere first-layer chi gathering could easily deal with it. Eerie's quickness impressed Ning Cheng. Noticing his surprised gaze, Eerie shyly explained, "Over the past few days, various low-level sea beasts have been attacking our boat. I have been on guard constantly." So, Ning Cheng realized that he had been so engrossed in studying formations that Eerie had willingly taken on the task of warding off the low-level sea beasts to avoid disrupting his focus. Although these sea beasts were of lesser caliber, they were highly coveted by adventurers. The valuable components from a single sea beast could fetch 10 or more gold coins. However, Ning Cheng was indifferent to gold coins. Even ordinary chi-gathering stones held little significance for him. What he truly valued were spirit stones. Given his cultivation needs, ordinary chi-gathering stones were utterly useless. Another massive wave crashed toward them, leaving Ning Cheng no time to express his gratitude as he struggled to maintain control of the small boat. Just as he was about to set up an array formation, he realized he had not a single array flag with him, nor did he possess the ability to craft them at that moment. The concepts of arrays and array flags were merely theoretical to him, yet to be transformed into reality. The rain intensified, and the waves grew ever larger. Ning Cheng and Eerie found themselves unable to evade the downpour. Their sole focus was to stabilize the small boat and prevent it from capsizing. Despite both being at the 4th layer of chi gathering, the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. 2 Individuals exerted control throughout the day, as the rain continued to pour down with increasing intensity. Suddenly, a towering wave crashed upon them, and though the small boat remained intact under the guidance of Ning Cheng and Eerie, it shattered with a resounding crack. For a fragile wooden vessel to endure the relentless tempest for an entire day was already commendable. With the boat splintered, Ning Cheng and Eerie plunged directly into the sea in an instant. Ning Cheng grasped a piece of wood, but upon turning, he noticed that Eerie was barely visible. Her silhouette reduced to a mere fragment of her robe. In a state of panic, he could no longer concern himself with the plank. Instead, he summoned his inner energy and rushed towards her. Pulling Eerie into his embrace, Eerie, a cultivator at the 4th level of chi gathering, had no prior experience at sea and was utterly exhausted from battling the fierce winds and towering waves all day long. Moreover, she had spent nearly a week caring for Ning Cheng prior to this ordeal. Now, with the boat destroyed, she was not only incapable of swimming, but even if she were, she would not have the strength to persevere. Fortunately, Ning Cheng was quick to react, seizing Eerie before she could be swept away by the monstrous waves. As he brought her to the surface, she coughed up several mouthfuls of salt water before speaking. "Brother Ning, are we going to die?" Ning Cheng held her tightly as they treaded water, his heart heavy with despair. If only there were a piece of wood left, perhaps he could have held on a bit longer. Now? Without it, even his strength would soon wane. Brother Ning, do you think if we die, we might become those soul soldiers, wandering endlessly along the sea? And unexpectedly pondered the fate of becoming such entities. Ning Cheng quickly interjected, "Don't speak of such nonsense. We may yet survive. If the storm subsides, there might be hope for rescue. Alas, if only I could fly on a sword, we wouldn't need to fear these waves." Before he could finish, another colossal wave crashed down upon them, drowning out his words. Once the tumult passed, an instinctively reached up to smooth Ning Cheng's hair, saying, "Brother Ning, I wish you could let go of me. But the thought of being alone terrifies me. I'm not afraid of death. I fear becoming a soul soldier all by myself." Ning Cheng managed to raise an slightly, saying, "Stop saying foolish things. How could I possibly let you go? If death is to come, then it shall come. At least we would have each other for companionship. I've already faced death once. Facing it again holds no fear for me. Perhaps I might even return." "Brother Ning, does having a girlfriend mean she is your fiancée?" And noticing Ning Cheng's sudden silence, boldly inquired. She had previously asked him about his girlfriend, but their conversation had been interrupted by two powerful cultivators passing by. Ning Cheng, caught off guard by her question, thought of Ning Ruolin and Tian Muin, unsure of whether he would survive this ordeal. With no intention of hiding the truth, he replied straightforwardly, "A girlfriend is the same as a fiancée. To elevate her to that status, one must propose. Is it because you forgot to propose that there was discord between you and your girlfriend?" Ning Cheng sighed, "No, she got into another man's vehicle right in front of me. Though I suspect she did it on purpose, it's something my character cannot accept, I thought." And Yi's expression shifted abruptly, her tone rising with fervor. "Brother Ning, how could you still mention such a shameless woman?" Just then, another monstrous wave surged towards them. Drawing on his growing experience, Ning Cheng pulled an beneath the water to evade the oncoming deluge before surfacing again. Wiping the water from his face, he managed a wry smile. "And you were the one who brought her up. I hadn't intended to mention her." Internally, he felt exasperated, knowing an had never been to Earth, and thus her perspective was understandable. The distinction between shamelessness and the situation was lost on her, and he found it challenging to explain. "I'm sorry, Brother Ning. I shouldn't have brought her up," and he said, sensing Ning Cheng's sorrow, which weighed heavily on her heart. While training with her master, she found that her conversations with Ning Cheng felt far more meaningful than those with her teacher. "And do you see those creatures? Are they the sea beasts that ambushed us before?" Ning Cheng instinctively tightened his grip around an dread creeping into his heart. A dark mass of sea beasts surged towards them, each creature gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes and baring its sharp white teeth. It was clear they had spotted their prey. "Those are the ones with the sharp teeth," and exclaimed, her fear palpable as they realized they were on the brink of being torn to shreds. Leaving no trace behind, Ning Cheng drew his flying sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of light as the advancing sea beasts were sliced apart. The remaining creatures surged forward, ravenously devouring their fallen kin. The waves seemed to subside for a moment, yet Ning Cheng found himself in an even more desperate struggle. He tirelessly wielded his sword, slaying the beasts while retreating swiftly with an in his arms. However, the resistance of the water hindered his speed. Driven by the primal instinct to survive, Ning Cheng unleashed a strength he had never known before, managing to fight and retreat with an for what felt like an eternity. Yet, the sheer number of these ferocious beasts was overwhelming, and it became increasingly impossible to keep up with the onslaught. "And Ning Cheng was on the verge of admitting his fatigue when a rocky outcrop suddenly emerged before them. And spotted the rock simultaneously. She opened her mouth to speak, but Ning Cheng joyfully exclaimed, "We've reached the edge of an island." In that moment, he summoned the last of his strength, propelling them forward, and miraculously, they burst forth from the water, landing on the rocky perimeter of the small island. With a few swift steps, Ning Cheng ascended the island. Unable to contain himself, he collapsed onto the ground, breathlessly uttering, "At last, we've escaped with our lives." Yet, his words trailed off as he stared at an who lay atop him. Truth be told, he had never regarded an as a fully grown woman. But now, drenched and vulnerable, she appeared more feminine than any other. The only thought that crossed his mind was the unexpected realization of her figure, which he had not noticed before. This is the second update. Please lend your support with recommendations and favorites. Good night.